Hello, wonderful people of the internet. Welcome back to another episode of Simuleos, Foldster, Void Rose. Thank you guys so much for coming in. And anyone who might be lurking in chat, hey, thanks for being here. So, today is Indigenous Peoples Day at MIT. Sometimes goes by Columbus Day for other people. In fact, it was kind of from Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day. There's some drama behind that I don't want to talk about. The main thing is that today is technically a holiday by MIT standards, and I am technically taking it as a holiday. This is actually the first MIT holiday I have taken since I have, joined MIT, which is really weird for me. But also, it's not really a holiday because I'm still spending my entire day focusing on ray tracing for a class that I'm teaching for MIT. So I don't know if I should feel bad about this or not. Like, on the one hand, yeah, okay, I shouldn't feel bad for taking a holiday. On the other hand, I'm not even really taking the holiday. I'm still focusing on stuff that I need to get done for work. So, I don't know. Somehow I feel guilty about it nonetheless. But yeah, I'll be streaming for, I don't know, maybe as long as yesterday, maybe not. We'll just keep going until I'm tired. Maximum until 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. And that's kind of where we are going. No, I am a postdoctoral associate at MIT. So, I'm teaching a course, the MIT 18S191 on computational thinking. And so what we're doing today is we're going to be going through ray tracing, which will be one of the modules that we teach there. Elixor, hey, how are you? Let me get some water, and then we'll just do a little bit of bookkeeping and then hop right into the ray tracing. Okay, let's see. Cool. And again, guys, if you have any comments, questions, concerns, ideas, anything like that, feel free to let me know, and I will totally address it as soon as I see it in chat. So first things first, let me go ahead and open up Zernal PP, do some, quick bookkeeping, like I said I would, and then we go from there. I wish I was smart enough to get into MIT. Yeah, so I wasn't smart enough to get into MIT, just for the record. I wasn't smart enough to get into my PhD. I got a PhD at the Okinawa Institute of Science and Technology. Yeah, I hate starting out with a ramble session, but I guess if we're going to do some rambling, we might as well do it at the start, right? So, I was actually valedictorian of my high school class. From there, I went to Auburn University in Alabama. I didn't do very well at Auburn. I didn't really care. I was focusing, on things that I didn't really need to focus on. I started research early, but that was basically the only good thing that I did. And then I went to OIST for a PhD. Now, I'm going to be honest. The only reason I got into OIST was because I was speaking to people there, and one of the vice president of OIST, well, not vice president, but the president's brother happened to be there. And the president's brother saw me, thought I was a nice person, and basically said, yeah, you're in because you're a cool person. So, I didn't even get into OIST because I was good enough to get into OIST, which, I guess in some ways kind of stuck with me the whole time while I was there. I feel like I did pretty well. And obviously I finished the PhD. Like Elixor said, all PhDs are equal. But then after that, I'm now at MIT. And the reason I'm at MIT is simply because, again, my current roommate was my old roommate. My current roommate, and I guess my old roommate got into MIT. And as I was applying for postdoctoral positions, he basically said, yo, if you're looking for someone to do computational science, I know a guy. And that guy was me. And so now I'm working at MIT. So it's kind of a weird thing. I feel like I haven't gotten into anywhere because of my own merits, But I don't know, maybe kindness is a merit? I have no idea. But I will say that when it comes to being smart enough to get into particular areas, I can almost guarantee you that you're probably smarter than I am. And so if I was able to get into something, I'm pretty sure you can get into something as well. Of course, maybe there's some imposter syndrome there. Maybe, in fact, I'm actually more intelligent than I think I am. That could be totally true. Even in that scenario, I still think that anyone here watching the stream is more than smart enough to get into any position that they want to get into. It's really just a matter of rolling the dice and winning the lottery ticket to get that job that you want. And that's just all it is. It really all boils down to luck. And I've just been incredibly fortunate and lucky throughout my life. I guess some of it could be white male privilege. I don't really know. So let's go ahead and get started with some bookkeeping. I'm talking too much. Bookkeeping. Just tuned in and I'm already very encouraged. Yeah, I'm hoping that, I don't know. I'm hoping that when people come to the stream, they first see an idiot programming and trying to do stuff, which is fine. That's generally the motto for this stream. I don't know what I'm doing pretty much at any point in time. But two, I'm hoping that some people are motivated to do something. So if I'm motivating you, I'm encouraging you, that's kind of the point of the stream, and I'm hoping it's working out for that reason. So let's go ahead and do bookkeeping here. Keeping. Okay, so basically for the past few streams, I've been doing the same kind of bookkeeping because there isn't really too much to go on to talk about, but there is one thing I do want to talk about, and that is Writing Wednesday. I talked about that at the start of last stream. I'll talk about it at the start of pretty much every stream, essentially every Wednesday from 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern. We will be doing a creative writing stream where we talk about writings that I've written, writings that you guys have written, and we try to encourage people to not only become better authors, but also become better just at expressing themselves in general. So it doesn't have to be like, you know, a creative writing short story. It could be a short story related to, you know, maybe something scientific. Maybe it's a paper draft. I have no idea. Just something that's short and quick so we can get an idea of what your writing is like so that we can kind of all work to make each other better at writing, whether that be creative writing, whether that be any type of professional writing, all that kind of stuff. So I do think writing is a very important skill. And so again, Writing Wednesdays, 6 to 8 p.m. It will not be on science and tech. It will be on probably just chatting or art or something like that. But we will be doing that again, Wednesdays, 6 to 8 p.m. Wednesday, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern for writing. Okay, so that's it. That's basically the only bookkeeping I really have to go off of for today. So let me go ahead and erase this. And let's get started with today's stream on ray tracing with a brief catch up on what we did yesterday. So I did a very long stream, probably the longest stream I've ever done on Twitch yesterday for a little over 7 hours, or maybe a little less. I don't know, about 7 hours of streaming yesterday, where we went through basically everything that we needed to know for two-dimensional ray tracing. Now, I'm going to have to cover this again and explain exactly what we did on last stream, because unfortunately, well, there was just a lot of information to go through. And after stream, someone mentioned that I may have accidentally leaked some sort of private information that I shouldn't have leaked just because I flipped between a bunch of tabs and stuff like that. I tried to download the video so that I could get that clip removed and so that I could just upload the video to YouTube later. But it was taking too long to download because, again, it was a 7-hour stream. So I ended up just deleting that VOD, which isn't particularly great, but it is what it is. So unfortunately, that VOD has been deleted. And we will go from, you know, where we are right now. So we'll talk about what we did yesterday, and then we'll move on from there. Conflace, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Christian, I haven't seen someone use Zernal in years. It's a good app. Yeah, I use it all the time. I like it a lot. Hey, Rooker, how are you? I hope you're having a great day. So again, guys, as we're talking about this, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, ideas, anything like that, feel free to let me know, and I'll try to address it as soon as I see it in chat. I'm not sure how long today's stream is going to be. I'm going to explain the goals of today's stream, and we're going to see how far we get. And essentially, we're just going to keep going until I'm too tired to continue, with a maximum set to be 7 hours. I will end at 8 o'clock p.m., kind of related to the writing stuff I said before. I am trying to make sure I write at least some short story every day, and I wasn't able to get it done before stream. There were a few things I was actually working on to try to make stream a little bit better before stream, but I couldn't quite get it to work out. Like, for example, I was trying to make it better, kind of AFK screen or something like that. I had this idea to have like a little video or something playing during the AFK screen so that if I'm gone for a minute, like, it's not just like boring and you aren't just sitting there waiting for me to return. Stuff like that I haven't quite figured out yet. So, I guess without further ado, let's go ahead and start going. It's Rookie RVM. Oh, yeah, okay, thanks. Cool, okay. So 2D ray tracing, what exactly is this? What are we talking about here? So I'm gonna draw an object, which I'm gonna draw as just a circle over here, okay? I'm gonna draw a light source, which will be a yellow circle up here in the corner, standing for like a light bulb or something like that. And then I'm going to draw an eyeball, which I guess is going to be blue and, I don't know, let's make it brown. That's the closest thing I have for flesh colored. So here we have an eyeball over here. And the idea is that light will be coming from the light source, hitting this object, and then kind of going all over the place, right? So light goes from this light source all over the place, something like this, right? Then what happens is as the light hits this object, it then reflects or maybe is absorbed into the object. So you could imagine a bunch of rays of light kind of going all over the place, you know, from each of these intersection points. Some of those rays go right into this eyeball in here. right? And so the idea with ray tracing is we're literally just going to look at all of our light sources and trace every single light ray coming from that light source into some sort of camera. Now, in actuality, when we do ray tracing for real, we actually will look from the camera to the light source, just because the light source is emitting in all, 360 degrees, whereas the eyeball can only emit for a small angle. So it saves a bit of computational time if we just emit from the camera instead. And so there's a couple things here that we haven't talked about. The first of which is the concept of refraction. And the other is the concept of colors, right? So yesterday, we, instead of focusing on this kind of more 3D-esque example, we focused specifically on a 2D example where, during a new page before, we drew some sort of circle in space, and we sent a whole bunch of light rays at this circle. So they were all coming in like this, something like this, I don't know. And then what we did is we had a number of different lens configurations. So the first lens configuration was a lens configuration you would expect, where light bends here, and then afterwards it bends again. So light would bend kind of maybe something like this, and then it would bend again like that, and maybe in here, and bend again like this. The point is, after it goes through, and this one will just keep going. After it goes through a lens, if the lens is a constant refractive index, just a standard slab of glass, what you'll see at the outside here is something known as spherical aberration. Which is very similar to a focusing event. Basically, light is all kind of sort of focused, but not quite at that particular location. Now, if we had a proper lens that looks something like this, we could get a true focusing of light down to a particular point. But because it's a sphere, we get something that's focusing like. So we showed this example. We also showed an example for if our refractive index, here defined as n, has a function of r. So for example, it could be incredibly dense in the center and then incredibly not dense as it leaves here. And so the idea would be that light kind of bends towards that area of high refractive index. And so we did that as well. Now, the ability to simulate light rays in a variable refractive index lens is particularly important when we're doing cloud simulations and stuff like that, where light's going through some sort of plane of variable density. But for static ray tracing, this isn't usually the case. Usually you just have some sort of refractive index that's constant throughout the medium. So what did we do at the end of the day's stream yesterday? What? Just pretend I spoke English there. Pretend that whatever I just said made sense. Okay, so what we did yesterday is we did this both with a time-stepping method, where we assumed that time was just moving forward and light was moving forward one step at a time. And then after that, we did it with an interaction-based method, which is what's used in typical ray tracing. So the idea here would be that we have a whole bunch of light sources starting from some location, and then we just kind of calculate how much time is needed before it intersects with the next point. Or rather, where is this next point here? And then after we find that next point, we then basically just move our ray to that next point and we calculate the point after that. And that's kind of what we do. So the idea here is that we have, instead of calculating, step, we just do one big step from here to the point that it intersects with a new place. Now again, this only works if your refractive index is constant, which is what we're doing for the purposes of these simulations that are coming up next. Everybody knows my screw, and also GBPRZ. Thank you guys so much for following. Really appreciate it. So I think this is kind of where we're at yesterday. So we talked about the interaction-based method, and we did two different ways of approaching this. One, we did a geometrical interpretation, and then after that, we did a what is it called when you do negative b plus or minus? Quadratic. And then we did a quadratic approach as well, so that we had a good understanding of it. So quadratic. Now that we have these kind of sort of working, the next steps, plural, are to do the following. So one, we have to make sure that we can actually do ray tracing properly. So the next thing I want to do is find spherical aberration in our image. Aberration. Okay. The next thing I want to do is basically make it so we can transform our light into a proper image, and I'll explain what I mean with that when we get there. The idea, quite simply, is that right now we have the light kind of traced out in a vectorized form, but for standard ray tracing, we don't really think of light in a vector. We think of it as, we need to think of it more diffuse. We need to make it so it's output into an image to have like a whole bunch of light rays instead of just the set of light rays that we have now. 3, we have to add color. And then kind of an auxiliary 4 here. We need to talk about how to parallelize this, but that might be done tomorrow. There's actually a lot to unpack with this particular topic. So I think we might be able to get these 3 done today, each of which taking about 2 hours, and that's kind of the hope. Hello. Yeah, hey, how are you, TS Jost? I hope you're having a great day. Did I already say that? I might have already said that. Similar one, similar term, similar Julia VI. What if we made a complex index of refraction? We actually talked about that when we did the previous visualizations of our in C++, and I don't remember what we said when we did that. I think the complex index of refraction was something that we might have considered doing with metamaterials or something like that. I don't remember. 5 years ago, I was super into optics because I was doing my PhD and I just started talking about optics and stuff like that. So I knew a lot more back then than I do now. I'm incredibly rusty. Let me get a little bit more water. We will probably not be talking about kernel abstractions with the parallelizability. And the reason I don't want to talk about kernel abstractions is because, again, what I'm doing here will be a lecture or something like that. It will turn into a lecture for an undergraduate course. And I am somewhat afraid that if we introduce, I'm almost positive kernel abstractions would be a bit too much for this course. That said, we've done some pretty complicated things in this course. I feel like if you've been following along with the MIT course 18S191 on computational thinking, you'll know that the difficulty curve goes like way up and then way down and then way up again. It's kind of a weird thing. I'm not really sure, like what the level is actually for this course. So I don't know. It's kind of weird. Okay, so moving on, I did want to say that for the past few days, I did a 6-hour stream on Saturday, a 7-hour stream yesterday on Sunday, and I'll probably be doing another long stream today. I'm interested to hear what you guys have to say about doing these kind of longer streams. I'm sure most people are okay with it. Viewership has been slightly up when I'm doing these longer streams, so I figure most people probably just prefer longer streams on Twitch. That's what people like. But of course, if you guys have comments about it, because I do realize the tone is slightly different, I'm a little bit less excited during these streams just because it's just a lot of stuff that you have to consider and keep on your mind for a long period of time. So again, just let me know what you guys think about it. Has the course covered hash maps and dictionaries? I don't think it has, so far as I'm aware. The truth is the course is more on computational. Okay, so the course is supposed to be a mix between mathematics, computational science, computer science, and kind of more software engineering. So that was kind of the idea. But truth be told, it's kind of more on the computational science side. I really wish it was on the more on the computer science side, so we could cover more, I guess you could say, interesting topics or topics of different caliber. I don't know how to put this. The point is that most of the time when we're covering things, like we only covered graphs for like one lecture and we're not coming back to it. And that to me is a really big disservice to the students taking this course, because graphs and tree traversal and all this kind of stuff are incredibly important. But anyway, it's fine. I'm not the one running this course. I'm just helping with it. So the difficulty depends on the exam. Yeah, I actually don't even know what we're doing for exams, if I'm being totally and completely honest. I know what we're doing for homework, but I have no idea what we're doing for exams. So, okay. I think that is all we need to say to get started with the ray tracing for today. Man, that looks like a very weird image now that I'm looking at it a few seconds after I drew it. I have no idea what I was... Okay, whatever. We're not going to come back to that image. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is just try to take the visualizations that we had yesterday and turn it into the spherical aberration picture up here. Yeah, hash maps are one of the most important computer science concepts in my opinion. Right, I also kind of agree with that. I've Soren, what is kernel abstractions? Good question, thank you so much for asking. So kernel abstractions. I'm going to notate it as KA. So kernel abstractions is a way to do heterogeneous computing. Now, when I say heterogeneous, genius, I mean computing, I mean that you write one function, right? So here's your function, and it compiles both to the CPU and the GPU. So this is a way in which you can do GPU computation in a relatively straightforward way and get automatic parallelism, or get a decent level of parallelism without too much trouble. So the idea is you'll write your function more or less like it's supposed to be run on the GPU, and then if you execute it on the CPU, it will work. This is actually really cool. It's one of those things that I really like Julia for. Admittedly, you know, it's kind of new. I think it came out basically at the start of this year, but it's you know, really changed the way in which I see coding in general, because now I can just write code that just works on the CPU and GPU at the same time. For those of you guys who may not be aware of my background, again, I got my PhD at the Okinawa Institute of Science and Technology doing, what was the title? Massively Parallel Split-Step Fourier Techniques for Simulating Quantum Systems on Graphics Processing Units. So I focused predominantly on techniques for simulating, you know, quantum simulations on the graphics processing unit. And generally what you have to do is you write code in CUDA, and then if you wanted to execute on the CPU, you then have to rewrite it in C++ or some other language, right? So CUDA is kind of a variant of C++. So in general, you can have the code written in the same language, but you still have to write two completely different functions for the CPU and GPU. Being able to write one function for both is incredibly useful. And that's why kernel abstractions is such an interesting tool. Okay, so that's that. I am kind of pitching kernel abstractions a bit. So let me just go ahead and give you guys the link there to kernel abstractions.julia. I'll give you a link to the GitHub page here so you can take a look at it. Again, it is like most Julia things, it is a little bit lacking documentation, but that's okay. It will, I was intending to actually do a couple, not courses, but a couple like short lessons on how to use kernel abstractions for a bunch of people, but I never really got there because I just didn't get there because I've been busy with other things. So like getting a ray tracing example working for this course that we're teaching. Now again, I am going in like a lot of depth for this ray tracing stuff that we probably don't need to go into if I'm being totally and completely honest, but you know, I'm happy enough to do it because I need to refresh my memory on how this stuff is done anyway. Okay, so let me just go over here and we're going to move this to that desktop and that over there. And now we're going to open up a new terminal and cd into projects, Simuleos, geometrical optics. Again, I'm just going to have an old visualization playing in the upper left-hand corner. So there's some sort of visual flair on screen. And let's just run mpv loop 0 out .mp4. Actually, why not? Let's just leave it like that. Perfect. Okay. So what you're seeing here in this visualization is a variable refractive index lens. So starting here, the refractive index is shown in blue on the inside of this lens. So the idea is that if it's light blue, it's low density. If it's dark blue, it's high density. Or maybe the other way around. Maybe light blue is high density, whereas dark blue is low density. I don't really remember. The point is we have a whole bunch of rays of light coming in and entering this lens, and then it does a bunch of different things. Some of it will reflect off the surface. Others will come in and kind of do various things where eventually it will reflect at an inner surface in here. The parameter up here is shifting, and as it gets higher and higher, basically the frequency gets lower and lower, and eventually we start to see that all the rays of light just come in and do weird things. So this visualization will just be playing in the corner, just as something to be playing in the corner. Never having programmed for a GPU, does it require a lot of algorithmic changes because different memory architecture, or is the main work in translating the flavor of C libraries? I was just on the GPU call and might have a project that might use kernel abstractions, and I might use it to rewrite my ray marcher. Yeah, so kernel abstractions is definitely, I would say, the right way to redo your ray marching scheme. Okay, so let's talk about the difference between CPU and GPU computing before going any further, because otherwise I'm not going to attack that question. So we'll say CPU over here and GPU. Okay, and let me just draw a line between the two of them. Okay, so I come from this land. I in general write code that works on a GPU. However, most people write code that works on a CPU, right? This is what they typically write code for. Now the CPU has few cores, But the cores are very powerful, whereas the GPU has many cores, but the cores are very weak, which basically means that if you're going to write code for the CPU, you'll typically write code in an iterative way, because it has very few cores, but they can do a lot of stuff. So basically, each core will do one thing, and then the next thing, and the next thing, and the next things. And the cores are so strong that they can just knock through each item. 1, 2, 3, 4. They can just iterate through. You don't want to do that on a GPU. Because if you have a bunch of processes that rely on previous steps, so you're going 1, 2, 3, 4, well, that has to be mapped to one core, because you need the data from the last step to move on to the next step, right? Which means if you put it on the GPU, which is a whole bunch of really, really weak cores, it's going to basically go through 1, 2, 3, 4 in a very slow way. It just has to go through each step much slower than your CPU. On the other hand, because the GPU has so many cores, it can do a lot of things in parallel, a lot of things at the same time. So for example, if instead of doing an iterative process, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you can parallelize it, so all 5 of those steps can be done without touching any of the other steps in the queue or any of the other steps in the list, then you can put it on the GPU, and each one of those can be done much faster, because they're all done at the same time as the other steps. So that's the big difference between the CPU and GPU. And the GPU, you really have to grapple with the idea of how you're going to parallelize your system. Whereas on the CPU, you don't have to do that as much. Nowadays, because, Ryzen and all this stuff, there's a lot of CPUs with many cores, you do have to think about parallelism more. But the GPU, the big difference is that you really do have to focus on that parallelism from the get-go. The other thing is that GPUs have much less memory. So you tend to have to really think about where your memory sits on the system. And also the GPU has a different memory hierarchy. So the idea is you really have to consider, is this memory going to be shared between all of these individual threads? Is it going to be shared between the whole system? All this kind of stuff. You have to think about a lot of things on the GPU dealing with this memory that you typically have to do on the CPU. So it is more than just translating to a different flavor of a C library. It's more about finding a new way to write your algorithm so it does things in parallel, and it minimizes memory transfer between GPUs, between cores, and stuff like that. So there's a lot of things that you have to consider. Melo5, thank you so much for following. Freeman7, GPU compute is much different since you run all iterations of your loop in parallel, and each GPU core has some index to know which iteration is running. That is correct if you can parallelize the loop. A lot of times you can't parallelize the loop, which is why, So for example, things that are bad on the GPU would be iterative So things that are bad on the GPU, iterative and recursive properties. So these things are bad on the GPU. On the CPU, I would argue that parallelism, parallel tasks, just parallel. Now, okay, just for the record, the CPU can still do parallel tasks. I'm not saying that it can't do parallel tasks. I'm just saying that GPUs are better at doing those parallel tasks. So in general, if you can do something that can be easily split up, it's embarrassingly parallel, it's easy to cut up into little chunks and have each chunk do its own thing, you want that on the CPU. You want that on the GPU. If you cannot split it up into easy chunks, as are the case with iterative and recursive things, then you want that on the CPU. I'm sorry, that was kind of a bit of a long description, but that's about the best I can do for now. Coppercasted, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. Let me get some water. Okay, so that's my, again, just kind of quick guide to the difference between the CPU and GPU. CD Projekt Simuleos, and then Raytracing, and then we're going to go over here, CD Projekt Simuleos, Raytracing. Boyrods, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. Okay, so let me go over here, run Julia. Sorry about that. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at what we have here. So we have two files in here. We have geometric one. Oh, these are some of the notes from yesterday. Okay, we have two files in here. We have 2d.jl here and 2dtimestepping.jl here. 2dtimestepping.jl is the one that we did yesterday, where we basically allowed for variable refractive index lenses 2D.jl is the one we also did yesterday, where we dealt with that interaction case. Again, the idea is the light starts at some point, it moves over to another point, and we basically just check, when it interacts with the sphere. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a bunch of rays of light, and I'm going to try to recreate spherical aberration. And that's what we'll do. So let's see. CPU SIMD is like miniature GPU. Yeah, essentially, yeah. CPU has a couple big strong hands. GPU has a ton of baby hands. Oh no. That is a cursed way to put it. I'm now imagining like like what are they called? One of those lines, so like one of those manufacturing lines where you have a whole bunch of workers and they're all doing their thing, right? And so the CPU, you've got like 8 workers. They all like, one of them will like put the tires on the car. The next one will like put the doors on the car. The next one will, I don't know, put the horn in the car, something like that. And that's the CPU version. On the GPU version, you've just got hundreds of babies all just kind of like throwing their hands just at the car. I don't know how to make that make sense, but like it's some sort of manufacturing line. CPU is like 4 professors, and a GPU is like 1,000 first graders. In some ways, I guess that's right. Okay, so let's go into VI 2D.jl, and we'll talk about the very last thing that we wrote yesterday, which was this intersection test. Basically, the idea here was that we were testing to make sure that both of our intersection methods, with the intersection via geometry and the intersection via quadratic equations, both worked as expected. And so now we have, I think we can just do yank and paste in here, close that, and then this. And so if I include 2D.jl and I run intersection test, we should get that all the tests pass. Flake Webby and Deja Vu Loop, thank you guys so much for following, really appreciate it. And again, guys, I am looking for feedback on the stream. If you guys have comments, questions, concerns, again, I've said that like 3 times or 4 times already in stream. Let me know. I am going to be trying to do longer streams, so I don't know what that means for like the... My point is that I can't do like long 6 or 7 hour streams. That's just impossible for me to do every day of the week. But I can do them on weekends. And also during days of the week, I can try to do maybe 4-hour streams. It's hard to do every day. And I can't do that on Wednesday, which is why Wednesdays will be specifically writing Wednesdays, where we're only going to do 2 hours on Wednesday. But I can do it for a lot of the other days in the week. I will share this to prove the point. Okay, let's see what this is. Right. Yeah, I've seen this before. It's actually a pretty interesting demo. Babies, James, we can't have babies on the factory line. Well, right, but that's, legally you can't. But like, we're talking about like in a conceptual universe where anything can happen, you could potentially have babies on an assembly line, like that could happen. Okay. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. Like, I'm not saying you should, I don't know. Like, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Let's just keep going. So we're just going to run intersection test here, and we should see everything pass. Yeah, so 12 pass tests, so that means it works. So what was this that we just ran? I will explain it, and then we will keep going. So here's our lens. Actually, let me make the lens blue. What we did here is we actually shot a bunch of rays at this lens, all of which would test basic things just to make sure that, the code was working. So we did one ray that kind of kissed the bottom of the lens. We did another ray that went right through it, another ray that started in the lens and left, another ray that was just going off in a completely other direction, and then we had a few other rays. But the point was, we created a bunch of rays that all did different things just to test to make sure that our intersection points were correct. And the idea was, every single time we did this, we wanted to go from the origin of the ray over here to the point at which it intersects the lens. If it doesn't, like in the case of this ray over here, we want it to return nothing. If it does, we want it to return, if it does intersect with the lens, we want to return the point relative to the initial point. So that was kind of the idea. Not having babies in the assembly line is ageist. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have brought this up, and I do apologize for that. So we tested all of these different cases just to make sure it worked. And now we should be able to go ahead and run some simulations where we just kind of follow rays of light. do the spherical aberration case, and that's it. Is a lens a sphere? In this case, yes, the lens is a sphere. We could probably do other shapes. In fact, abstracting onto other shapes is something that I didn't even talk about today. I just assumed that we'd be doing straight spheres. But maybe we put that as a number 5 in here, because I think that might be the least important case, because I think explaining how to get all of the normals and stuff like that for the different shapes is kind of a pain. So again, I guess I don't know how to notate this, but we'll say different shapes. But actually, maybe when we talk about colors, we also want to talk about shapes then. Because in principle, when we're adding colors, right, each object could have not only a color that's associated with said object, but it could also have a type of reflectivity and transmission associated with that shape. So I think we're going to put it down twice. We're going to have it down 3 when we talk about color. And then we're also going to talk about maybe other arbitrary shapes is what I'm going to say down here. Arbitrary shapes. Shapes at this point. Why nothing and not nans? Type stability. We could have done nans. I just did nothings because if I can prevent nans from propagating in my code, I'm going to do what I can to prevent nans from propagating through my code. That's just a simple answer for me. I tend to prefer using nothings, but it's a preference more than anything else. Okay. So I'm going to create a new function in here, which I'm just going to call, I don't know what I'm going to call it. I guess I'm just going to call it function parallel propagate, like we had before and here. And again, I'm just going to create a bunch of arrays that just go horizontally, like in this image in here, they go horizontally towards our lens. And we should see, again, that spherical aberration image that I showed just a second ago. Okay. So I guess let's just read in the number of rays. So num rays, this is going to be an int. In fact, we probably don't need to cast that onto an int. So we want the number of rays, and then we want the number of intersections. Sections. This is going to be the number of objects that our rays hit before they stop propagating. And then I suppose I also want a box size or something like that. Just to say if our rays of light go beyond this box size, we just stop letting them propagate anymore. Something like that. So we're going to say, how about box size, which I'm just going to set as a tuple or something like that. Well, okay. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. So we did do a parallel propagate command before. I think I also have the plot rays function in here. Yeah, so we already have the ability to plot everything. So in principle, we should just be able to create a bunch of rays of light, create a lens, and then say it interacts n times, and that'd be it. And so we'll see how this goes. So we already have the ability to find when a rays of light intersect with the lens. So now we just have to do the appropriate refraction events, and potentially reflection events. And yeah, that'll be it. Okay, so let's start by creating all of our rays of light. So we're going to say, I don't know why I just did that. Rays are going to be equal to, I guess it's just going to be an array of rays. Now, I did this previously in the other code that we have. So let me just open up a new terminal, huge, and put this up here, over there just a little bit. Sure, that'll do. Move this down. Okay, now I'm going to cd into project, Simuleos, and then Raytracing, else here, and let's go into vi2d timestepping.jl, move down here, and we're basically going to be creating a similar function to what we have in here. Okay. Hey Marco Dev, how are you? I hope you're having a great day. So what I did before is I said we're going to have a bunch of rays, and they're going to be defined like this. That should be fine. So it's going to be ray, then it's going to be... let's see, how am I doing this again? So ray before is defined as n is going to be the number of intersections in this case. Okay, so now we have to define our lens. I think I'm just going to say lens is going to be equal to just this guy in here, just a lens there. And I also need to make sure, do I need anything but the lens size? I think not. I think I can just do that. Let me see what I have for lens in this code. Lens has a point, a radius, and an index of refraction. So we'll set the index of refraction to be 1.5. That's a little bit stronger than glass, a little bit weaker than water. Rona and Celeste, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Okay, so now we have our rays, we have our lens. Our lens is going to be at location 10, 6. So I guess in this case, we want our box size to be like, I don't know, 15, 12 or something. So it's like big this way and then maybe not as big this way. We'll kind of figure it out. And now I guess I need to create a new function for propagating. Function propagate. And in this case, let's see, what was I doing in here? So I had it so it read in the rays, which are going to be a type vector of rays. Okay, now I do need to think about this again for just a second. I have mirrors and lenses. I think I will read in lenses, plural, which will be a vector of lens. And then also we want the number of intersections. So I'm going to put this down on the next line. And then we want, I think that's it. I think that's all we need. What is this for and what is this running on? So this is what we're working on right now is a basic ray tracing example for a class I'm teaching at MIT, the 18S191 course on computational thinking. You can find it on the Julia Programming Language YouTube channel. And what is it running on? Right now it's just running on my local computer. And the hope is that, it will be running on anyone's local computer, right? Like the hope is that, you can run this on your laptop or something like that. The image that you see in the upper left-hand corner was also run on my computer. That took a long time to render because I was really bad at making visualizations at the time, but it was done like 5 years ago. We can make a new image later. It's just that I kind of like it. It's kind of, whenever people come in and ask what you're doing, it's like, I can quickly point to it, be like, here's a nice visualization we made a few years ago of ray tracing. We're doing something like this and explain how it's different than that visualization before. Let me get some water. Okay, so let me see. Okay, then we have plot rays afterwards. So here we're going to do lenses again. And we're going to say this and that. Okay, and then we plotted the rays afterwards. So let's just do that as well. So plot rays. Let's see. What is the end goal of this? So again, the end goal here is that we're creating a lecture for the MIT course. That's basically the end goal. I don't know what else to tell you other than that. I would like also to have an algorithm archive chapter and also, a good YouTube video on my own channel and stuff like that. But I am becoming less and less positive that can happen because it's looking like we're going to need another 30 to 40 hours of work before I would be happy with the ray tracing method that we're doing here. And I'd be happy enough to put this onto my own channel. So, this is probably not going to turn into a YouTube video on my own channel. It does kind of frustrate me a bit because, like, again, look, first of all, I'm happy that I have a job that lets me do this kind of stuff because it is really cool. Secondly, though, it is kind of frustrating because I'm now spending all of my free time working on this class when I want to be spending all my free time working on something that actually helps my career. And this class doesn't help my career at all, So it's one of those things that, I don't know. It's a bit frustrating. So I'm just going to use the plot rays command in here. Again, I guess I have the file name being read in here. So let's go ahead and read that in as an optional argument. Down here, file name is going to be equal to, again, we're just going to check.png. I'm not going to worry about it so much. Okay. How do you do ray tracking when material parameters change smoothly? It's not like the light is straight line anymore. Yeah, so in that case, you can kind of treat each step as going through the lens. So each step is kind of going through a new lens and stuff like that. So that's kind of the idea. What we're doing up here is we do have the material properties changing smoothly. And the idea is every single time step, the light moves forward in some sort of Cartesian space, and it has some sort of previous index that it goes through. You essentially do the same thing you do with time stepping there, where you do some sort of way to basically track that change in refractive index, so that you can have light bending towards the normal as you would expect. I think this class will help your career. Yeah, Bacheleo is kind of a bit mean sometimes, but it's fun. As far as this class helping my career, it really doesn't, like, in any way, shape, or form. Like, there's no way for this to help my career. So basically solving an ODE discretized in time. Yeah, that's exactly what you're doing. Solving an ODE discretized in time with some sort of n value as a function of r, as opposed to n being a constant, where n is your refractive index. Again, the reason this course doesn't help my career, though, is essentially because, okay, let's say I continue in academia. This course doesn't help that because it just doesn't. I already have more teaching than I need. And this isn't really, like, I'm just kind of one of the many lecturers here, so it's not like I even put the whole curriculum together. And let's say I'm not continuing academia. Again, this course doesn't help me because it's not, what I could be doing instead is building stuff up that actually advances my online content, you know, like YouTube or something like that. And really the best I can do is do Twitch streams. So it's not really helping there either, if I'm being honest. Do you plan to stay in academia or go into industry, or are you like interested in AR, VR stuff? Where could you like work at, where could you work at like Facebook doing cool Oculus stuff? I'm gonna be honest, I'm not interested in AR or VR stuff. I'm really not interested in any of the standard industry fare. If I'm going to leave academia, I'm going to leave academia on my own terms, and I'm just going to focus exclusively on my online content. That's just where it's going to go. I really don't care about virtual reality at all. Like, don't get me wrong, it's probably very cool, but it just doesn't, it's not interesting to me. The only thing that's interesting to me is like learning new algorithms and stuff like that. So the reason I want to leave academia is because academia is, in my opinion, a very poor place to do research nowadays. If you want to get actual research done, I genuinely feel that academia will slow you down more than it will speed you up. So I would leave and just do my own independent research. That's what I would do. As far as do I plan to stay, I really don't intend to stay. I intend to do independent research as of this time next year or something like that. So that's why I'm saying that this course really doesn't help me, because again, it's not really useful for anything that I'm doing right now. So I'm going to I need to think about this. We did not do an intersection with a mirror, which is probably something that I should do. I should probably have an intersection with a mirror, but for now we're just going to do intersection with the lens. So let's just do rays and lenses, and let's make it so our plot rays command doesn't have the concept of a mirror for now. So we're just going to do the $ in here, and then we're just not going to have we're going to have this commented out. Let's go there. What would speed you up though? Internet. I think it gets your face out for young people's, yes. No, so what would speed things up is okay, so right, you asked a very good question, and I suppose let's just dawdle on it for just a second before continuing, and let's talk about academia. I always do an academia rant, like almost every day, but that's okay. It's good that people are interested, and it's worth talking about. Also, Freeman, as far as it gets your face out, that's also false. I can get more views on my YouTube channel pretty quickly, and you could say that this is a collaboration with, 3 Blue and Brown or something like that, but even then, like, I get way more views. Like, the videos I've been putting on the Julia Programming YouTube channel have, first of all, been drastically different content than content that I feel, like, I just don't feel like it's been good content. Like, I'm just not gonna lie. I feel like the stuff I put out has not been good content. And also it's on the Julia YouTube channel. So the people that I'm getting are Julia people, and it's just a bunch of things that I'm not too happy with that. Anyway, Chisim, I cannot pronounce that name. I'm gonna call you Chisim. Thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Okay, so as far as academia is concerned, let's talk about what academia does. It teaches. And it does research. Well, we'll say teach and research. As an academic, these are your primary roles. All right. Okay, so here's the thing. I've learned, specifically with this course, that I really don't like teaching in academia. And the reason I don't like teaching is because teaching in academia is predominantly lecture courses. I don't like lecture courses. I think they're one of the least appropriate ways to transfer knowledge to people. I learned nothing from lectures. Lectures are not fun to teach. It's it's not good. Like, if you want to learn something, in my opinion, the best way to learn is to sit down with a book and just read through it and try to figure it out yourself. Now, that's for me. Like, that's my own personal, how I feel. Now, is that true for everyone? No, it's definitely not true for everyone. Some people learn very, very well from lectures. I'm just saying that for me personally, it's not my preferred style for either teaching or learning. On the other hand, research. Well, okay. When we talk about research, obviously academia is one of the premier ways in which people can do research, right? If you're a professor, you have the ability to run your own research lab. You have the ability to write papers and constantly get those papers out there, and stuff like that. But now let's talk about that really quick, because the big question is, where does funding come from? Well, funding usually comes from grants, right? So if you're doing research in academia, probably you're not doing so much research as you're doing grant writing, right? And not only are you doing more grant writing, but also you're probably struggling with the peer review process, which is great. I'm glad that we have it. But also there's a lot of weird things about publishing. Actually, instead of saying peer review, let me just put down publishing here. Because of the way academia is set up, you're in this kind of publish or perish cycle where you have to continually publish or else you lose your job. And so you're in this weird position where teaching, well, okay, you have to do lecture courses, which again aren't my preferred mode of teaching, but also they don't help you in your academic career. So basically teaching is a complete waste of time for most academics, because really the only metric that matters is how many papers you've published and how many citations those papers get. So because this is the only thing that matters, both of these guys are kind of a waste of time, but they're all both necessary parts of the process. So I guess my reason I want to leave academia right now, and I'm not saying that in the future this won't change, I'm saying that right now, grant writing, quite frankly, is less stable than YouTube funding. If I did YouTube, I could get more funding to run a bigger lab than I could with grant funding. So to me, it doesn't make sense for me to try to get money via the academic process when I could get more and have a more stable like working environment outside of it. On top of that, these lecture classes are not what I like to teach. So put those together and it's kind of like 2/3 of the things that you do as an academic are not things that I enjoy. Now, that said, completely, like all things said, academia is still a very good place to work. It's a very good place to do research and all that kind of stuff. All I'm saying is that for me personally, I've kind of been realizing that the style of academia is not for me. Let's see. I personally think that YouTube is more stable than academia. It may mean that academia gets you involved in a circle of a lot of specific people. What's the success rate when applying for a grant in the US? I don't really know. But I will say that you can apply for like 10 grants and you only really get one. It really depends on the grant though. Some of them and it also really depends on how you're applying for grants and stuff like that. Giving you a percentage of saying that let's say 20% of people are successful in getting this grant isn't exactly right, because we don't really know who's applying for those grants, right? Because it could be that you have a whole bunch of unqualified people applying for the grant. In which case, 20% success rate doesn't really mean anything, I think 20% is high though. This applies to people already in the game though, right? Yeah, it does apply for people already in the game. I would consider myself to be already in the game. And by game, I'm assuming we mean the academic game. As far as YouTube funding being more stable than academia, I genuinely feel that is the case. I know that a lot of YouTubers, they're like, hey, this funding isn't particularly good. And let me explain. When I say YouTube, I don't specifically mean YouTube. I mean all forms of online content. But I know personally a whole bunch of YouTubers, a whole bunch of people who make online content, not quite of a similar style, because I don't think anyone makes online content like I do, but we'll say similar enough style. And, they're making enough money to run their own labs and stuff like that. So, in my opinion, if you're able to run your own, basically media company off of the money that you're getting on online content, that's better than the majority of researchers who are only really able to sustain their research career based off of the backs of unpaid graduate students, unpaid undergraduates, and stuff like that. So I honestly feel that Yeah, that's why I think that YouTube is better. If you can run a company based on the online content, based on the amount of money that you get on online content, think about like Minute Earth, obviously 3 Blue and Brown. There's a lot of other content creators out there. Smarter Every Day. Again, there aren't so many people that are doing this, but I'm saying for me personally, it's more stable. For other people, maybe not. Let's see. This applies to, hey, Stream Sucks, how are you? Yeah, but you're not going to be Linus Tech Tips. Well, okay, right. I'm not going to be Linus Tech Tips because I don't want to be Linus Tech Tips. I totally understand that. But also, right. This is again for me personally. That content is paid by advertising, absolute garbage to people. Okay, right. So let's take that into consideration as well, right? So you're saying this money is given to you by advertising complete garbage to people. Okay, well, what is grant writing? But doing the same thing. You're basically advertising complete garbage to people and expecting them to pay you for it. Like that, because of the way the publish and perish cycle is done in academia, you're constantly writing papers that are probably of dubious quality, right? And so if you're writing papers of dubious quality and then you're asking for money to write more papers of dubious quality, it's kind of like, I mean, you're doing the same thing either way. And more than that, specifically when it comes to the content that I'm making and stuff like that, it does have a pretty good potential to be funded by other avenues, like, for example, Patreon or GitHub sponsors or something like that. Now, I botched GitHub sponsors this year specifically because I didn't have time to work on it because of my MIT job, which really sucks. And there's a lot of other things that really suck about where I'm at right now, and that's because I'm spending all of my free time doing more work for MIT. And it's a lot of stuff like that that really just, it frustrates me. I would like to be able to at least spend my free time working on stuff that actually advances me in some way, not just more work, And again, I'm not saying this job is bad. Like I said before, I'm very happy with the fact that I'm able to do things that I kind of like in my job. But for me personally, if it's between academia or online content right now has proven itself to be more stable than any of my academic funding has been. And it allows me to do more of what I like and maintain some sort of work-life balance. Also, isn't there a gap between scientific content versus entertainment of the viewers? Sometimes there are parts of your research that are technical and specific. No, that's totally correct. And this is something that I've been trying to balance recently, but I haven't really been doing a very good job of. But okay, so like for example, when I was doing my PhD, I actually did a lot of my research for the PhD live on Twitch. And there are ways to make what you're doing as a researcher actually engaging for a general audience, in my opinion. Now, of course, all of the more technical stuff will happen on Twitch and the algorithm archive. The more glossy stuff goes on YouTube, right? So the stuff that's really going to have general appeal, like, oh, this is the first time this has ever been done. Because remember, every time you do a new research project, you're doing something that no one has ever done before. There's a lot of marketable value to that. You just have to, marketable value. You just got to be able to sell that, right? And I'm not saying I'm doing a good job of that, but I am saying that there's potential there. And that's something that I would love to tap into. And very few people are, because right now, most of the people who are making online content, specifically educational content, they don't know that boundary of human knowledge, but I do, at least in some areas. So I can do things that other people can't. Online content creation and crowdsourcing works pretty well. The guy who's making the Rust game engine, Bevy, was able to quit his job as a senior developer at Microsoft and work full-time because of that. Right, so, okay. Again, the other thing here is that I'm in a particularly well-suited position to do this, specifically because, of a number of different things. The first thing I'm going to point out is that my research can be done with just a computer. Sure, okay, in principle, a supercomputer, but really just a computer is all I need for most of the work that I need to do. And then also I have enough academic collaborations that I can just collaborate with people who need to do the more complicated calculations. Being unique always sells? Right. So anyway, if I'm being honest, the question of am I continuing in academia? Right now, I want the answer to be no. I want to, at this point in time, quit my job and focusing exclusively on my online content. I also feel that focusing on online content for a few years would help my academic career as well if I want to go back. Because if I focus on online content, what am I going to do? I'm going to write the algorithm archive. And the algorithm archive is probably, if I keep focusing on it, going to turn into a resource that people use. Specifically, they use in classes. So it kind of all works for the better. again, when I'm saying that I'm not happy with spending my work time or my free time working, it's just because I'm burnt out. And I've been very burnt out, and I really want to be spending my free time working on things that actually help me and aren't just kind of more work. That's what I'm trying to say. And I do apologize if I'm not saying this in a very eloquent way. It's just something that I'm trying to explain, and is very hard, I think, to understand from an outside perspective. So the question is, why don't you quit your job? Well, right now, because the amount of money that I'm making on YouTube and online content is about a third of what I'm making at my postdoc. The real reason, though, is because my I don't exactly know where my significant other is going to be. So we're kind of in this weird position where we don't know where we're going, and because of that, we need someone with at least a somewhat stable job just to make sure. And then once that all kind of figures itself out, then we can move from there. I did the algorithm archive last year for university project. That's how I got here. Oh, cool. Yeah. Nice. I got burnt out in 2018, so I taught myself electrical engineering in 2019. Oh, super cool. Anyway, I'm going to skip this song because I don't like that song. Okay. So let's see. That's all I'm going to say. I'm sorry. That was a long rant. That was like a 15-minute rant. I do apologize for that. All about academia and where I'm going and all that kind of stuff. I talk about it a lot on stream. Obviously, I do enjoy answering questions and talking about this kind of stuff. I feel it's worth talking about, specifically for people like you guys who are probably, I mean, obviously you guys understand online content, right? I mean, you're here on Twitch, and you see a lot of people, doing online content full time. So the question is, is it worth dropping your full-time job to do online content? I mean, it's just a big question. I don't really know, but I think it's worth talking about because I think it's important that people see different perspectives. I found the rant interesting. Yeah, so that's why I do a lot of the rants. I feel like usually when I'm doing the rants, it's about something that I feel people could get some sort of merit about, or merit from. People could get some sort of, I don't know what I'm trying to say here. People could get something out of. That was the hope, and I'm hoping that someone got something out of that. Okay. So now we can go back to coding. So we have the ability to plot our rays, which should just work, I think. So now let's go up and create our propagate command. And also let's go ahead and update all of our intersections here. Yeah, okay, no, I know what we're gonna do. Okay, so the idea here is that we are going, value, that was the word I was looking for. So what we're gonna do for our propagate function is we're just going to have every single ray move forward and interact with some object. And then once it interacts with some object, we'll then make it move forward and interact with the next object. And that's just how we're going to do it. So hopefully this will work out okay. We'll see. So I guess we're just going to say, oh man, I'm kind of a bit, that rant made me a little bit out of it. Oh man, I'm getting a lot of messages. Let me see. Okay, so, right. There's technically a meeting at work that I had forgotten about, but I'm not going to do it because, again, like, it's technically a day off and I don't really care. I'm also a little bit jaded, just to be totally, completely honest. So, there's some of that too. Okay, so propagate. I guess what we're going to say is for ray in rays, and actually I'm going to say for I equals 1 to length of rays in here and there. Then we're just going to find the intersection point, and we're going to go from there. So let's go. I implemented a Lundberg lens in Rust today, writing all ray tracing graphics and linear algebra myself using no libraries. Oh, cool. Yeah, Lundberg lens is one of my favorites of the variable refractive index lenses. Let's go here, paste. If you aren't jaded, are you a robot? Oh, that's quite nice. Yeah. What did you do for the plotting? Is this in NuPlot or probably not in NuPlot, right? Writing all the graphics and linear algebra myself. Oh, okay, so you did the graphics yourself as well. Interesting. Yeah, cool. I'm currently reading the algorithm archive. It's made beautifully. Are you gonna make it part of a make a part about genetic algorithms? Man, I want to. Like, the truth is, there are so many algorithms that I want to cover that we have covered on Twitch that I have not been able to turn into YouTube videos or algorithm archive chapters. Like, I mean, just look at this. I'm gonna go here I'm just going to write and quit really quick. I know the code isn't going to work. Just give me a second. I'm going to ls back directory. So this is a set of all of the things that I want to make content about that we have done on Twitch that I have not yet been able to make algorithm archive chapters about. So affinity propagation is kind of like k-means clustering. It's something that we use to kind of find clusters in data sets. There's another set, maybe 10 or so algorithms at most in the archive. Barnes Hut is for galaxy simulations. The split operator method we have done a chapter about. Color quantization, complexity notation, we need to talk about. Computus, again, we have, but we haven't made a video about. Convolutions, we need to do better. DMRG, people, I have videos on YouTube for DMRG, Dense Matrix Renormalization Group. There's no one that covers DMRG appropriately. It's important. It's really, really important that someone does, because there's a lot of people who need DMRG for their research, but no one does it because it's hard. So domain coloring, I think have we done domain coloring? Yeah, we did do domain coloring. Easter algorithm will be the same as Computus. Epidemic algorithms, again, I just want to make a chapter about it. Euclid, Euler, finite difference time domain, FFTs, I need to redo that one. Flood fill for, like, almost all of these. How many are these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're going to say probably about 40. I'm going to say about 40 different algorithms that we've done on Twitch that I really want to make chapters about on the algorithm archive, but I haven't been able to because I haven't had time. And that's the unfortunate case. We've done all the heavy lifting, but because I don't have time to do the final step, we're in a position now where we have, again, literally 40 algorithms just here that I haven't really been able to turn into a chapter yet. And it's really frustrating. And this is why, again, I really want to spend time doing it, but I can't. That's how I found out about Twitch stuff, DMRG. Right, yeah, there's a lot of, I mean, when you're doing specifically like, how do I put this? When you're doing quantum physics, at some point you're going to hit DMRG in your research. When I say quantum physics, let me specify that. Let me say quantum system simulation, because this is maybe a bit different than quantum information, or maybe a bit different than high energy physics. But if you're doing quantum simulation, you're probably going to run into DMRG, and it's really important so that you can have like a very quick, intuitive grasp for DMRG. And we got far enough that we had an intuitive grasp of it. We just didn't share it with people. And so now I've completely forgotten everything. Stephen White's preliminaries for DMRG on YouTube is amazing though. It's the only lecture I've loved so far. Oh cool, yeah, maybe we'll look into that. PNG is Swiss Army knife of image formats. TIFF is the Ivy League of image formats. Huh? Don't use BMP because Microsoft format. It outputs into a BMP format. Oh, I see. Can you do it? You can do it in less, usually in the form of object.write. You can output PNG in 20 lines of code. What's DMRG? So DMRG it's called Dense Matrix Renormalization Group. Essentially, when you're simulating a quantum system, you have the ability to simulate a particular type of material known as a particular set of atoms known as fermions. These fermions have flips, so it's like up and down flips. Basically, they have like positive and negative kind of spin associated with them. And the idea is you're doing kind of a simulation of all of these spin flips. Now, DMRG is actually used more regularly in other areas. That's just a very base algorithm is on that. It's been years since I covered it, so I don't really know, I don't really remember much more than that, which is why I really, really wish I would have spent the time to actually like do it correctly back in the day, but I didn't. So anyway, I guess long story short, what I'm saying is, going back to the discussion we just had about, my future in academia, out of academia, all this kind of stuff, I just wanted to say that there's a lot of stuff that we've done that no one else has done, and I really want to just, I want to turn it into my career, because we've done so much stuff, I see my favorite channel, send a bit. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I'm happy that we are your favorite channel. And by we, I mean me and chat. But yeah, I hope you're having a great day. Thank you so much for the bits. Okay, so let's get back to the ray tracing stuff and move down here. And so I guess what we're gonna do is for every ray. Okay, so we need to find, how are we gonna do this? I guess we're gonna say the rays will at some point intersect with a wall. So I guess we need to calculate if the next thing it's going to intersect with is a wall. Or we need to say, okay, so here's the issue, right? So we've got our lens. So here's our lens, right? And we've got a bunch of rays of light. You know, some of them are going towards the lens, but maybe another ray is just going over here for some reason. I don't know. It doesn't interact with the lens. Who knows? Okay, in that case, it's going to intersect with a wall, right? Maybe down here. So the question is, how do I know if the next thing this ray of light is going to intersect with is a wall? Or if it's going to be the lens? That's my question, and I don't really know. So I guess we need to say, we need to have this concept of all of the objects in our simulation, and then we just need to say, I guess we need to say, this ray of light is going to look for all of the objects. This is going to be really dumb, but this is how I might do it for now. This ray of light will ask if it's going to interact with any of the objects, right? And if the next object interacts with is this wall over here, then we just say, okay, that's done. It's hit the wall. We're just going to assume that it's just a really dense black wall and it just absorbs all the light, and that's it. When it hits that wall. So I guess we query all of the possible interactions. I feel like there has to be a better way to do this. Oh, in fact, I know there's a better way to do this. We know that this is moving in this direction. So I suppose what we do is we query any objects in the direction that it's moving in. Okay, but for now, I guess we query any object, and then we figure out how to query any object in the direction it's moving in. Okay. Hey, Loca Padre, how are you? I hope you're having a great day. All right, let me get another sip of water. Yeah, this is getting more complicated. The time-stepping method was relatively straightforward, again, because we just have rays of light moving in some direction. This gets more complicated because we need to think about how these rays interact with other objects. So, I guess in that case, I want to set up a set of mirrors. Or maybe I create a new... Maybe I create a new object type called a wall, which is like a mirror. Well, let's see. What do we have here? Okay, so we're going to go up here. We have the this idea, this concept of a mirror. And the mirror has n, which is going to be a vector of float 64, which is going to be its normal vector, the position of the mirror, and then it has the mirror size, which is going to be some sort of scale. Then it has some sort of constructor, which basically says if you create a mirror with n and p, its scale is just going to be 2.5. Now, the reason I did this is because technically all mirrors are of infinite size, and the scale is really only for plotting. I think maybe what I want to do is I want to create a new abstract type wall end, I think is what I need to do here. And then I want to say this is within the type wall. I think this is appropriate syntax. I don't know. So let's open up our Julia REPL again. And let's just Control D, run Julia again. And let's just see what happens if we go down here and we create a set of mirrors. And we just see if we can plot that mirror. Because everything should be the same as before. So we're going to propagate. So the mirrors is going to be here. There. Oh, you. Okay. So we have the set of mirrors. It's just going to be one mirror at the bottom. And the idea is when we plot this, we should get a circle for the lens, and we should get a mirror at the bottom of the image. Okay, so we plot rays. These rays are not going to have any position yet. They're going to be, yeah, they're going to be just all at 0, 0. So we're not going to worry too much about that. So we want lenses, and then we want mirrors. Okay, so let's go up to plot rays again. Should be here. Yep, let's comment this back in. And now let's go here and just do mirrors of type vector mirror. Write this, go down to the bottom. And we are not propagating, we're just plotting. So we're just going to create the rays, create the lenses, create the mirrors, and plot them. Okay, so if we include 2d.jl, hopefully this runs. And then we should just be able to plot everything just to make sure everything kind of works at that level. Give it just a second, it's pre-compiling plots. Okay, so now if we try parallel propagate, it should be, we want the number of interactions just to be, we'll say 1, I don't know, it doesn't really matter. And we'll do 10 rays. We don't have a DT in this case, so we're just gonna remove that, and that should run. Okay, no method mentioning parallel propagate, int64. Oh, we also need a box size, and the box size is gonna be, I'm just gonna set it to be, the size of the box in the X direction we'll say is gonna be 15 maybe, and the size in the Y direction is gonna be 10 or something. Sure. Ray number not defined, fair enough. Let me move this mirror slightly, so it's here. And then what did it say? It said ray number not defined. That was because I called it num rays. Let me change that to ray number so it's consistent. Okay, so ray number here, and now we're going to try it again. Include parallel propagate. Mirror is not defined. That's because I'm dumb. All right, try that again. Include parallel propagate. New method plot rays, array, lens. Oh, I got the lenses and mirrors mixed up. Thanks for that. Oh, did I also do it wrong there? Thank you for that. Sorry about the sneeze. Plot rays. Sure. Mirrors, that's fine. Okay, so we're gonna try include parallel propagate. Okay, it seems to be doing something. Are you typing something? Because it seems to be off screen, at least for me. I don't know what you were talking about. I'm so sorry. I think everything was on screen. Let me run the last mirage, check.png. Yeah, so we see a circle and we have a mirror and all of our rays are down here at 0, 0. They haven't moved or anything. That's fine. Okay. It's a VI effect. Wait, no, but seriously, were you not able to see anything? I'm a bit confused. Could you update me? You should be able to see me typing something. Was it, wait, maybe the very last line is like in the Julia REPL? Can you see that? 1 second. Oh, you might not be able to see my very last line in the Julia REPL. 1 second. So that should be right. I have to move it up 2. 1 second. No, wait, up 1. There. Up 1 as well here. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Right, sorry about that. The problem is that my resolution is 16 by 10, whereas your resolution is 16 by 9. So there's actually a tenth of my screen at the bottom that I just have to move up so you guys can see everything. And I accidentally moved it 1 pixel too low last time. So, or at the start of stream, or 1 pixel too high. I don't know what I'm trying to say. It just didn't move as far. Okay, so now we have the idea of all the walls. We have the idea of all of the mirrors. So let's see, how do we want to do this? I think what I'm going to say now is I'm going to have a set of walls here, which is going to be of type vector wall. And I think I'm going to have to move that down to the next line. So let's just move that down to the next line now. Sure. Grab this. There. Okay, that didn't work. You try that again. Paste that. Right, okay. So now we have the set of walls, $$ here. Okay. Now what do we have? We have function propagate, which is gonna be rays, vector ray, lenses. Then we have vector lens, all the walls that we're reading in. So I should be able to, after we define the lenses and mirrors, I should be able to go in here and just do propagate on the rays. And then we do lenses, mirrors, and then the number of interactions, which I called number of intersections. Okay, write that. By the way, stream sucks, thanks for that. I did not realize that was the issue. So, okay. In principle, this should run. Let me just check to make sure. Include parallel propagate. Okay, so no mathematic propagate. Array lens mirror 1. Okay, right. Because for some reason, even though mirror is a subtype of wall, I thought, okay, so this might be me learning some more about the Julia type system. I thought because mirror was a subset of type wall, I could just say we have a bunch of walls, which is a vector of walls, and that apparently didn't work. Because mirrors, but mirror is a subtype of walls. Okay, maybe I need to do, maybe I need to do some where t thing. So let me go here, and let's do propagate. It's gonna be vector of w. And then out here, we're gonna say where, I think it's w is subtype of wall, maybe? Let's try that again. Okay, so that one worked. Yeah, okay. So just make sure, let's go ahead and remove Mirage, or remove, what am I removing here? Give me just a second. We want to remove check.png, and now we're going to take a look at this in Mirage. Okay. Right. So, not exactly sure what happened there. Let's go down here and let me comment this out. Try this again, include. Now we're going to run parallel propagate, run mirage check.png. Okay, so that worked. So why when we run it through this function, does it not work? Include 2D, parallel propagate. Let's try mirage check.png. Oh, okay, it's working now. Let me just remove that file again. Maybe I'm just dumb. And now we're trying parallel propagate, and we're taking a look at it. Okay, so it is working. Good. Okay, so we have our lens, and we go for there. A graph for ants. What do you mean, a graph for ants? Sorry about that. Okay. So now we have the ability to propagate. We have the concepts of walls. We have the concepts of lenses. In principle, the lenses will be abstracted out to be spheres or something like that. So we'll have spheres and walls. We could also have boxes, but I think just for the purposes of this discussion, we're just going to keep it to walls and spheres and not worry too much more about it. Let me get a little bit of water. So now we have the idea of the ray. So we're going to go through all the rays, and we're just going to see what these rays interact with. So right now, I suppose I'm going to make it so all of the rays explicitly interact with just the lens. And then after that, we'll deal with the wall interactions as well. So propagate. So propagate here. Okay. So first thing I need to do, we have all these rays here that are going to be of size number of intersections and then 2. Very first graph was very small. Graph for ants. Oh, okay, I see. Do the solids have colors? We're going to implement colors a bit later. So right now we're just getting the basic interactions, and then we'll do colors in a bit. Or are they perfect mirrors and perfect glasses? At this point, we'll say that they're perfect mirrors and perfect glasses. So I guess what I want to do here is I want to say for I equals 1 to length of rays. And then we're going to end here. We're going to say rays of I dot positions of 1 colon is going to be equal to rays of I dot p. I know this is kind of a dumb way to do it. In fact, maybe I should make it so this is done in the constructor. So let me just put that as a to-do. Do you have material refraction? We will in a second. So we're going to have to abstract these into like object types a little bit later. But right now we just have mirrors and lenses, and we'll kind of work with the rest of it in a bit. Arcel, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Okay, so we want to do this in the constructor. So we're going to say for I is equal to 1 to length of rays. In principle, we should have array positions defined now. So in principle, if we run this and we go here to include, and then we run parallel propagate again, and then we take a look at this image, we should now see, Okay, or we don't see it at all because all the rays are white. But I think what we should see is a bunch of rays here, and then they all just draw a line down to 0, 0. But let me make sure that's the case. So what I'm going to do with parallel propagate is I'm going to change the colors of the rays to yellow. So let's do plot rays, and then we want the color here, instead of being white, we want the color to be yellow. Write this, go over here, include. Now we're going to run parallel propagate, and now we take a look at the image. Okay, that's a bit weird. So it does say we have a bunch of rays. Let's see. Oh, by the way, maybe you might want to note that your lecture that the ray stepping is done in some cases for a volume rendering. Right, yeah, so the question is how exactly we're going to do the lecture. I'm not really sure. In college, I wrote a ray tracer. The code was surprisingly simple. How many rays per pixel are you doing? We haven't gotten that far yet. Sorry about that. Yeah, we have not gotten that far. The truth is, again, we're doing this in a bit more okay, so time stepping for ray tracing is by far easier, in my opinion, than dealing with the interactions with all the objects and stuff like that. Which is why I wanted to introduce that first. But I'm not entirely sure if that's where we're going to go with lecture. It kind of depends on a number of different things. So I guess we'll try to figure it out. Yeah, I guess we'll try to figure it out as we create the rest of the resources, right? I mean, I've already been working on this for, like, literally I've been working on this for over 20 hours at this point, and we are nowhere near getting a full, like, ray tracer working. So I guess maybe I'm just slow. Like, I mean, I know we could just go through the resources that are like, you know, learn ray tracing in a weekend. We could definitely do that. I just strongly feel like, you know, if you're going to learn something, you should learn it right, and you should do it on your own. Figure out how you would do it, and then figure out how they do it in practice and stuff like that. 16, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Okay. So the line color here is now yellow, which is fine, but for some reason we're not seeing any lines, which I guess is also maybe fine. I guess we'll figure that out. So let me, just for the sake of the argument, let me do yank and paste, and let me just say 2 here is going to be equal to just 1, 1 or something. And I think I need a dot equals for both of these guys. So let's do include, and now we're going to do parallel propagate. Error, attempt to access 1x2 array at index 2, 1, 2. Okay, let's do 2. Well, let's do 3. Why not? So now we're going to do include, parallel propagate. Now let's take a look at the image. Okay, good. So all of the rays are starting at some initial point, and then they're all just going to 1, 1. So that's their initial point. Now they're all at 1, 1. So the next thing we need to do is shoot all of these rays at the lens. And then after shooting all the rays at the lens, we have to have them do some sort of refraction and then hit the lens again. So the next image I want to generate is all of these rays, you know, hitting the lens somewhere, essentially. All right, cool. We're getting there, you know, slowly, but one step at a time. Okay, now let's see. So we have the intersection test. So here we have this guy in here. I think what I probably want to do is I want to go through for I is equal to 1 to num intersections. And then this will be for all the rays. I guess I'll call it R. Okay, find J because it's an inner loop, and that's fine. You can take a peek at the sources or some code and fill the bits you don't get if you feel like the time is getting too short. Yeah, I mean, we might do that for class. Is he still at exploring part, so no pixels yet? Yeah, so we'll be doing the pixels later. We have to think about how exactly we're going to be doing those pixels. Again, because we're doing 2D ray tracing, we have to think about how exactly we're going to be doing the, I guess, rasterization step. So the image that we have up here, we generated a while ago. This is just an example for kind of what we're looking for. But no, in principle, what we're going to be generating this time is just a simple case for spherical aberration, which again is kind of like a semi, what's it called when all the rays of light come together? Semi-focusing at the end of, basically, rays of light enter the sphere, they're going to refract, and then they're going to refract again as they leave the sphere, and then they kind of sort of semi-focus at the edge of the sphere. So we just want to draw that diagram. And again, the way that this is different than, stereotypical 3D ray tracing is that here we're kind of drawing it in a vector graphics library, and again we're drawing our image here again in a vector graphics library. So we're at the stage where we need to we're going to do everything vector graphics first, and then we're going to make it non-vector graphics after that. So let me get some water. Okay, so now we're going to go through all the rays. So we're going to go through all the number of intersections, and then we're going to go through all the rays, and then we're just going to say, thanks for catching. Yeah, thanks for asking all the questions. I appreciate it. Okay. So we'll just go through all the rays, and basically we're going to figure out when they intersect with the lenses or interact with some object. So I guess in addition to this, we're going to have to do another loop on the inside. I hate how I have to have 3 loops put together, but whatever, we'll optimize it later. And so in here we're going to say for k is equal to 1 to length of lenses. All right, and in here, of course, we only have 1 lens, but that's okay. Now we're going to say intersection point. I suppose this is actually going to be 2. Oh, no, 1. This is going to be 2. And then we're going to say intersection test. So I guess we're going to say rays of j dot positions of I is going to be dot equal to intersection, I suppose, whatever position it was at before. So rays, in fact, let me just create a temporary position. Or maybe we do rays of j dot p is going to be equal to, or dot equal to, dot plus equals to, intersection point for the rays of j, and then the lens. Should be fine, I think. And in here, actually, I think we can just do for lens and lenses. Okay, and that should do. So now we have P, and now we're going to say rays of j dot positions of I is going to be dot equals to rays of j dot p, and I think that will work. Okay, so now we should have propagate. Let's just see what happens here. I guess we also need to do one last thing. So we need to say if it's not nothing. Let me catch up on chat here. Are you going to explore topics beyond classical ray tracing, BSDFs, multiple important samplings, bidirectional tracing? So honestly, if we're going to do stuff beyond classical ray tracing, what I typically prefer to do is go more down the finite element method, finite difference time domain methods, because these are more useful for scientific applications and they're less covered by other texts. In general, if you're asking me like what algorithms or methods I want to go through, I tend to go through the ones that are less covered in other areas, because I feel like, there's no reason to compete. There's so many algorithms out there. I think those conceptual vector graphics are great to show and explain the topic, and if done right, the same code can be used for 3D and shown and seen by ray tracing. Right. Hey, Worry Giggles, how are you? So more like path tracing, single path, or branching recursive. When we go into the full-on ray tracing, we'll probably be doing more branching recursive. Not sure, but your name does ring a bell. Let's see. Hey, look upon, yeah, I've seen you around Dennis's stream. Oh, interesting. Fair enough. Okay. So now we're going through all the intersections. And I guess we need to say, so there's our intersection point. In fact, let me just do intersection here. It's going to be equal to the following. And then what I want to say is if the intersection is not nothing, then we do these last steps. Okay, so if the intersection is not equal to nothing, then we do these steps. And here. Okay. So we also have to do the interactions with the walls, but we're not quite there yet. So I think this will get us kind of part of the way there. It should get us to... Oh, we also have to do a refraction point as well. So now we also have to do refract on top of that. FEM, FDTD, are those ray tracing? No, they're not ray tracing algorithms. Or do you mean in the sense of wavefront simulation? Yeah, so I meant wavefront simulation. Again, these are more useful for like, usually when I think about optical simulations, I don't think about graphics, computer graphics simulations. I think about more like what people need for optics research, because that's what I did for my PhD. And again, you can usually find, in my opinion, and maybe I'm wrong, you can find a lot of information about various ray tracing methods out there, but usually when you're doing full-on like wavefront simulations, these are not typically covered elsewhere. Basic_PH, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. When we did finite difference time domain before, we got significantly far with the visualizations and all that. The issue was that there wasn't really a good way to do the visualization. We tried Blender 3D and all this kind of stuff, but really doing the visualization, because there was so much data to visualize, was really tough. So, you know, if I'm going to do that again, I have to rethink how we're going to do this. Again, if I'm being honest, the only reason we're really covering ray tracing right now is because I need to do it for this class coming up. And again, I'm happy that we can do the class, that's fine. But also, like, if I were not doing the class, I would not be doing ray tracing right now. I'd be doing something else. Okay, so let's see. And also, like, for the record, I think ray tracing is cool. It's just that this is one of those algorithms that I hate that we're doing a shoddy job of, because it's so useful and so, like, used everywhere, right? It really drives me nuts that I have to kind of rush through it and get it done. You know, I really wanted to, like, take time and dedicate, like, you know, a few weeks to this, where my full-time job is just spent working on this one algorithm, so that we can get it, you know, so we can teach it appropriately. Instead of what we're doing now, where it's just kind of like, here's a quick example, and then we move on. So that's kind of where I'm at here. I wish we could cover more. I wish we could go through it in more detail, but we just can't at this point, which is the unfortunate truth. Okay. So if this is the case, we're gonna add that intersection point, and then I need to do the refract point here. So then we're gonna say refract. And I think I can just do ray and lens, ray of J. Goyomi, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. Oh, it takes in an index of refraction as well? Oh, it's probably a... Right. It's a index of refraction. It's like a... it's a ratio of index of refractions. By the way, I think variational density lenses exist kind of in this universe. You could add them to your animation. Yeah, so that's what we have up here, the variable refractive index. They do exist. For example, like if you're going to do cloud simulations or cloud visualizations, you'll typically do them in a similar way to how we did the variable refractive index lenses. Why do you add the intersection point and not the distance to it? Why do you add the intersection point and not the distance to it? So the intersection variable that we just had, let me just go here, G, intersection. So this intersection variable here actually is the distance from your initial point to the next point. So it is returning what you expect. We're just doing dot plus equals to the previous point location. This live is very interesting and also very advanced topic for Twitch. I feel like, what Windows Manager do we use? I use OpenBox as my Windows Manager. Black holes, I think they behave like lenses. Yeah, so we were going to cover gravitational lensing, but we decided against it. Well, we haven't yet decided, but I just cannot imagine we have enough time to cover it. So for those of you guys who don't know what gravitational lensing is, it is this kind of idea that light will come from behind the black hole and it will warp around the black hole, based on the based on how space-time warps around the black hole and all this kind of stuff. In principle, we could do these visualizations and they'd be kind of cool, but I'm not convinced that... I think this is well beyond what we should be teaching in an undergraduate course, in my opinion. Some glasses lenses have variable refractive indices to keep them thin. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Okay, let's also get rid of that. Makes me think about Interstellar. Yeah, a lot of people have apparently watched Interstellar and they comment about it a lot. Not necessarily here on Twitch, but a lot on YouTube, because I have a video about 4D, and apparently the fourth dimension is also mentioned in Interstellar. I'm not really sure because I haven't seen the movie. But yeah, so my professors or my co-lecturers were also talking about how they'd want to do like an interstellar visualization. And I was like, I just don't feel like interstellar visualizations is actually what we want to do here. You gotta see Interstellar. I don't want to see. I don't like movies, so it's not really my thing. Like, I will watch movies with my girlfriend, but that's basically the only time I watch movies. Like maybe if I've read like the manga or something, I'll watch the movie as well. But I just don't really have an appreciation for visual things. I can't see how gravitational lensing is a useful concept for computational thinking. That's a good point. The idea would be that it would be a, okay, so in my opinion, we should have gone to n-body simulations, and we should go through the Barnes-Hut explanation, right? So if we go through Barnes-Hut, we can do a galaxy simulation, which is also equally as interesting, and it gives people it gives people an idea of how to do n-body simulations, which are different than ray tracing, right? Because now you have to think about force integration and stuff like that. So that gives you something really interesting for computational thinking. As far as how gravitational lensing helps, maybe affine transformations. I'm not really sure. We'd have to think about that. Oh, undergraduate did not know that. You could show me some examples. You could show some examples that might lighten the curiosity of the students. I think that's kind of the idea. I'm kind of afraid to do too much physics. Like, don't get me wrong, again, I've got a physics PhD. In principle, I should be happy to do physics. But there's something about doing physics for a computational thinking course that gets me a bit worried about it. N-body makes more sense because that's something you can't solve purely closed form mathematically. Exactly. That was my opinion as well. But when people are like really excited to do black hole visualizations, right? People like black holes. So I don't fully understand why people like black holes, but people like them. So it's like, well, okay, let's do that. Do you have recommendations for a simple code editor like 4Coder, but I don't know if that supports other languages in C, C++? I'm using VI. I honestly, you're asking the wrong person. There might be someone in chat who has a good idea or has like something in particular that they want to cover or something that they like, but not for me. I just use VI. That's what I use. Sorry about that. And then I just compile it manually. Okay, so let me see what we did before for the index of refraction for the refract function. Okay, so we have refract. Sorry for the yawn there. Man, I am tired. Okay, so we have the refract function. We have it in here. What we need to do is the refract function in here should take the change in refractive index, or not the change, but the ratio between the old refractive index and the new refractive index. So what we need to do is we need to say if we're entering the lens, we have a particular refractive index, and if we're leaving the lens, we have the opposite refractive index. What do we have here? ASVIM as well, but I've used Atom, and it's pretty nice. People are very opinionated about editors. Try a few, pick the one you like. I agree with that. I use them in VS Code and notebooks. Fair enough. I don't like notebooks myself, but if you like them, use them. Ed is a standard editor. You prefer that over other editors? I do prefer it over other editors, right? I'm the weird one and either use Notepad++ or Jupyter. Fair. I mean, look, I do not like notebooks. I think that I've never found the development experience or the learning experience in notebooks to be useful for me in particular. But again, as I've said before, I'm different than other people. You're different than I am. People will learn and people will think and they will write code in different ways. And that's totally fine. Everyone's different, you know? Sorry for making you go off topic. No. It's fine. I'm happy to be off topic. Again, today's technically a holiday at work anyway for Indigenous Peoples Day. So I'm happy to go a bit off topic if that's, you know, what people feel we need to do. Besides, I mean, again, I'm still doing work. Like, I mentioned this at the start. I feel kind of bad that we're doing like a long Twitch stream and it's, you know, Monday. But also, like, the more I think about it, it's like I'm still doing work. I spent literally 15 hours doing work over the weekend. No, more than that. I spent like 20 hours doing work over the weekend. So, you know, I really shouldn't be feeling that bad, you know? Like, it is what it is, though. That's the other thing about why I want to leave academia. It's just a lot of work for very little reward, and it's frustrating. That's kind of the whole thing. Okay, Vim is okay if you want syntax, only want syntax highlighting the stuff. It gets too complex. I use VS Code. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going. Okay, so what we need to do here for the index of refraction for a refract function in here, and also we need an exclamation mark here. We need IOR. Oh, that didn't work. Try that again. There. And then we need index of refraction. Now, what is the index of refraction going to be? If we're entering the lens, it should be 1 over the lens's index of refraction. If we're leaving the lens, it should be 1. It should be just the index of refraction of the lens. So we need to think about how we're going to do this. So how do we know what the index of refraction is currently in space? We know it's going to be, we'll just say it's 1.0 outside of the lens, and, you know, inside of the lens, it's going to be whatever the lens value is. So to enter the lens, we know it's going to be 1 over lens dot index of refraction. Now the question is, how do we know we're leaving the lens? I suppose the intersection can also, we can return one more point. So this can return entering or leaving. So I guess we're going to say direction or something like that. And then we're going to say IOR is going to be equal to 1 over lens. We'll say lens dot IOR. And then in here, we're going to say if dir is equal to entering, I guess. This is kind of dumb, but this is how I'm going to do it for now. Then we're going to say IOR is going to be equal to 1 over lens.ior or something like that. And then we can just do index of refraction in here. I'm just going to add some spacing in here to make it a bit easier to read. And then we have to make the intersection always return the direction, like return whether we're entering or leaving the lens. Let's see. Another Linux streamer has the option to hide the message for the streamer by putting exclamation mark in front of the message in order to hold a non-distractive conversation. Another Linux streamer has the option to hide the message for the streamer by putting an exclamation mark in front of the message in order to hold non-distractive conversation. To be fair, I mean, I realize maybe some people in stream think that we're getting particularly distracted, but I kind of like the distractions right now, so I'm perfectly okay. I don't mind being a bit distracted. Like, I do realize that that means that if you're going to be rewatching this content on YouTube or whatever like that, it doesn't make for very good rewatchable content. But I mean, I don't know, I enjoy the interactions. Like, part of the reason I'm streaming is so that I do get some form of interaction with you guys. So even if it is a bit distracting, I feel like it's not that distracting. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like any of the questions that people ask in chat are probably worth discussing, even if they are slightly off topic, you know? But also, that's my opinion now. I mean, we only have, what, 57 or 60 something viewers, or however many viewers we have. I don't really know how many viewers we have. But, you know, maybe at some scale, when we have hundreds of viewers, we'll need to rethink how exactly we deal with chat. But for now, it's okay. You know, the highest number of viewers I've ever gotten, like, naturally, has been, like, 120 without having some form of raid or something come in. So I don't think we're at the scale where we actually have to deal with, you know, chat flooding and being super distracting and all that kind of stuff. So, okay, but I do appreciate that comment. Thank you for that. Okay, so let's make it so these guys now return the direction. So I suppose we have intersection. Ooh, this is a mess of code, isn't it? So we're gonna go here and there. dd, remove that. dd there. If discriminant is less than 0, else if. Then we define the min-max, add a space there. Okay, that helped a little bit. So now, how do we know the direction, whether we're entering or exiting the lens? That's the question. Also, if we're inside of the lens, I need to think about this. Okay, so we need to think about how do we tell the direction, whether we're entering or exiting the lens? That's a very good question. And I don't really know the answer to that. How do you normally tell if you're entering or exiting? So basically, we have this light that's coming in. It's going to be entering the lens, and we have to say it's refracting towards the normal. And then we have, oh man. And then we have the light leaving the other end of the lens, and it should be bending away from the normal. Ryan by the numbers, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Okay, I mean, we can just ask if inside of, and this is, I'm just going to do this in a dumb way, and we're not going to worry about it. Again, we're just going to do it this way. We're going to ask if we're inside of the lens. And so we're going to say index of refraction is the lens.index of refraction, and we're going to say if, how about 1 over lens index of refraction, and then we're going to say if inside of ray of J lens, then the index of refraction changes to be just lens.ior. Meh. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so now we're going to do include, and we should do parallel propagate. Can a broadcast array to have fewer dimensions? Okay, good. So we have an error. Let's just go ahead and tackle the error. So what do we have here? It's going to be on line 238. 238. So raise deposition of I is going to be dot equal to raise j dot p. Okay, good. That's because this should be I that. Okay, try it again. Include parallel propagate. It did something, so let's see what happens if we do mirage check.png. Hey, it didn't do exactly what we expected to do. The light went the other direction, but that's okay. Now we just have to get the appropriate thing in here. So this should be this, and that should be that. Write this, go here. Include parallel propagate. Run mirage. Okay, we have something. So here we have light. I have no idea what's happening to that ray here. This ray is doing something weird. But we have light coming in and it's refracting into the lens. That's what we expected to see. I am not entirely sure what's happening to this ray and this ray. Yeah. So, we have to kind of think about that. Are those going straight backwards? I would be surprised if they are. I don't know what's happening to those guys at all, if I'm being honest. And also, this guy should keep going. Like, honestly, this particular light ray shouldn't. Yeah. I don't think it's gonna go straight backwards either. Okay. So there's a couple mysteries here. There's a couple things that we have to do. So the three things that we have to do, taking this image and going from there. In fact, let me just put this on Zernal and let's go. So we're going to do maybe, okay, I'll just create a new journal, new page before. Can I just add an image? Well, let's just do it this way. Add the image here. Projects, Simuleos. Where are you? Oh man, this is why I hate GUIs. Raytracing, here. And then we should have this there. Okay, so let's talk about what we have to do from this image in here. Move this over there. Perfect. Okay, so a couple things that we have to figure out. And in no particular order. One, what's going on at this point here? Why no refract? Okay, the other thing, and we're going to do this in orange. Two, you wrong, brah. So that one's also wrong. And then let's see, over here, we have to, and I'm just going to do this, I guess, in yellow. Well, maybe not yellow because that's the color of the lenses. Let's do green over here. The light ray should keep going. So 3, continue to wall. Okay, so these are the 3 things we have to kind of tackle. I'm not sure which one we should tackle first. Maybe 9 degrees backwards. Yeah, I'm not really. So we need to think about how this is happening. So because these two here are going to be harder to tackle, I think the first one we're going to tackle, or like they're not harder to tackle, I'm just not sure how to tackle them. I'm actually going to do intersection with the wall first, and then we're going to come back to those other two. However, at this point in time, I'm going to, seems like the plotting is buggy. I don't think the plotting is buggy. I think the plotting is fine. I'm going to take a quick break for just a minute, and then I'll be right back. Ryan by the numbers, and also Spectre Misfit, thank you guys so much for following. Really appreciate it. I think I already said thanks for following Ryan by the numbers. I'm sorry about that. I'm just all over the place today. So I will be right back, guys. Just give me a minute, and then we will start tackling these guys and go from there. So yeah, give me just a minute, and I'll see you guys in a minute. All right, peace. Okay, I'm back. Just give me just 1 second to turn the screen back on. And then we're going to do a quick update to explain where we're at and what the plan is. 1 second, I just got a message from work. Okay. Right, okay, so let me just get back here. Okay, I should be live again. All right, good to go. So let's talk about where we're at, where we're going, all that kind of stuff. All right, let me also go back over here. Chuiko, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Also, let me make sure I'm not missing any other notifications. I think I'm okay. 1 second. Okay. All right, so apparently I've got a presentation for work coming up soon. I just don't know how soon is, so. Also, like, again, it is technically a holiday, and I'm doing work on a holiday, and I just, it's one of those days. BP, I'm not a gamer. Hello, how are you? I hope you're having a great day. So, let's talk about ray tracing really quick. It's been about 2 hours since I started stream, so it's good to catch everyone up on what we're doing, where we're at, all of that kind of stuff. So what is this image that we just generated? Why does it suck so much, and how do we make it better? That's kind of where we're at. So, let's talk about it. So I'm going to go back through this. Let's just start over from scratch, shall we? Okay, so what is ray tracing? Ray tracing is typically done in 3D. Here's some space here, where we consider some sort of object in space. Here's just a random object in space, and some sort of light source, maybe up here, along with some sort of camera. And I'm going to draw it as maybe an eyeball over here. So maybe in green. Okay, try that one again. Green over here. Okay, so the idea is that light goes from the light source, hits an object, and then goes into the eye, right? And so what we're doing is we're literally just tracing these rays in order to do high resolution, high fidelity graphics. I don't really know what the word is here, but the point is we're literally just watching light go from the light source, hitting the object and hitting the eye. Now what we're doing right now is a 2D visualization of that, where we have basically a bunch of rays of light hitting some sort of sphere. And this sphere has some sort of refractive index, so all the light will come in, and then it will refract towards the normal, and then refract again afterwards, creating an image known as spherical aberration. Let me see if I can find that for you. I don't have a picture of it right now, but basically the idea is that light will come in, it will then refract in here, and then it will refract again out here, something like this. And if we drew another light ray, it would come in, refract a little bit, and then refract again out here, creating a kind of focal point at this point here, and that's spherical aberration. You sound like the narrator from Minute Physics on YouTube. I guess I'll take that as a compliment. I mean, Minute Physics is really cool. I've spoken to him a few times. He's cool. He's a great guy. Big fan of his work and the stuff that he does. He's also obviously working with Minute Earth and all that stuff. But yeah, I'm not that guy. But yeah, he's cool. All right, let me check my work notification again. Let's see. Okay, so we'll have to deal with that later. Ah, man, I don't know. I'm drained. I am super drained right now. Yep, okay. Good. I just got a bunch of notifications I have to respond to. But that's okay. I'll deal with them as we deal with them. Equals THR33. Thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Oh, equals 3. Thanks. Of course, that's how it's pronounced. Anyway, so this is what we're trying to generate. Just before taking a quick break, we generated this image in here. Now, I will say that again, the time stepping method, where basically we treat each of these rays of light as an object moving forward in time, we do have that method working. So the question that we're doing next is how we do this in a more traditional sense. So the idea here is that we have some sort of ray of light starting here and then moving here to hit a lens, right? Now, the question is, what points do we have to keep track of, right? So on the one hand, we can treat each ray of light as like a photon moving in space, right? In which case we would kind of do time stepping, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, so on and so forth, until we hit the lens, and then it time steps within the lens. That works fine. However, what we actually want to do is just take into account the intersections. And we want to say, okay, well, instead of having to do 10 time steps, we can only do one. We only have to do 1 time step, where we start here and then we go over here, and then that will go in here, and then that will hit the wall over here. So this would be kind of how we would do spherical aberration in that way. Can we get a quick crash course on what ray tracing is exactly? I thought I literally just did that. So I don't know if you were here 2 seconds ago, but if you were not, if you just came in, ray tracing is just the act of tracing a ray of light from the light source to the eyeball in a very similar way to what happens in nature. Light comes from a source, hits an object, then hits our eyes. So the idea is we're just tracking that ray of light, and we're doing exactly what nature does in order to do a high resolution or high fidelity graphics, or do high fidelity graphics. So that's all we're doing, right? So we just have to keep track of those interactions. And right now we're doing this interaction here, where we have light coming in, starting at some location, and then hitting this object over here. Am I late? I don't know how you could possibly be late, considering you just got here. But you know, like, hey, how are you? Anyway, so that's where we're at. We're just trying to recreate the spherical aberration image, and that's what we're going to be doing. Oh man. Let's see. Okay, let's just keep going. I mean, how does this work in context for graphics processing? Literally that. I'm sorry, I'm a bit confused by the question. So, you're gonna have, for example, a 2D image here. So this is gonna be your PNG image or something that you're outputting, for example. And so the idea is you have a whole bunch of rays of light. You know, in principle, they're actually coming, you know, and they're all coming over here. And you could imagine that they're piercing through a pixel on the image. So if we drew the image out here, right, you could imagine the light ray maybe piercing these pixels in here. And then essentially they're just carrying the color information of the objects that they hit. So if this is white light, it's drawn in yellow, but assume that it's white light, it would hit this pink object, and it would carry essentially only pink information to that pixel, or something like that. So that's kind of the idea. Now for 2D, we're just skipping the step of having it pierce through a PNG image. And we're doing this slightly differently. So, okay. So, yeah. So these are things that we have to update, we have to work on. And then let's go ahead and get this spherical aberration picture working, and then we'll go from there. So we have to fix these 3 things. So the main thing is we have to make it so these objects can interact with the wall. So if it hits the edge of the simulation box, it just stops at that point. So I guess we'll do that next. And then we'll deal with the orange bit and the pink bit in here. So those are the 2 other things that we have to deal with. Let me get some water. Okay, I'm getting a bit tired. I know I've been streaming for only 2 hours now, and I did like a 7-hour stream yesterday and a 6-hour stream the day before that. But I'm getting a little bit exhausted, so if I am a little bit, like, if I'm sounding a bit ornery, that is why. I do apologize for that. It's just because, again, it's a weird day. You know, again, it's a holiday. It is a holiday by MIT standards, but people obviously are still sending me messages because no one respects holidays at MIT, and obviously that's just how it goes. And so now I have a lot of work I need to get done, so I might end up having to leave soon to get that work done. It's just frustrating. BMTDT, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Fair holidays. I mean, yeah. And I know that tracing is a more efficient way of processing high-resolution graphics. How does that work? Sorry, I literally know next to nothing about computers, and I just started learning. No, I appreciate the questions. So I know that tracing is more efficient way of processing high-resolution graphics. Actually, ray tracing is a less efficient way of doing high-resolution graphics. It's just a more accurate way of doing it. So because ray tracing is basically the same thing that works in nature, where light just comes from a light source, hits some object, and then comes to your eyeball. It's a very good way to do graphics. You get very high-quality graphics. However, it takes forever to get anything out from ray tracing. So we typically do additional metrics or additional schemes to make it so path tracing is to make it so ray tracing is a bit easier on computational resources. So there are, I think, more efficient ways to do to do 3D graphics. But ray tracing is the most common one for that kind of thing. When I say efficient, I mean in terms of processing power. Is that false? That is false. It is not efficient in terms of processing power. It's one of the most demanding applications that are out there. Are you a TA at MIT? No, I'm not a TA, but I am teaching a course. I'm a postdoc at MIT, so that means I've already got my PhD, and I'm working kind of as a lecturer position for this class that we're teaching. And in that class, we'll be talking about ray tracing in about a week from today. And so I'm actually very concerned and very worried that we're not going to be able to get this content out on time, just because I just don't think we can get a full ray tracer done in a week. And make it easily accessible for everyone to do as homework and stuff like that. It's just so much to do, and I'm a bit worried about it. So anyway, let's just keep going. That's pretty cool. PhD in computer science. My PhD is in like computational science, not computer science, so it is slightly different, but it's close enough. So computational science is more like, you could say it's more about doing high performance simulations of different scientific phenomenon, whereas computer science is more like general in some ways. Ray tracing is done in order to get pictures that get lighting, refraction, and reflection right. Games do usually mainly use other means to trick your eye. Right. Yeah, and also for games, usually people use path tracing or something like that, which is a variant of ray tracing that does fewer rays, but still gets you most of the information. Okay, so now we have to have computations and not computers. Well, right, like, I mean, there's a big difference, right? In some sense, okay, actually, this is a good point to talk about, actually. If you guys don't mind, let me talk about this really quick. Because there is actually a big difference between computational science, and computer science. All right, so computer science is one that you'll get a degree in, right? Computational science is kind of a different beast altogether. And actually, a lot of the things that you'll cover in computational science is not covered in the computer science curriculum. And a lot of the stuff that you do in computer science is not covered in computational science. So some of this stuff is kind of mutually exclusive. What programming language do you use for ray tracing? Most of the time, you'll use some sort of, like, I'm using Julia. Is that the best language for this? Probably not. I'm just using Julia. You can use any language, but probably most people use some variant of C or C++, so you can use OpenCL or OpenGL, so you can do graphics and stuff like that. So lower level processors would have to trick you instead of doing the full processing to achieve high resolution. Okay, so computational, let's talk computer science first. So what are the things that you'll learn in a computer science curriculum? Probably you're going to learn about optimization. In particular, you're probably going to talk about big O notation and complexity theory, for example. Complexity theory over here. So, which we'll talk about big O, etc. You'll probably also talk about a lot of graph matrix, graphs, trees, stuff like this. So we'll say graphs and data structures like that, / data structures. And let's see, structures, pretend I spelled that right. Other stuff that you'll talk about, you'll probably talk maybe a bit about things that you need to do programming in the real world. So maybe not too much, but you'll probably talk a bit about maybe software engineering principles. Which will say software engineering. Sudo says Twitch, thank you so much for following. Okay, on the computational side, you don't care about complexity theory, because honestly, I mean, you care a bit. But honestly, most of the time when people write computational science code, they're more focused about getting the correct physical result than they are about getting a result that makes sense, right? For the most part, on computational science side, you're never really going to see graphs. Like, you'll see them at the lower level, but you don't deal with them at that level. And you don't really care about software engineering. Computational science in general cares about, basically, I'm just going to say flops. Which is basically the amount of information you're processing at any given point in time. And in particular, I'm going to talk about HPC, because what computational science focuses on is these very high demand simulations, these very computationally costly simulations that will be like working for like weeks on supercomputers and stuff like that, using like all the computational resources you can have. And so the only thing that computational science focuses on is getting the fastest result. And it doesn't really care how it gets there. So this is kind of what I would say the difference is. Also, there is a focus on the science here. So you want the appropriate scientific result on this side. Now, I do know all of this stuff because I specifically taught myself all of this stuff over here. but my PhD is more on this side than it is on this side. I just wanted to point that out. Let's see, and I do apologize. I don't mean to sound ranty. I might sound ranty. I don't mean to sound ranty. Usually you'll do ray tracing on the GPU, not the CPU, but you can do it on the CPU as well. Lower level processors, let's see. I saw that the RTX series represented some breakthrough in ray tracing technology. Yeah, so the idea there was that with the newer processors, you're able to do full ray tracing in video games, not just the path tracing, which they were doing before. So the RTX series was the first one that was able to do like full ray tracing on a GPU in real time. And that's really cool because, again, it's super computationally costly. Kind of doing ray tracing for each pixel of your screen would take ages. It would not be possible with the usual hardware. This will not lead to FPS count that are interacting anymore. Sad network science noises. Yeah, okay, you're right. That would be on this side with the graphs and stuff like that, I guess. I saw RTX still isn't fast enough for full ray tracing. Games use RTX for lighting. Oh, that's probably true as well. Do I have to calculate ray tracing? Yeah, okay. So what ray tracing is used for, though, is like, companies like Pixar, for example. They have been using ray tracing for all of their graphics. So for their most recent movies, ray tracing has been used, I think, for all of their latest movies since Monsters University. Before that, they were using some variation of path tracing from there. Age, I don't know what age means. Are you talking about my age, or do you mean the age, like how long we've been streaming today? HPC classes, they introduced me to a measure called MUPS that should be more accurate than flops. Do you hear from that? Oh, yeah, so in principle, you're right. We shouldn't be using flops. We should be using MUPS, but flops are what people know, so that's what I wrote down. Minecraft runs with ray tracking. Does it? Maybe. Uptime right now is 2 hours and 20 minutes. So I don't know how much longer I'm going to be streaming today. Again, I am quite tired, so I might, throw in the towel a bit early today. Probably not, though, because I have a lot of work to get done, so I'm probably just going to knock it out and just, I really need to get this ray tracing example done. So I need at least something to show by the end of today that looks good. So there's a lot of things that we need to do there. And again, what I need to do to have a visualization that looks good is I know I drew it somewhere in here. It's in one of these pages. Maybe it's here. I need to do spherical aberration, which we're doing now. Then we have to transform the light into an appropriate image, and we have to do some sort of colors. So that's where we're at. I guess, Luna, to answer your questions about the age, I am currently 28 years old. Again, I just finished my PhD in December. And also, we've been streaming for 2 hours and 20 minutes. I don't know which one you wanted. I remember some other stream, you complained about working 100 hours a week and not getting paid nearly enough. You have a PhD from MIT. I may be saying this naively, but shouldn't it be a bit easier for you to make a nice career? And no, I meant your age, not the stream's uptime. Okay, yeah, so my age is 28 years old. And yeah, so for the record, my PhD is not from MIT. My PhD is from the Okinawa Institute of Science and Technology. I just happen to be working at MIT. If I'm being honest, I do gripe too much about my job, and I need to stop griping about my job on stream. I just do it a lot because there are a lot of people who ask questions about academia and work-life balance and all these things, and it's important to keep all of that stuff in mind. As far as me having a good career, I'm probably okay. The issue is I don't think I can make a good academic career right now because I only have like 5 papers, and they're not very good papers. So I need to, if I Google myself, James Schloss, Google Scholar here, James Schloss, Google Scholar. Apparently I Google myself a lot yesterday, so that's why it's there. I literally have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 papers, including my thesis. So I'm not doing too well. I need to do a bit better. I have another paper that has been recently submitted, and there's a few other papers that could be on the way, but honestly, as far as an academic career is concerned, it's going to be hard to make an academic career work for me, just because I don't have the appropriate credentials at this point. That's just how it is. That new Microsoft Minecraft uses ray tracing, but not full ray tracing. There's done a lot of theoretical and tricky stuff in order to get good FPS in pictures and games. Right. Anyway, so that's where I'm at. As far as getting a good job, again, that's another reason why you want to leave academia. It's just hard to get a job in academia. It's just hard. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is consider interactions of objects with a wall. That's what we have to consider interactions with. So let me think. How do we know if the ray of light is going to hit a wall, and how do we know where it's going to hit the wall at? This should be a solved issue. It should be pretty easy. So we're going to do journal, new page before, and let's think about it. So we are going to have a wall. For the purposes of this conversation, walls will have a normal associated with them, and they can be any direction, right? And we'll have light coming in. Let's try drawing that as an actual line. We'll have light coming in, and then we'll have a normal coming off the wall here. So how do we know this intersection point is the question? That is a good question, and I need to think about it a bit. So this intersection point, what we'll want to do is probably, we know the velocity vector. So if we do a dot product of the negative normal with the velocity vector coming in, we should be able to get, essentially all we're looking for is, I need to think about that. I'm sorry about that. No syntax highlighting. Yeah, it distracts me. Why did you pick up Julia for this? So the reason I'm using Julia is because I need to use Julia for the class that I'm teaching. And also I like the language. It's a nice language. He finds his language nice to work with. If it's 2D, it's just a slope of the line, and then calculate if its ray is within the line, is within the line's XY range. MATLAB is, if you're a mathematician, I hate MATLAB so much, and I'm not going to rant about it. I just hate it. It's by far the worst language I've ever come across. And if you're a true mathematician, I just don't. Anyway, let's not talk about it. Okay. So if we do n.v, this will give us the projection of the normal from here to there. So this will give you the vector here. A Mathematica is better though. It depends on what you're doing, right? Okay, so that doesn't really help us too much. So if we're looking for the intersection point with, I can probably just Google this. Like, I'm sure, like, I always get stuck with this geometric stuff. I'm not very good with geometry. Shaders is a true mathematician's language. A good friend of mine has switched to Julia recently. He's doing a PhD in applied math. It's not cut and dry. Yeah, it really just depends on what you need for your research and stuff like that. Okay, so how do we know this point here? Let's see. So again, a dot product will give us that red vector in there. Use Julia, that language is kind of MATLAB-y. Right, okay, so let me be honest. Okay, let's just talk really quick. Let's just talk really quick about this, MATLAB. All right, really quick. I'm sorry I've been ranty. I hate that I've been so ranty today. The reasons I hate MATLAB are the following. If you're going to write MATLAB code, hey Gathros, how are you? You came in the moment I started doing MATLAB rant. I have not done one in months. I've not done one in months, Gathros, and you come in the moment I start doing a MATLAB rant. How? I don't know if that's fortuitous. I don't know what that is. But hey, how are you? I hope you're having a great day. Yeah, it's been ages. MATLAB is all right if the limit of your research is not being to implement some box standard algorithms and has to buy them instead. Right. Okay. So MATLAB, first of all, costs money. Right. $3,000 for a programming language that does less than anything else. It's also slow. So it costs money. It's slow. Let's see. On top of that, if you want to write a function, every function has to be in its own file, which is a pain in the butt. Syntactically, it's entirely different. The big reason I don't like MATLAB code, though, is that when you write MATLAB code, you have to use MATLAB-specific libraries, which means if you're going to write MATLAB code, you have to continually, Google, how do I do this in MATLAB? And sure, you can be really good at MATLAB, and you can learn all the tricks of the trade, and you can write code that looks good in MATLAB. But because iteration is slow in MATLAB, i.e. loops are slow in MATLAB, because basically everything that you would typically use in a programming language is slow in MATLAB, it doesn't teach you how to actually write code, it just teaches you how to use MATLAB. So if you want to use MATLAB as a glorified calculator, fine, fair enough, that's what it is. But if you treat it as a programming language, it's very, very bad. The reason I give Julia a pass, even though it has MATLAB-y type things, is because at the very least, when you're writing Julia code, you have the ability to write code like you would write code in other languages. You can use loops in Julia, and it's fine. You can write multiple functions per file, and it's fine in Julia. Syntactically, it's similar to other languages, more similar to Python than it is to MATLAB. There's a lot of things like this. In some ways, it's a mixture between Fortran and Python. Julia is a mixture between Fortran and Python. So it costs money, it's slow, it teaches improper programming practices, and on top of all of that, you are then stuck into the MATLAB ecosystem. MATLAB is, in my opinion, predatory. Because it's slow, because it does things entirely different than any other language, you're trained to write MATLAB code as MATLAB code. And then if you have to go to any other language, it's tough, because you can only think in a MATLAB way. And that's my own personal opinion. Now let me erase that, because I don't want to do any more MATLAB rants. I'm done with that. I'm good, got a job? Oh, cool, yeah, what was the job? 3D ray plane intersection, ray distance, is the negative dot of the ray position minus the plane position, plane normal, dot, ray direction, plane normal. Let me think about that. So it's is equal to the negative dot product of the ray position minus the plane position. Okay. So it will be, so if the plane position is here, so it's going to be ray position. So we'll say this position with this position, so P1, P2. Okay, and then we're going to say, with the plane normal, so then this is the normal vector here, and then you're going to say, divided by the dot product of the ray direction by the plane normal. So it's going to be, let me see if I got this right. So it will be P2, P1 minus P2, all right, P1 minus P2 dot n in this case, and these, yeah, okay, negative that over the ray direction. So in this case, I called it V dot n, normal here, and I guess this is a big hat and this is a big hat. Something. So this is what it is. The MATLAB ecosystem point and the money stuff are good points, and the other points are kind of meh. Look, I don't care at this point. Like, if personally, I get incredibly frustrated and incredibly angry whenever writing MATLAB code. Like, really genuinely pissed off. There's no language. Like, every time I think about MATLAB code, I just get more and more angry and frustrated at it. It's just, I can't really describe it any more than that. I just get really, really pissed off. Like, there's no language, there's nothing that actually makes me more angry than MATLAB. I've gotten one fight with my girlfriend, and it wasn't even a fight. It was just the reason I just got angry, because she just said she's going to use MATLAB for a project. And then I was like, that's fine. And I just didn't think about it. And then she didn't bring anything else up. I just started getting frustrated because MATLAB exists, and it sucks so much. Like, I genuinely hate everything about the language. It's just the more I think about it, the more pissed off I get. I genuinely wish that Botuleos didn't say MATLAB is evil, because it just keeps bringing up this conversation. And honestly, it pisses me off so much. Like, there's nothing that makes me more angry than MATLAB, period. It genuinely is the worst thing I can possibly think of, period. And it just, I cannot think of anything that pisses me off more. Anyway, Vitalia Curie, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. Congrats. Let's see. Good luck. I recommend just applying even to ones that you don't think you can get into. I know some people that feel that this about object-oriented programming. Oh, don't get me wrong. Object-oriented programming is a bit annoying. Like, it's frustrating, but it's not infuriating. MATLAB is infuriating. Object-oriented programming, fine, whatever. Objective-C, it gives me the same feeling. Right, I mean, the thing is, I can at least read that code, right? If you give me some C# code, I can read it. I'm like, fine. It's ugly. I can read it. It's just ugly. If you give me Haskell code, again, I can't read it so well, but I can figure it out, If you give me MATLAB code, can't read it. It's impossible. It's literally the hardest code to read. And now people are going to be like, oh, but it's so close to the math. I'm like, no, it's not. It's super far from the math. Like, it's, I don't know. But maybe it's because, so when I only really understand algorithms. I don't really understand mathematics. So if you give me an algorithm, you give me code that explains how to do something, I understand it. But if you give me the math, all of a sudden everything's complicated again. So in my opinion, code is abstracting the math into a way that's actually understandable by the layperson. And so when you remove the programming aspect from programming. You're just making everything esoteric and hard to understand when you could have made it easier to understand just by putting it into Python, you know? Assembly is beautiful. Who needs a compiler? Oh, that's something else entirely. MATLAB really isn't mathematical. Anyway, no more MATLAB rant. None of that. No more of that. We spent 5 minutes on it. That's already too much time. I promise my New Year's resolution was that I would not do as many MATLAB rants. What do you do, channel points? I don't know. I really never really got into channel points. I should probably do something with it. Okay, my question is this the intersection point? That's my question. Let's see. So P1 minus P2 is going to give you this vector in here. Okay, so then we do dot with a normal, and it will give you this vector in here. Okay? Actually, I'm not really sure. And then you do divided by v dot n. So then the velocity vector... Oh, no, wait. If you dot this with the normal, if you dot this with the normal, P1 minus P2 dot with the normal will give you what? It will give you, I mean, in this case, it will give you essentially, okay, how do you define a plane with a point? How do you define a plane with a point? That's a good point. You defined it as the ray position, the plane position. How do you even select P2? Yeah, okay, I was thinking that was like the origin of the plane, right? That's what I was thinking, but maybe you're right. Let me just do, all I'm looking for is line intersections. Now let's see what we have. Origin center. Line intersection. Okay, let's see, what do we have here? Okay. Right. See, this is why I'm not good at math. I guess we can just do it, right? Like, what's the worst that can happen? So we can just do it and see if it intersects at the right location. And we'll add it to the intersection test in here. So we have intersect point quadratic. What I should say here is we're going to intersect, I think we're going to change these to be called intersect lens. DT here, lens, oh, and then we're going to have intersect lens quadratic. All right, so here we're going to say intersect lens. And now let's go here and let's look for any time we use point. Point underscore. So this will be lens. Is that the only point? Maybe. Oh, intersect point. That's because I looked for the wrong thing. Okay, so lens, and that should be it. Okay, so now we have the ability to intersect with the lens. Now we need an intersecting with the wall. So let's go ahead and create a function here. Intersect wall. And I guess we're just going to have this read in, I assume, some sort of wall. So it's going to be ray, and then ray of type ray, and then it's going to be wall of type W, where W is within type wall. Should be fine, so we can do mirrors. How's your job compared to your PhD in everyday work since? Do you prefer it to your PhD? No, I prefer the PhD way more. But that's okay. Wiki method saved my my butt multiple times in grad school. Oh, I'm sure it has. Don't forget that your wall satisfies the equation ax plus by equals c. So if you insert the direction in it, number of to-dos has over the past 2 days has gone from 1 to 7, which means I'm programming. Nice. Let's see. Just replace the Wikipedia with Stack Overflow. Yeah. Let me get some water. Okay. Don't forget the wall. Okay. So we have the intersect wall. Let's go here, open up new line, end. And essentially we're just looking for the intersection point. So let's see. What don't you like about yeah, so it's just more work than the PhD for less reward. That's just it. That's how it is. I mean, what I assumed was I assumed that when you go into a postdoc, you have some level of freedom and you're able to pursue your own research to some extent. That has not been the case. So far, I have been basically a software engineer that gets paid less than normal software engineers. So because of that reason, it's frustrating. So that's kind of the whole shtick. There isn't really much more to it than that. We did just talk about, academic careers and all that kind of stuff. But the fact is, I'm here. I've been here for the past 3 days, streaming for like 7 hours a day, doing actual work on stream because I don't have time to do it elsewhere. And it's just frustrating because today, yesterday, and the day before were all days off. And I would have loved to have worked on my own projects, to work on research or something like that. But I can't because I don't have time for it. So it's just frustrating because you think as a postdoc, you have time to do research. And what I found is as a postdoc, you have less time than ever to do research. And so that's just how it is. And then you think, well, when do you get to do research? Do you get to do research when you're a full professor? Maybe? Well, probably not, because at that point you're going to have to do more teaching. You're going to have to do more of something else. So this just goes back to the conversation we had maybe 30 minutes ago about when can you actually do research in academia? The answer is probably never. There's literally never an opportunity for you to do explicitly research in academia, which is why I'm really, really trying to make an independent research position work, where I focus on online content, I focus on that as my primary career, and then I just do research as part of that. And that's like the only foreseeable way I can see to actually do research as my full-time career in a way that's actually do research as my full-time career, full stop. Because as an academic, you're not doing research as your full-time career. That's just not happening. Okay, so in principle then, I should just be able to read this in. So we have the position of the wall. We have, let's see. I think we can just read this in directly. So let me move this over here. I left academia for that reason. Honestly, I am feeling the same way right now. Very much the same way. I think we can just write in the math, can't we? We have the dot product. We have the normal. We have the normal of the wall. So I think we can just do intersection is going to be equal to the dot product of, I suppose we want a negative sign in here. The dot product of, and then I suppose it's going to be the ray dot position dot minus the wall dot position. And then we're going to do this with the wall dot normal. And then we're going to have to divide that by the dot product of the ray dot velocity with the wall dot normal. And in principle, that's all I need to do. So we're going to have to do a couple tests just to make sure this actually works the way we anticipate it to. But in principle, this could work, so we can just return that. We'll see. So now we have the intersection test of a bunch of rays basically hitting a lens. So intersect lens tests. So now let's create a new test set, which will be for intersecting with walls. So add test set, intersect wall tests, wall test. There we go. Begin, and then we're going to end it in here. So now we're just going to shoot a bunch of rays of light at a wall, and go from there. Let's see. I aim for work in industry and will follow my here topic, isogeometric analysis in my free time. I will be slower, but I can do my own stuff. Yeah, that's the other thing too, right? Like, if you're working in industry, you can probably find a position that allows you to work 40 hours a week. And then 40 hours a week, you've got 60 hours, 60 free hours where you can do whatever the heck you want. You know, that's another full-time job that you can spend focusing on your own research, focusing on whatever you want. And that's great. In academia, you're going to spend 80 hours a week just doing crap. You know, I usually have like 5 meetings a day, minimum. Well, not minimum. Okay, that's not, my average is 5 meetings a day. Sometimes I have slightly less. So like, imagine that I would love a job where I only have to work 40 hours a week and I don't have to work weekends, and I can, you know, spend that time doing other things that I enjoy. That's kind of where I'm at with that. Programming language is bad. AST is good. Oh, ASTs. You can deal with those in Julia as well. It seems like in ARM, I get a lot of freedom on what I want to do. Is ARM the new position? Maybe I missed where you said what your position was. 6 to dos now. I just got to test my code again. Cool. You could potentially have division by 0. You're correct. Maybe I haven't rewritten my test case is to fit the refactor, so I got to do this manually. Yeah, good luck, man. Yep. So let's fix this division by 0. So I guess we're gonna say intersection is gonna be equal to that, and then we're gonna say if intersection not equal to nan. And here we're gonna return intersection. Otherwise, we're going to return 0. This is the best way to do it. Perfect. Oh, that's the dumbest way to do it. Probably, actually, we want to return nothing. Okay, so what happens if we're going the opposite direction? Okay, so these are things that we need to test. Okay, so what happens if we're going... Okay, so first let's just send a single ray at a wall, make sure that this works. All right, let's go. So we have the test set in here. Sounds like a dream job. Let's see. Gether says, I hope there is no hidden reality crap. I'm a performance modeling engineer at ARM. Cool. Yeah, if it's 0 or negative, it misses. I see. Yeah, okay, good. Okay, so let's go in here. Let's just go ahead and create our set of rays. Rays are going to be equal to, I'm just going to do a single element in here. And let's just do that. So now we have our rays. And the idea is we have a ray. It is just going, it's at position 1, 0. So it's at 1 in, is that X or Y? I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out. So we have the ray. Is that 1 in X or 1 in Y? I assume that's 1 in X. 0, and then we have 0, 1. So this is moving at a velocity. It's 1. I'm assuming this is 1 in X. And then 0 in Y. And I think it's just moving straight upwards. I think that's what's happening here. Okay, that seems fine. So we have our first ray being generated. And now we're going to create a set of answers to check, which is going to be equal to, let's see. So the first one is if it's starting at 1, I'm just going to draw a wall just above it. So it should return, I suppose. Wait, how does this work? I'm trying to read up here. So here we said it starts at 1.0 and it's going this direction. And then it hits the lens at 2.0. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, that's because I'm dumb. I'm so dumb. The position, it's the velocity first, then the position. I keep getting those confused. So it's the velocity first, then the position. Great. Okay, so that means that we are moving in the X direction. Okay, that makes sense. So we're moving in the X direction. So now we just want the wall location. So we should be able to provide the distance from the ray at this point should be, we're just going to say 2.0, 0.0. Okay, so now let's go ahead and create our walls. So we have rays. Wait, where did we create our lens? Oh, the lens was created up there. So let's create a wall similarly. So the wall is going to be equal to, let's see, how are we going to do this? So the wall is going to be, how do we define a wall? I think we're going to make it a mirror, actually. It doesn't really matter. Mirror, here. And let me just look up for mirror. Here, and then there. Okay, 1 second. So we have struct mirror. It takes in n, which is a normal vector, p, which is the point, and then it takes in the scale. Okay. So down here, we're going to give it a mirror. 1 second. Here we are. So it'll be a mirror. So first, it takes in the normal vector. Then it takes in the position, which is going to be 0.0 1.0. And then after that, it takes in the scale, which I'm just going to say is 2.5. It doesn't really matter. So now for the mirror normal, we want it facing the other direction to x. So this should be 1.0 and then 0.0. And so now we can just do our tests. So we're going to say for I equals 1 to length of rays. And then we're going to end in here. We're going to test. We're going to say the new point is going to be equal to intersection wall. And we're going to take rays of I. And then the wall. Sure. And then we're going to say test is approx the point. And then answers of I. Something like this. So we just kind of analytically put in where we expect the ray to hit the wall, and we're just testing to see if it hits the wall at that place. Let's see, I missed a lot of chat here. Sounds like a dream job. Yeah, if it's 0 negative. I know I had 3 separate offers to I picked the hardest one. I would not know what to pick. I need the puzzles and the cool stuff, but sometimes I need my corner as a basement gremlin. My code change replaced the bug I noticed yesterday with a different bug. I'm sorry. Which is the definition of progress. Fair enough, I guess. I don't think they would be happy with me being a gremlin in the office. Get a basement office like in the X-Files. But seriously, I don't think I would get the job. I just applied thinking, why not? There's nothing to lose. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think those are the best jobs though. Like the ones that you get when you weren't anticipating getting it, you know? Okay, in principle, this should test. Let's see what happens. We're going to include intersection lens quadratic after end of expression. Line 180. Here. So function intersection function. How'd that happen? So now I want to try the intersection test. Okay, this should have... Okay, great. So we had all of the lens tests pass, but the mirror test did not pass, and that's okay. So for the no method matching mirror, array, float 64, array, float 64, float 64. The candidates are mirror, any. Probably should fix that. Okay, error during test. Intersection wall not defined. What did I call it? Intersect wall. I feel like I should change all the intersection lenses to intersect lens. Well, no, intersection makes more sense. Intersection wall. And let's go down here, change that to intersection. Oh, that's correct. Right here. Now we're going to do include. And now we're going to try intersect test. And we have error during testing. Through exception is approximately point. No method matching is approx. Float 64 to array of float 64 1. This will return a float 64. Probably because what we want to do is we want to return this, because that's going to be a scalar. One second. With ray.v. Probably. Include intersect test. Okay, well, catch up on chat. I don't think they would be happy with me being a gremlin. But seriously, didn't think I'd get the job. I'm still waiting for the JK email. Oh, well, hearing that I might apply for the scientific computing job at NVIDIA I found last week. Oh, yeah, I mean, a lot of people have negative things to say about NVIDIA, but that's just because it's NVIDIA. I'm sure it's fine. This sounds great. Wait, isn't ARM and NVIDIA the same company now? I found out more about the arcane algorithm markup. Okay. Also want to add that I don't have a CS degree. Yeah, wait. What was your degree in the end? I thought you were doing like knot theory stuff a while ago. Okay. So right now we're getting the wrong answer out, which is good. Okay, so I think what we want to do is go in here and let's just see what happens. So I'm at this point going to output print line the intersection. And then we're going to do include intersect test. 0.0. It is returning 0.0. Okay, maybe I have it set up wrong. So again, what I did is I tried to shoot a ray moving horizontally at a wall. And I was trying to see how far away that wall was from the ray. Math. Yeah, I knew. Okay. Right. I knew you were doing math, but I wasn't sure if you were doing pure math or applied math. And that was why I asked the question. And I do apologize that that sounded like I didn't know anything at all what you were doing. But no, in principle, I remembered it was math, but I didn't remember if it was applied or pure. I'm sorry for the infinite me. It's probably pretty gross. Most people don't want to look at. Oh, for Pete's sake. I hate GUIs so much. Is it the wrong? This is definitely the wrong answer. So right. So I'm sending a ray horizontally towards a wall. So I was expecting it to tell me some metric. Like I was expecting it to say, oh, you're like 2 units away from the wall or something like that. It's returning 0.0. So this isn't working, but it's not as wrong. No, but is it a wrong answer that you'd expect? No, it's just a wrong answer, period. And you can choose applied or pure. I did pure. Okay, I see. Okay, so we have intersection is equal to the negative dot product of the ray position dot minus the wall position, the wall with the wall normal, and then we see the dot of ray dot v and wall dot n. Because sometimes you get a wrong answer where it's obvious what the mistake is, but sometimes it's just a puzzle. Yeah, this is just a puzzle. We're significantly, like, this is not, I can't figure this one out at all. But also, I need to figure out how we're going to do this intersection a bit differently. The equation that I have right now just is not what we need, I think. But we'll figure it out. Okay. So, right. The intersection here is 0.0. I mean, again, I'm just going to go down here because I'm pretty sure I want to do this times ray.v in the end. Okay, so let's just do this weird intersection. Okay. So, given 2 line segments, we want to find the intersection point. So I guess we're given a bunch of points on the line. Right. So if we have the line normal, I guess we can find 2 other points on the line and then do this intersection thing. Hey, my code now has legitimate use case for the Python's for else thing. I didn't know Python had a for else thing. That is new information to me. Oh man, it's already 4:00 p.m. I am significantly behind where I need to be. Okay. Yeah, I was really hoping that this would take like no time at all, but clearly I'm just bad at life. When 2 lines are parallel or coincident, the denominator is 0. Okay. So with why is this so much math? I'm very bad at this kind of stuff. Okay. Given 2 points on each line. First, we consider the intersection of 2 lines L1 and L2 in a 2-dimensional space. With L1 being defined by 2 distinct points, and L2 being defined by 2 distinct points. You can stick an else clause onto a for loop. It only runs if the for loop completed without hitting a break statement. It can help get rid of tracking. Variables. Oh, interesting. Told you might want to set a distraction in your client. No, it's totally fine. I don't. Okay, so for the record, not being distracted here, so far as I'm aware. I swear that writes of these wiki pages overcomplicate things for no reason. Yeah, that's true. Like, I have the walls normal. So, let's see. In my case, a break statement means that the progress on a multi-stage module got reset due to a strike, which means I should not ask if the module was solved at that point. So I put did the module solve in the else block. Okay. The notation for some basic geometry. I'm sorry, I'm just bad at this. So let's go here and let's just try to figure this out. Okay. So I have this idea of a position of the wall's location. Well, okay, let's keep that down there. Maybe this is right, and maybe I just implemented it wrong. So again, we need to find. Okay, so what we're looking for is this vector here. So we're looking for this vector in green. They have sums when you can get rid of them. Oh, okay, so we're looking for this vector in green. What do we have? We have the vector normal. We do technically have, again, the position, the difference in position from here to here. Let's see. Okay. Right. So, 2 lines is going to be ax plus by is equal to c1, ax plus by is equal to c2. One gets Kramer's rule. A line in a circle. Okay. What are the input vectors and positions? The input vector, we have the ray and we have the line, and that's it. Except for curves math. The geometric formula looks correct to me. Yeah, well, it didn't work. So, so here's what we wrote down in code. We have the negative dot product of ray.p minus a wall position. I mean, unless I did this, no, that's fine. I mean, I could have put in the vectors wrong. You're right, maybe. So the mirror here is going to have a normal. So its position is going to be 0.0, 1.0. And its normal is going to be -1, so it's facing the other direction, and 0. I mean, maybe, is this supposed to be just 1? What happens if we do that? So let's run include intersect test. And that's negative. Yeah, so that didn't change anything. Okay, so this is going to be -1 because I think that's correct. And then we have a ray. Again, it's moving in the x direction, and its position is 1 in the y direction. And so I was expecting it to hit the wall at, let's see. Oh, wait 1 second. I did realize this probably needs to be 3 or something. Let me try that. Maybe you guys are right. Maybe I'm wrong. Intersect test. Oh, okay. Wait. I might just be dumb. Let's change this to 2, and then it will actually give us the right answer. I'm dumb. You guys are right. All right. There you go. Pass. Okay. Perfect. Geometric formula looks correct to me. What is this function supposed to do? One more time. Take a ray line and calculate the reflection of it. No, just calculate when it intersects with the wall. I wonder if someone's tried with SSE4. There are some weird instructions that should do things like that when it go. It starts from a point on the wall. Yeah, so I screwed up. You're right. It wasn't supposed to start from a point on the wall. I just put the wall at the wrong position. I realized that the lens is the animation we're doing and not a notification. Oh. What? You thought it was a notification? JS Fiddle. Let's take a look. Let's go here. Cool. Okay. I don't know how to use that. I'm sorry. Okay, so anyway, this is kind of doing what I expect. Let me do a few more rays here. So here I'm going to add a comma in there. And let's go there. Oh, yeah, okay, thanks. Sorry, I didn't know what to do. Remember the old invisible lens animation that you use for notifications? Oh, yeah, I think we still use it for notifications. It's up here in the corner. That's a plane intersection. Thanks for that, appreciate it. We can take a look at it later. So let's do this ray then next. So this is going to move at a 45-degree angle. So its position should be the position at which it intersects with the wall should be shouldn't it just be 2, 2? I might have been doing this stupidly. Include intersect test. The next one is going to be... Oh, wait, what? Evaluate 0, 0. Okay. Oh, because I gave it a wrong position. I want to give this a position of 0. Try that again. Include intersect test. Okay, so then it passes. Great. Okay, so we've got a few of these intersection wall tests working, and we're good to go. Me and Billy Barnum. I don't know who Billy Barnum is. I'm sorry about that. Just thought you were getting a lot of notifications. Oh, I could be getting a lot of notifications, but I'm not today. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Okay, so let me get some water. So now we have the ability to intersect with walls. And now I'm just going to make it so if we intersect with a wall, and I'm not going to even do reflection. Ah, screw it. Let's do reflection. Yeah, let's do reflection. Okay. We'll have the rays reflect. Do you visualize the tests, or how do you know they're failing? There are specific test cases that I just created. So like the idea is I know the ray of light is going in some direction. It should hit at this position analytically. And because I know it should hit at this position analytically, I just make sure the test also passes that. So that's what I'm doing. So let me go ahead and create the walls here. So we have the mirrors. So let's go down here. And I'm just going to create 4 mirrors to box all of this in. So let me just do that really quick. Sure. Okay. Over here, we're gonna comment that out, and there. Okay, so let's give them the appropriate position. It played the instrumental version of that song. I feel like, so all the music from this channel is available from Josh Woodward. So it might have sounded a lot like someone else's song, but all the music from the song is found from Josh Woodward's library. So, if you do, wait, what's that? If you do, could what research, wait, let me catch up. So, I love the song. How do you visualize the test? Your background music. Okay, so I think I'm caught up. I might have missed something. If you could do any research, what research would you do? Honestly, I would probably spend most of my time focusing on like, not necessarily algorithms, but like pretty much what we're doing with the algorithm archive, you know? Getting these algorithms to work in practice and stuff like that. I would love actually to do algorithm research, because I think that's really, really cool, but I don't know if I'm good enough for that. So if I could do anything, I would definitely do algorithms. But that's so pure, I feel like I need to do something a bit more applied. So maybe like benchmarks of different algorithms and stuff like that would be more my speed. This simple program should give enough stuff for at least 6 arcane archive entries. Maybe. Here's the one that made that song. Oh, okay, interesting. I'll just be quiet for now. I'm so sorry. I was confused. I apologize for that, Christian. You're right. There we go. Perfect. I get doing work on the algorithm archive, but is that research? No. So that wouldn't be research. But what I mean is, at some point, once we have enough of algorithms in the algorithm archive, we'll have a good set of things to work off of, so that we could do, benchmarks of different methods and stuff like that. And I'd have a good understanding of a large number of different algorithms to kind of put things together and maybe create new methods that people hadn't considered before. And so that would be my path. That would be where I'd want to go. I would love to be able to do that so that we could, again, put things together that people hadn't seen before. And if I was focusing on my own research, I wouldn't really care if these algorithms are faster or not, so much as I would care about these algorithms doing something novel. And I think that's something special, where you can kind of throw novelty to the wind, or rather you can throw, how do I put this? You don't have to focus so much on things being impactful. You can instead focus on things being novel, and just interesting to you. And I think that's something very special that you can only do as an independent researcher. I mean, look at Wolfram, for example, he's just doing whatever the heck he feels like, well, in terms of research. And that's really cool. I like the fact that people are able to do that. And he can do that specifically because he's an independent researcher. So, but I don't know. Recently, I've been kind of wondering if research is even my shtick or not, or if I should focus on something else. I don't know. Anyway, so we're going to have 2 mirrors here. Let's do one here. One there. Let's do 0, 0 there, and let's turn this to -1. Okay, so this one's gonna be a 5.0 in X. In fact, where did we put the lens? We put the lens at 5. So let's make this at 15. All right. And then we're gonna have another one at, sure, 0, 0 is fine. Then the height here, we're going to want to make the height, let's do 0, and let's make the height, actually, let's just put this at 2.5. And And then the height here is going to be, if this is at 15, so let's do 7.5. And then here we're going to do 1.0, so it's facing upwards, so 0 is correct. And then again, we're going to do 7.5. And then we're going to do, let's do 5. Okay, so this means we have 4 bounding boxes around. And now all we have to do is go up to our propagate function and add intersections with the lens, or intersections with the walls. So now we're going to say 4 wall in walls. And then we have to do basically the same thing. And here we have to find all the intersections. Intersection is going to be equal to intersection wall. And then we're going to do raise of j and then wall here. That should give the intersection. I have to do one more test to see what happens if the ray of light is not going to hit the wall, and just see what that returns. It should return a nothing, but I might be wrong about that. So let's do the test in here and make sure it's returning what we expect it to return. Let's see. What do you think about universal basic income? It's basically the only situation where I found independent research could be sustainable. I think I'm more on the teacher. I think I'm more of a teacher, but I'd love to do research. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I love the concept of research. I love the fact that you can just like get up in the morning and you can do something that no one has ever done before. That's so cool, right? Being able to push that boundary of human knowledge is one of those things that genuinely is exciting. And I mean, I realize that some people don't find things as exciting as I do, right? Or rather, I find things to be exciting even if other people don't see them to be exciting. Does that make sense? Like, I find boring things exciting. Similarly, other people find things that I find boring to be exciting. I don't really care about anything Dude Perfect does, but they do new things all the time. Are they doing research? No. Are they doing cool things that people will click on? Yeah, because no one's ever done it before, right? And that's kind of the thing. At some point when you start doing things that no one's done before, it's just inherently interesting to some people. And I just love that idea of being able to do stuff that no one's done. It's just, as I've said before, even on the stream, I just don't know if academia is the right place to do that, you know? I always imagine whatever people write today, some mathematician did it on a piece of paper 1,000 years ago. Sometimes that happens, sometimes it doesn't. You can see it with math. A lot of people think math is the most torturous thing ever, while a lot of people dedicate their life to math. Right, yeah, I agree with that. As far as universal basic income, I have thought about that a lot, and I don't know, really. When I think about it, like, how much money do I need to survive? It's actually not that much money, right? Like, let's assume that I'm living in Boston right now, which is really expensive. So the amount of money that I have to live, that I need to live, minimum, is after taxes, about $30,000, right? That's not that much money. Well, okay, minimum is probably $20,000, probably. I mean, but the thing is, a lot of that goes to healthcare. A lot of that goes to things that I wouldn't have to pay. So, like, for example, if healthcare was free, that would save me so much money every year. Like, that's $200 a month going to healthcare, you know? And there's so many ways that you just, like, if I were to quit right now, and just, if I were to quit my job, I have basically 2 years worth of funding at my current standard of living. Right now in my bank account, without too much trouble. So, I probably shouldn't have said that. Anyway, the point is, I can live without too much money. So the question of universal basic income, I feel like it is something that we could do. And if it is something that you could do, I feel like it's something that we can all, I don't know, I feel like it's something that we can make possible, and I think it would help out society in general. I just hate the fact that people use money as like a motivating force, you know? Martin Den 41, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. Anyway, I don't know what I was talking about there. I don't care about the I found something no one's done before. I like research because it's the ultimate problem to solve. That's fair as well, right? Okay, so you have don't say that. The problem with UBI for research is that research is expensive. Right. So you still have to pay for research somehow. That's true. My point is, it's not about being the first to discover it. It's the person who discovers it. Each person discovers it themselves, and I think that's part of the important part. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna get some water. Okay. So let's just keep going. So let me add a test in here. So we're gonna have an array that's just going like straight upwards and is not gonna interact with the wall at all. And I think that's gonna return a nothing. So let's just make sure it returns a nothing. Because I basically want these all to return nothings if it doesn't intersect with that wall. That's what we're gonna do. So now we're gonna have another array, and it's just gonna be here. And this is gonna go, its velocity is gonna be in this direction. And then it's gonna go, sure, its position can be that as well. And then I want this to return a nothing. It probably does not right now. So let's go over here and let's do include. I missed something, 246. Here, I forgot a comma at the end there. Try that again, include, intersect test. That is gonna fail, and it says no method matching is approx float 64 1 and nothing. What is it actually returning? That is a good question. Let's go up here and figure it out. So let us print line intersection. It's printing a line of negative infinity. So if intersection, okay, so if intersection is not equal to a nan, it is actually returning negative infinite. So, how about we do, if absolute value of intersection is not equal to infinite, write this, go over here, and now we're going to do include intersection test. There we go. Dot of the n raised parallel with the plane. Yes, that was what I was hoping to do. So now I'm going to make it so it goes off diagonally in the other direction. And that's the other test I want to do. Does infinite work on negative infinity? Is finite. Oh, is finite. Yeah. So if is finite. Here we go, write that. Oh, I just remembered that the algorithm archive kept being brought up in the interview, so I've got to thank you. Oh, dude, yeah, you're such a, for the record, Gathros, you are an amazing developer. Like, just for the record, like, you know your stuff. GathVL is a work of art. Like, honestly, I'm using it all the time. Like, I have been using it recently a lot for some of the visualizations we've been doing. It's great. And honestly, the algorithm archive work you did is also really good. I'm happy that you're happy with getting that job and all of that. Like, honestly, I'm just really happy with that. At work, I've been using GathVL. Well, okay, I actually might be using it for this upcoming lecture, so I might be using it for work. But I've been mainly using it for the animations and stuff I've been doing for YouTube. Now, the problem is none of those animations have come out because the last one I did was for Computus. Like, I don't know, I've just been busy. But I've been using it a lot. It's pretty good. Hey, Prutz, how are you? My code is in MIT. In some sense, you can say that. Okay, so let's write this, go here, try it one more time to be include, and now we're going to do intersection test. Everything, that didn't pass. Is approx. Oh, that's because I'm dumb. Okay, so now I want to send this off to actually, you know what I want to do? Yank, paste, dd here, and then we're going to make this go off at negative x. Yes, that's what I want. That direction will work. And this should also return nothing. So let's go here, and we're going to run include intersection test, and that one fails because no method matching is approx array float 64. So what is it actually returning? It is returning negative. So here we want to say if is finite and positive. Now the question is, what if the wall is on the other side? Soon I'll be able to say that my tech is in most computers. Is that? Oh yeah, okay, that's true. That's fair. That's pretty cool. I mean, honestly, that's pretty cool. Okay, so if it is going in the other direction, I think, okay, so let's just do the following. So let's say, and, intersection is greater than 0. Okay, so now we're going to do include intersection test. All the tests pass. I mean, again, it's kind of a bit weird here. Is there a penalty for letting a calculation return a nan versus guarding it with a comparison? Is there a penalty for letting a calculation return an and versus guarding it with a comparison. It's not really a penalty for it, really. I mean, I can also, like, I mean, it's just like a single action. So I guess we could say in here, and intersection not equal to nan. Sure. So let's do include intersection test. Still works. It'll be fine. Branching can be slow though. Yeah, but so in my opinion, okay, so from my understanding, branching is only really slow in cases where like, so I know for parallel computing, for example, branching is slow when you have like all of the threads doing one thing and then you mess up that operation with a branch, right? I'm sure in C, nan is just stated if a calculation has an error. Yeah, if you compute a lot with nans and infinites, then yeah, it'll slow you down. Yeah, I guess we're trying to catch them early. So anyway, we'll see what happens. Again, this is more for a demonstration than anything else. I wish we could make it fast, but I'm honestly a bit concerned with, yeah, I'm a bit concerned as, like, I don't think I can get this out in a week. Like, I think we're very far from getting this done in a week. So intersection of the wall, and so I guess here we're going to say, if the intersection is not equal to nothing, then we're just going to do end. And I think I'm going to do the same thing in here. We're going to say raise.position plus equals intersection. And then we're going to say the position's here. And then we just have to do reflect. So now we're going to do reflect. Oh, I guess if type of wall equals mirror, then we're going to reflect. Oh no. Then we reflect. And it should be ray and then wall. Something like this should do. Okay, so let's just see what happens. We're gonna write this, go over here, we're gonna run include, and now we're just gonna run parallel raise not defined. That should be raise of j. Try that one again. Include parallel propagate. Error, no method matching iterate, mirror. Let's see what we have here. I'm sure as I told you, have to option to peel at done examples and translate that. Yeah, why do you need this done at the end of the week? Yeah, it's for a lecture that's next week. So, yes, bad news for Tom 7 and his NAN infinite computer. Above link includes a paper. Yeah, I can take a look. Whoa. Okay. I think I've seen some of Tom's videos before. So Loco Padre, what are you saying? As I told you, you have to option to peel at done examples and translate that. I don't know what you mean by that. I'm so sorry. Okay. So reflect. Here, there, takes array. Oh, it just takes a normal. Wall.n. And so let's do 1 second. Include parallel propagate. Okay, so now let's take a look at the last image. 1 second. Oh, it's probably way up there, so we're gonna have to do that. Okay, great. Yeah, perfect. Okay, this is exactly what I wanted to see. Wonderful. Right, so, Right. Okay. Yeah. I'm not exactly sure how we're 1.25 times 10 to the 4th. Exactly. We're just really strongly negative here. That's okay, we'll figure it out. What are you building? We're just doing some very basic ray tracing here. So when it comes to the native code, branching tends to be close to free when it's predicted well and quite expensive when it's predicted poorly. Yeah, that's especially for parallel applications. I can see that as being true. But here we're on a single thread, so I think it's okay. Like we're only on, yeah, so I think it's probably fine. I'll explain what I'm doing in just a second. Okay. All right, I think I'm caught up in chat. So what am I doing? If you look at this visualization in the upper left-hand corner, you're going to see a bunch of rays of light hitting a lens. So we're doing a similar visualization now, where it hits a lens without some sort of weird refractive index on the inside. And it all focuses on some point. So that's the visualization that we wanted. It's not for a video game. We are going to be teaching this in a lecture coming up for MIT course 18S191 on computational thinking. Sorry, typos. You have the option to peek at done examples in Python, C, and C++, and to adapt them if you feel too much time pressure. Right, okay, I understand. Yep, I agree with you. Okay. Gibbous, I got so distracted, I forgot to test my code after changing it. I'm going to do that now. Yeah, good luck, man. Okay, it is very close to 4:30, which means I've been streaming for almost 3 hours and 30 minutes. I'm nowhere near where I need to be, and that's okay. Also, for the record, it's not chat being distracting. It's me just being slow at this. Let me create a new wall that... Oh, I don't know. Okay, so we have a wall here. So we have a mirror. Yep, that seems fine. Let's move this to be... Oh, wait. Maybe that's the issue here. This should be 0 and X. And let's do 5. I think I just had that mirror in the wrong position. So now we're going to do include, parallel, propagate, mirage. Ho, ho, ho. Look at that. Wonderful. Okay. This is not good at all. It's not exactly what I wanted to see. But it's kind of almost in a way getting there. Okay. So why are our mirrors all dumb? Yeah, okay, so our mirrors are all in the wrong positions. So let's put those in the right positions, and then we're going to come back and figure this out. Okay. So, right. Let's see. So the lens here is going to be at 10 and X and 5. Of size 5. So we actually want this to be mirror. It reads an N first and then the position vector there. So let's put this at 25 instead in X. 25 should be fine. And then let's see. So we want the height here to be 10. And we want this to be... this is the XY one. So we want this to be 10. Actually, we want that to be 5. Okay, so that should be okay. In principle, this should be what we want. Include, parallel, propagate, mirage. Okay. Dang it. Okay, so now here's the lens. Wait, let me show you the lens. So here's the lens all the way over here. And the light just, yeah, it just keeps going. Not exactly sure what's happening there. All right, let's keep going. What do we have here? So something like a NaN check that's almost never true, doesn't cost much of anything, but branching on something like 50% coin flip on the sign of a number is very expensive. Right. Wait, I found another bug. Fair enough. What do you plan to use this? So like, I thought I just answered that question, but I'll say it again. I'm going to be teaching a lecture for the MIT course 18S191 on computational thinking. It will be on ray tracing, and so I'm turning this into a lecture on ray tracing. That's what it is. If it's a single operation inside the branch, your compiler is probably smart enough to do it without masking instead of branching anyways. Sure, but the coin flip branches can still come up in actual code and sometimes cause it to run 100 times slower than rethinking it so it predicts well. Second mirror, you type 50 instead of 5. That is in the Y direction. Wait a minute. This should be at... Oh, I have these flipped. This should be 1.0 here. Because these are the X mirrors. And then these guys are the Y mirrors. So this will be at... yeah. Okay, let me see. Does that make sense? So it's going to be at 0, 0, so it's pointing up. Let's try that. Include, parallel propagate, Mirage. Okay, well. Almost. Okay, so good news. The mirrors seem to be kind of in the right place. I don't know what's happening here exactly, but we'll figure that one out. Oh, come on. End process. Okay. So let's see. What do we have here? The -1 is at 25.5. The 0 and X, 5 and Y. Okay, I'm completely lost. Hey all, how are you, non-dairy neutrino? So not sure on that smart enough. I'd rather write explicitly what I want from my computer as to hope the compiler does it right. So this is how computer graphics are made. No, this is completely, no, we're doing it wrong. I'm sure smarter people are making better computer graphics engines than what we're doing here. We're just kind of trying to understand the method. Sufficiently smart compiler is a classic joke in computing science. It's like having a sufficiently talented experimentalist or something like that. I heard that a lot with the physical theory groups. Okay, the normal is -1, 0. So it is pointing this direction, and it is at 25 in X, and then, yeah, and then 5 in Y. That seems fine. The mirror is pointing this direction, and it's at 0 in X and 5 in Y. That seems fine. So let's see. The mirror is at 0.0 in X and 1.0 in Y. Oh no, the mirror is pointing upwards, and it is at 7.5 in X. Actually, let's just make that 15 or something like that. It doesn't really matter too much. 15. Actually 12.5, just to make it in the center. 12.5 again. Okay. And then it's going to be at 0 and Y, and the other one's going to be 12.5 and 1.0, 10.0. Okay, so why is this dumb? So now we're going to do parallel propagate, mirage check.png. I just don't understand. Did it freeze again? No, I just don't understand how we have. So here we have all the rays of light. I mean, should we just start all the rays of light slightly offset? They are slightly offset. Huh. Okay, so what's the issue here? So we have all the rays slightly offset in X. What if I only have one mirror? And I just get rid of all these other ones? So we're going to do mirage. Include, parallel propagate. And now we're going to run mirage. Right. Okay. Let's do 2 mirrors. So we're going to do the 2 X mirrors. Let's try that. So now we're going to do Control C. Include, parallel propagate. Now we're going to run mirage check.png. Interesting. Okay, so all the lights just kind of stuck behind that first mirror now. So that's interesting. Might as well send them a YOLO application. Yeah, if you want to, that's fine. Yeah, definitely send them an application if you feel like that's a good idea. Actually, do we need to? One second. Okay, first of all, let me make it so it's just one mirror again. So the mirrors are clearly broken. We'll try to fix that in just a second. Let me do this so we only have 2 interactions. And let's just run that. Include, parallel propagate, mirage. Okay. Let me run it without any mirrors. Get rid of the second and activate the third one. Get rid of the second one. Let's see. Uh, maybe I just let me just remove the reflect entirely. Let's just not reflect. We'll come back to that. Okay, what's going on? Why are these light rays already bending like that? I think what's happening... Why are they already bending? So that says to me I'm probably updating the rays incorrectly, because they should be interacting with the lens first, and then they should be... Okay. Oh, okay. I think I'm seeing something in here. Okay, right. So if they refract, we need to do I plus equals 1. Okay, wait, I see what's happening now. So what's happening is the light's interacting with the lens, and then in the same eye interaction, in the same iteration, it's also interacting with the wall, which is causing a whole bunch of really weird things to happen. So how are we gonna do that? We are gonna go through all interactions and have it interact with the... We're gonna have it interact with... I mean, it should just go through... I guess it just goes through all objects. So it goes through all lenses, and then it goes through all walls, and it gets an intersection point. And then whichever intersection point is lower, it does that intersection. Or something. So we'll get 2 intersection points. This is some really ugly code. I need a concept of like an object. So we, instead of having lenses and walls, we have an object type. And we just read in all lenses and we read in all walls. And then that will do. And then we just go through everything, and essentially all we're gonna say is if the object is of type lens, then we do refract. If it's of type wall, then we do this stuff. We do reflect. So let's refactor the code to do that. So let's go in here. We have the concept of an abstract type. If I understand the problem, you need to find all intersections and pick the first one. Right, that's exactly what we need to do. So we'll find all intersections with all objects, and then we need to find the first one. That's exactly what we're at, what we're doing. Okay, cool. So at least we found that out. Scene vector any with just scatter lens, scatter wall, and dispatch. This is the point where for large scenes you start worrying about spatial data structures. Right, exactly. This is why this is not going to be fast in any way, shape, or form. And in fact, I'm really thinking I don't want to make an algorithm archive article on this right now. When I started this last week at about this time, I was pretty confident that I wanted to do an algorithm archive article for this. But the more I look at it, the more I think I don't want to touch this right now until I can actually do it justice. And I'm 100% convinced that what I'm going to be teaching in lecture is not going to do this justice. That's just how it is. I'll come back to it. We'll make an algorithm archive article for it later, which sucks. That means I'm not going to be able to make a video this month because I have to spend all my free time working. It's so frustrating. Anyway, do you speak Portuguese? I do not. Sorry about that. So let's see. So we have abstract type wall here. And we want wall to be within type object. So we're going to create an abstract type object. Yeah, so let's just do that at the top. So we want this within type object, I guess. And then in here, we're going to have at the very top, we're going to have abstract type object, and then we're going to have struct lens, which is going to be within type object. Okay, so now what we got to do is make it so anytime we're doing interaction, so basically the code should work as it was should work basically the same as it did before. Let me do include, it might break. Yeah. So we have to do Control C, Julia, include. So now we should be getting the same image we got before. And now we just have to fix it so we get a better image. I know I have 9 to-dos and need a partial refactor, just like old times. What, 2 days ago? Yesterday? I don't remember. It's been so long. Invalid signature around line 77. Okay. It's because wall is going to be within type object. Include again. Okay. So in principle, we can run parallel propagate and we'll get the same thing that we got before. Same image. And now we just have to make it so we read in a set of objects instead of a set of mirrors and a set of lenses. So let's just make sure that's the same image, and then we can go from there. Okay, so let's do Mirage. We are getting, I think, the same image, so let's fix it. So now what we're going to have is objects here, which are going to be of type O, and this is going to be that, and we're going to say where O is within object, and now we're going to say down here for objects and objects. Okay, here we're going to say, again, we're going to dispatch it kind of weirdly for now. Jonox, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. This is not the best way to dispatch this. This is just how I'm going to do it for now. In fact, probably what I want to do, let me modify this. So any of these intersection lenses, let's just call them intersection point. And their intersection lens, I think we can just call it intersection. Because it's obviously taking type lens. Intersection. Yep. Okay, so now we're gonna look for wall. And now this will be intersection. 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 Okay, so let's write this, and now we're going to re-include, and we're gonna run intersection tests. Everything passes, great. Okay, so now we're gonna go up here, and where's our objects? Here. So for object and object, we're gonna say the intersection is gonna be the ray with the object. So that's gonna be our intersection point. And so we're gonna go through all the objects, find the lowest intersection point. And then after that, we're going to just dispatch on the type of that. Okay, good. So now we're going to go through here. And so intersection. So we need to keep both the object and we need to keep So how about we say intersection is going to be equal to we'll just do zeros of 2 for now. This is really dumb. We'll fix this later. And then in here we're going to say intersected object is going to be equal to keep track of the best intersection. Right, that's what we're going to do. So here we're going to say intersected object is just going to be equal to objects of 1. And we're not going to worry about it. It sucks so much. I hate this so much. But here we're going to say intersection for object. And then at the end here, we're then going to say if. Now the intersection is 2 points here. So if the this sucks so much. I hate doing this. This is like really bad code, but I'm just writing it this way and then we're going to deal with it. So if mean of intersection is less than mean of okay, let's just keep going. sorry, if the mean of the intersection is here, final, then we're gonna say intersection it's gonna be equal to intersection intersected object is gonna be equal to object. Oh, this sucks so much. Makes sense if you're just testing code and it doesn't end up working, you can waste time prettifying it. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at now as well. Hey Husky, how are you? Unfortunately, there is no HTML today. Okay, so now at the end of this, we're gonna have which object we're gonna work on. So now we're gonna say if intersected object is equal to lens, else if type of intersected object equals mirror, and in here, and we need type of here. I was hoping for some HTML finally. I'm sorry about that. It's been, what, 2-3 years? No HTML yet, so... Okay. So here we're going to do this group here, so let's see. And I suppose also we need if intersection is not equal to nothing. So... Oh, there is that point, isn't there? We can't do a mean of nothing. That doesn't exist. Where did I do that? Sorry about that, P2A20. Been following since November 1st, 2015. Haven't seen a single line of HTML. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We did some HTML. Like, at one point, we did a little bit of HTML, I'm pretty sure. Intersection final minus intersection. Okay, I'm not seeing it. I'm sorry about that. I'll probably figure it out in just a second. So if it's a type of mirror, we're just gonna do reflect in here. And then we want to do, and then for this, we're gonna want to put this in there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then in here, we're gonna say, can you do mean of nothing? Probably not. Oh. Yeah, means not defined? Okay. My bad, the bottom line of the equals is barely visible. Oh, okay, sorry about that. Okay, good. India Mo Software, thank you so much for following. I really appreciate it. Okay, let's see. We'll do it here. I probably don't need 2 nested loops. We probably can just say if intersection is not equal to nothing, and then we move this down to that line. Fair enough. Okay. Maybe we just make this equal to nothing for now. And then here we're gonna make this to nothing. And then we're just gonna go through, and if it interacts with anything, then we set it. Otherwise, so then down here we're gonna say if intersection not equals to nothing. And then we do these guys, and then we put another end statement in here. This is some really ugly code. Something like that. And then, does this make sense? Raise position dot plus intersection. Raise dot position. So this then can do yank to yank, and we can paste that in here. So in both cases, we're going to change that. And then I think we can just do this and that. I don't know what mean does. A mean apparently doesn't exist. So let's Google that, or let's change that. So what do we actually want to return here? We're going to say if the, I guess x squared plus y squared value is what we want. So let's just do sum of intersection dot squared. Let's do the same thing here. Right, that. Okay, so let's see what happens if we include this. Now let's try parallel propagate. Now let's take a look at Mirage. Okay, we're getting the same image as we got before, so that's something. I was not expecting that. I was expecting a different image. Okay, so let's try to figure this one out. Okay, so what's happening? Let me just make this bigger. Okay. Yeah, let me move down a bit. Scroll in maybe a little bit. Okay, something like that. So, okay, the question is, why are we getting this image? Just so we don't see any text down there. Let's move that down. Okay. What are we saying? We are saying that every time step, we have a certain number of interactions that our object will be going through. We are updating the position. Oh, wait, maybe that's it. Maybe we want to do this after we change the velocity. I include parallel propagate. No, that didn't help at all. I thought maybe. Okay, let's see. So our propagate function says for all the interactions that these rays are doing. Let's try 3 interactions. Parallel propagate. Mirage. We're getting the same image as before. Okay. Is this because, let's see, the parallel propagate command is, yeah, we are plotting the rays at the end. Just to be sure, let's do remove check.png. Parallel propagate, and let's try check.png. Okay, so we're getting the same image. Great. Okay, so what are we doing here? We are going to go through all of the objects. For all the objects in objects, what are we going to do? We are going to find the intersection point with all the objects. And if there is an intersection point, we're then going to save the smallest interaction point. And then down here, if intersection final is not equal to nothing, then if the, okay, so here we need intersected. That's one thing. Rays of J lens. Okay. And then down here, intersected object again. Okay. So then it's intersected object.n. Let's try that. Oh, we're still getting the same image. It's okay. We'll just read through the code, try to figure it out. Okay, so here's what we're doing. We're saying for all of the interactions, we're going to go through every single ray, and we're going to say that we are looking for some object it's interacting with, and the point at which it's interacting with that object. So we're going to go through all the objects, and we're going to say the intersection with that object is going to be just the intersection with the ray and that object. We're then going to say if the intersection is not equal to nothing, which means we interact with something, and the sum of the intersection... Wait a minute. What happens if we do intersection... wait, what happens if we do nothing squared? Yeah, so that doesn't work. So that means we never actually get into the point. So do we ever intersect with something? So, okay, I think part of the issue is we're not... intersection is equal to intersection. Is intersection relative to the ray? Right. So if the intersection is not equal to nothing, which means it did intersect with something, it interacted with that object, and the sum, so let's set this to infinite. Alright, this is dumb, but let's just do that. So we're going to do include. I'm going to remove the image that we have right now. And now we're going to do parallel propagate. Let's take a look at it. Okay, we're getting the same image somehow. Okay, so then we're saying the intersection final is going to be the intersection, and the intersected object is going to be the object. Fine. Then we're saying if the intersection final is not equal to nothing, which means it interacts with something, we're going to ask, is the type of the intersected object a lens? If so, we're going to say the index of refraction is going to be the intersected object times the index of refraction. Right. And then we're going to say if it's inside of the lens, then we're just going to do 1 over the intersected object, and we're going to do a refraction event. So we're going to say rays of j, and then we're going to do intersected object, and then the index of refraction that we're reading in. We're going to say else if the type of the intersected object is a mirror, then we're going to do reflect rays end. And then we're just going to update the position, saying that the new position is going to be equal to whatever it was before plus the intersection final, which is relative. And then we're going to say we're going to update the rays set of positions. So D to D. Paste in here. I'm just going to close Julia and open it up again, because I don't buy that we're getting the same image that we have been getting. So we're going to include this. Okay, so let's try parallel propagating in. Error, good. Okay, so now we're getting something different. That's great. No method mentioning propagate. Yes. So I don't know how we were getting that to run all the time, because clearly we have something wrong even down here. So we have to make it so we have a list of objects. So we have lenses and we have mirrors, and then I'm just going to say objects is going to be equal to vcat of lenses, mirrors. And then in here we're going to read in objects. Okay, good. So now let's try include, parallel propagate again. So no method mentioned propagate array of ray1, array of object 1 in 64. I think when I wrote the propagate function, I think I screwed up. And I think I wrote a 0 instead of an O. Okay, this is doing something. Let's see what happens. Intersection not defined. Great. Okay, so we're actually getting errors now, which is great. Intersection. Intersect test. Intersection with array. Intersection quadratic. Intersection not defined. Intersection ray. Okay, well, let's just go to 266. And let's just call this intersect instead of intersection. Sorry, the naming scheme is really bad here. I do apologize for that. Let's see, intersect final. Intersect final. Okay. Include parallel propagate. Non-Boolean data type used in Boolean context on 284. So else if type of... So now we're going to do include parallel propagate again. And then we hopefully see something. I don't know. It is outputting an image this time, so that's good. Okay, so now we're going to run the last Mirage. Look at the image. Hey, we have nothing. It's nothing. Right. Oh, that was not what I meant to do. I meant to do this one. Okay, so we have the lens. The mirror is set behind this box, but we don't have any rays. So, yeah. All right, well, let's just keep going. We are so close, though. We are so close to getting this to work. My word. But we're running into a bit of a question here. So, right. So just for the record, I've been working on this pretty solidly for the past 3 days. Matt XMP, thank you so much for following. Right. So I have at least 20 to 30 hours working on this so far. And I'm nowhere near done. It's going to take another probably 10 hours before I have before I'm even happy with the 2D variant, let alone the 3D variant of this ray tracing method. And that's totally fine. It's not a big deal. But the question is, are we actually going to be able to teach this to the students? Because it's taking a significant amount of time that I was not expecting. You have an intersect final instead of an intersect final? Okay, let me see. Thanks. Go here to include, parallel propagate, Mirage. Hey, we have the rays of light going to the sphere and then stopping. Okay, so that's good. We have all the rays hitting the sphere. So now they're just not reflecting appropriately. But okay, so here's my kind of question here. Somewhat naive question, I suppose. Well, actually, let's increase the vector here to be 3? No, 4. I thought that would do it. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so my issue with this is if it's taking me this long, and I mean, yeah, okay, I don't mean to be like, oh, I know way more than my undergraduate students, but, you know, I do have a PhD and I am the instructor, so in principle, I should know more than my undergraduate students. If it's taking me this long to do, is there any convincing way that we can provide this material to them such that they can get through it in a reasonable amount of time? That's my question. And I don't really have a good answer there. I feel like we're just gonna... Yeah, this is gonna be tough. Like, really tough. But I guess we'll see. Okay, so it does look like... I've got a feeling that none of our velocities have been updated appropriately. So what I want to do is at the end of these intersection finals not equal to nothing, I'm going to actually print something out. And I'm just going to print out rays of j.v. So let's run the last include. Now we're going to run parallel propagate. I don't know. Those seem correct. Okay. Well, let's go down to this propagate function. Num intersections, num intersections. Interesting. The problem with ray tracing in 3D is that there comes more camera more like camera, translation, and rotation. Right, I was kind of wanting to do the 3D ray tracing in lecture and then have them do the 2D ray tracing in homework. That way we still have the reflect and refract function. We still discuss how to interact with objects in 3D or interact with objects in Cartesian space. And that's all kind of related. But yeah. So let's do 3. Oh, interesting. Okay. So let me add a new tab in here as well. Okay, so it does look like the velocities are being updated appropriately. It's just for some reason they're not being printed. Or they're not... Well, let's just see what happens. So now I'm going to do a new line out here. So print line. Oh, actually, no, I want to do it here. Okay, it's 2 new lines. So let's do include, parallel propagate. Okay. So it starts out, these are all the intersections. We know that this set is correct. And then down here, it does... Yeah, so we do have a new set of positions. Yeah, we have a new set of positions, which I would reckon is probably correct. Yeah, I reckon it's probably more or less correct. So we have a new set of positions, but for some reason, it's, better tell them to work through ray tracing in 1 weekend. Oh, there's no way. There's no way they're going to get it done in 1 weekend. Like, that's just impossible. I know you can read through that resource in 1 weekend, but to go from literally no code, specifically, so ray tracing in 1 weekend won't give them any code, right? Because it's not in Julia. So they're going to have to like rewrite all the code in Julia, and there's no way they're going to get through it in 1 weekend. It's not going to happen. Like, it'll be one long weekend. Okay. Okay, so let's do this. Oh, wait. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Okay, let's do this one more time. So now it does 4. Okay, so this is almost what we want. That's actually not bad. I don't know what was changed, but this doesn't seem so bad. So we see light coming in, it refracts, and then it refracts again. And we see spherical aberration on this side. It's just for some reason, some of these lenses, some of these rays are not, they're not doing what they're supposed to do. Like this one just goes right through for some reason. I don't exactly know why. This one just stops. This one is not, it's not supposed to do that. It's just supposed to keep on going. So, right, there's a lot of things that we have to kind of figure out. So this test case is easy. We can fix that one relatively easily. I don't know what's happening with these rays or like what's happening with these guys over here. That's kind of a question that we need to figure out. Okay, good. We're getting there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to write and quit, git add what we have right now, just so it's available, git commit -m, adding skeleton of refracting and mirror. Git push origin master. Okay, I'm gonna commit this just so it's available because we have something that's almost kind of working and I don't want to destroy it. Let's see. Is the purpose of the course to write it from scratch, or can you give derivation code of intersections, etc.? I think we can give the code for intersections and stuff like that, but honestly, that does kind of go against the philosophy of the course in some ways. Like, we're trying to give everyone, like, in some ways, we're trying to give everyone, like, as full of a description of, as possible. So a weekend is 2 by 24 hours, still less than your weekend. I mean, I guess. Heavy Thruster, thank you so much for following. Okay. So, right. Let's look at this image again. And we can fix one ray just right off the bat. So this ray that is intersecting with the lens up here, it's just kissing the top of the lens. I think what we can do with that one is just say, you know, I think the refraction is actually happening correctly there. But I think if it's kissing the top of the lens, I think what we want to do is we want to say that it's it just goes through. So if it does that, we just want it to return to nothing instead of what it's currently returning now. So let's do that. And then that will solve that one line. And then we have to figure out what's happening with all those other lines. And I have no idea what's happening with those other lines. So intersection here, and that was this case in here. So less than or equal to R, note, returns nothing if tangential. And then we have to do the same thing down here. And if it is, where are we? If discriminant is greater than 0, wait. If discriminant is equal to nothing, so basically, we're asking how many terms this. If discriminant is less than 0. Oh, here it is. I'm gonna make this return nothing and just say, returns nothing if tangential. I don't know if that's the best way to do it, but for now I'm just going to do that, and then we'll deal with it in just a second. So let's do Mirage. Sorry. So now we're going to do include, and then parallel propagate, and now we're just going to do Mirage. Okay, so now that line goes right through because it was tangential. Again, I'm not sure if that's the best way to do it. Maybe it should actually go in. I don't know. So, okay, I think the archive, you could archive a simple ray tracer, only light and circle. That should be doable. The rest might be too hard for the slower students. They could do the ray marching and a ray tracer and compare the results in time and workload. If they are eager ones, point them at your code or the mentioned books. Yeah, there's obviously a lot of good resources out there for ray tracing and stuff. Should it do that? Now I'm kind of questioning. Let me see what happens. Oh, wait. What happens if you send light? That should be a glazing angle. So that should reflect off, I think, in that case. I don't think it should go right through like that. Right? Okay, so we still have to consider what to do on this edge. I don't think that's correct. I think, for some reason, I feel like if we hit this, oh, I don't know. I need to think about it. Okay, so, right. So what's happening here, what's happening here, and what's happening here? And there, for that matter. So why is this not propagating through? Why is this one propagating through without refracting? Okay, good. So we've got a bunch of questions. Let's... All right, so it's been about 2 hours and 15 minutes since my last break. I'm gonna go get a quick... I'm gonna go fill up on water. I will be back in 2 minutes, and then we'll talk about what we need to do from here. We're making good progress. It's just, you know, we're making good progress. I'm hoping to have this example, the spherical operation example, done by the end of today. I think the other stuff should be a bit easier. So I'm gonna take a break, and then I'm gonna come back, explain where we are, where we're gonna go, all that kind of stuff. We have another maybe 2 hours and 30 minutes or so until I'm probably shot from stream. The edge case is difficult to visualize because light is not actually rays, but rather a beam. Right, but yeah, so I mean, a ray is a beam, right? Like, it's going to do the same thing. Until our disappointment, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break, guys, and I will be right back. So yeah, give me just a second. Okay, I'm back. Just give me 1 second, and then we can get started back with the stream. I hope you guys are all having a wonderful day, and yeah. Okay, so... Right, just to recap everyone on what is happening. Let me go over here, open up the page, and let's put that last image that we have, journal, new page before, up on screen, and then we can go from there. Okay. This is fine. Right, Control C. Okay, so this image is very close to what we wanted to visualize. Very close, but not quite exactly what we wanted to see. So good news, we see that light is entering the sphere on the side here. It's hitting where it's supposed to hit. All of these rays are stopping where they're supposed to stop. And some of the rays are doing precisely what they need to do. We have this ray hitting here, moving over here, and then bending again, and we see what kind of sort of looks like spherical aberration out here. So this is very close to the image that we want to generate. Now, here's where things get a little bit funky. First of all, this tangential ray, I'm not entirely sure what we should do with that ray. So we need to think about that. Maybe it is supposed to just like go really far like this. But right now I just have it skipping the lens entirely, and I'm not going to worry too much about it. Okay. The other more kind of, I guess, concerning question is what is happening here and what is happening with this ray here. And with these three rays over here. So let's just draw these out. So the first issue is going to be what's happening here, why that doesn't propagate through, and why these guys don't propagate through, and corollary, ancillarily, whatever, why that one doesn't go through. So one, why don't they propagate? Okay, that's question number one. Now question number two is this guy down here. So why does this guy miss that boundary? So two, why doesn't that ray refract? Okay, and then finally, the third question is, what exactly do we do with this tangential ray? And I guess I'm going to draw that in another color just because I've been drawing the other ones in different colors. So this will be, let's do orange. So what exactly do we do with that tangential ray? 3, tangent. I think we can answer all these questions in the next 2 hours and 30 minutes. Maybe 2 hours and 45 minutes left in stream. I will certainly be finishing stream at 8 o'clock p.m. I'm not going to go beyond that. And I've already been streaming for 4 hours and 15 minutes now. So I am a little bit tired. Again, at most, we have 2 hours and 45 minutes left. So we'll see how that goes. And again, I'm very tired. So what might happen is we might just answer these 3 questions, get it done, wrap up the stream, and go. There are several other questions that we need to ask. In particular, let me go down here. We've already kind of discussed how to expand our ray tracer to use different shapes and stuff like that. But right now, we're really just trying to tackle the spherical aberration question. And I'm going to be happy as long as we can finish this number 1 by the end of today's stream. As long as we can get a good looking image out at the end of stream for that. Then I guess tomorrow, because I think it will take significantly less time, we will tackle 2. On Wednesday, we'll be doing Writing Wednesdays. Again, if you guys haven't been here recently, last Wednesday, I know I've been plugging this a lot, but I think it's kind of cool. We will be doing a creative writing stream on Wednesday from now on, which isn't everyone's cup of tea, but I think it's interesting to some people. If you're interested in writing your own story and having it read aloud here on stream, feel free to go to Discord, where there's more information available there. And let's see. So we can get 1 done today. We'll do creative writing stream on Wednesday, but we can do 2 tomorrow, and then we can do 3 on Thursday. And then when all of that's done, we can then start talking about parallelization and stuff like that, and also how to do this in 3D. There's a lot of important questions that I don't actually know the appropriate answers to at this point in time. Now, again, I was really hoping to have like a super good, high quality video by next week. There's no way. There's no way I can get a very high quality YouTube video out next week. It's just impossible. I don't have enough time. So I will do what I can to make the best video I can. And we're just going to have to deal with, you know, what's available. So it'll be another lecture. This unfortunately means I'm just not going to be able to put a video out on YouTube basically this month. Well, at least not for the next few weeks. Man, it just sucks so much. I was really hoping for this to be the next video on YouTube, but I'm not going to be able to do this justice. Basically, I'm not going to be able to get the ray tracing method to a high enough quality where I'm happy enough to describe it on my own channel. That's just how it is. It's unfortunate, but that's how it is. Neskovsky, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. So yeah, that's where we are. So unfortunately, this means the next video for YouTube is not going to be out until November. It's probably not even going to be out in November. Man, I hate having to put things that I actually like. I just hate it so much. Okay. You know, a few weeks ago, I promised myself that I was only going to give 40 hours a week to my MIT job. Like, I promised myself I was going to do that. Guess what didn't happen? That didn't happen. I spent 100 hours a week working for MIT like I always do. Oh well, it is what it is. No reason to gripe about it. Okay. So let's just keep going. I'm going to close this, and we're going to run parallel propagate, and we're just going to take a look at all of these arrays and see what happens. Okay, let me get some water. Man. It's just, I keep looking at this. It's like, man, I really want to make online content my primary job. I really do. Because it's so much better than whatever I'm doing for work right now. And I can't. There's just no time. Like, the next time I could possibly get a video out isn't until like November 30th or something like that. Like, it's literally 2 months out until I can put out another video. Because that's just how much time it takes to make video content. It's really frustrating. Oh well, it is what it is. Okay, let me go over here really quick. Yeah. Okay, so let's just keep going then. Yeah, let's just keep going. Okay, so we know what we're trying to find here. We're trying to figure out what's going on with our interactions here. So let me go to this print line statement. And so we're printing out the ray's velocity and the ray position at every time step. Its updated position and its updated velocity. Okay, so which ray are we looking at in particular? Let's scroll up. So let's tackle the pink one first. What's happening with ray number, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What's happening with ray number 7? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It looks fine there. So the next one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Again, it looks fine. Interesting. Okay, so it seems to me... It seems to me like... Maybe I'm not counting right. Okay, so this first object interacts at 7, 1. What is 7, 1? 7, 1 is 7 and x and 1.0 and y. The next one interacts at 6 and 2. So let's see, 6 and 2. So 7, 1 must be this one. 6 and 2 must be that one. Yeah, that must be right. And then... Oh, wait a minute. No, it's 1 and x. Ah, there it is. So, okay. So it's 1.0 in x, 2.0 in y. I see. Okay, I got it. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so if we're looking for this ray right here, it's a ray that interacts at 7 and y. Yep, that's correct. So it is this guy right here. And this looks no different than the other guys. It looks like the new velocity is going to be mostly in the x direction with a little bit in y. So it's bending down a bit, and that's what you would expect. Does that actually add up to 1? Well, let's just calculate that really quick. So we're going to do, I'm going to open up another Julia shell, and we're going to do this squared plus this squared. That's basically 1. Perfect. Okay, great. Okay, so now the next one is going to be 3 from the bottom. So this is infinite, infinite. I think that's fine because that one doesn't interact with anything, so that's fine. This one is now going to be 0.8. Okay, this is super interesting. It looks like the rays are actually interacting, and they are refracting, and we're getting the right points. But it looks like we're not plotting them correctly. Let me see. So we have parallel propagate here. Let me return the rays at the end here. So let's just return. Write this. Okay, so now we're going to do parallel propagate. We're going to get rays back is going to be equal to that. So now let's just do plot rays. And we're going to do rays. And we read in mirrors and lenses. That's probably fine. We should probably make this take the objects interface as well. Well, no, we can do mirrors and lenses. It doesn't really matter. Well, okay, we can do... Nah, we'll do objects. Whatever, it's fine. Let's go to plot rays and let's fix it. To plot rays, we're now going to make this take objects. Objects, which is going to be a vector of objects. Oh, actually, vector of O. Where O... O is of subtype object. Should work. And now we're going to go in here. Cosme, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Okay, so now we have the file name. That should all be fine. Good. Okay, so now we're going to go for objects and objects. All right, then we're going to say if object is of type mirror, we're going to do the following. Type of object is equal to mirror. That's not how you spell mirror. Let's try that again. Mirror. We do the following. And then we're going to do else if object type of object is going to be equal to lens. And I think we need to do capital L, change this to the parentheses out here. And then we should be able to just d and make this a capital M. Whoever is this now, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Also, guys, if you have any comments, questions, concerns, ideas, feel free to let me know, and I'll try to address it as soon as I see it in chat. And we need another end down here. In principle, that should work. So now we're going to try parallel propagate again. And now we're going to try to look at the image. Check.png. I'm going to just close Julia and open it up again. I don't know why. I just feel like that might do something. It probably won't. I just wanted to do something. And we'll just see what happens. Oh, well. I mean, what's the worst that happens, right? Like, yeah. Okay. So we're going to include this. It's going to take just a second because it's precompiling plots.jl. And now we're going to do parallel propagate again. And again, it'll take just a second because it's rendering our image for the first time. And then once that's done, I will then plot it. Or I'll then take a look at the image. Object not defined. Great. Okay, so let's go to 120. It says objects. There we go. Perfect. So we're going to do include parallel propagate for loop object. Yeah, thank you for that. You just caught that. Lens not defined. Lens. Okay, that's because all of these lenses and mirrors should now be objects. So let's look for a mirror. And actually, let's just do this in a bit of a better way. Okay, so we're going to say, what is it? It's going to be 119 to 130 S. And we're going to do mirror, and we're going to do object CG. Yes. 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 Label equals mirror. No. Okay. So now we're going to do the same thing. Oh, in fact, there's only 2 of them. Let's just do it this way. The heck? Oh. So now we're going to do object.r and object.p. Sorry about that. Object.p. And I think that should be it. So now we're going to try include parallel propagate. Mirror not defined. Where's mirror? Mirror is there. Oh. Oops. Somehow I missed one. Include parallel propagate again. Now we should have an image. Perfect. Okay. Now we'll take a look at that image. And I really do think this is an issue with, the plotting. I have a feeling it's an issue with the plotting. So let's see. Again, the issues that we're trying to solve here. We're trying to solve the fact that this ray is not refracting. This ray is just going right through, and these rays are also not refracting. So that's what we're trying to figure out. It's just for some reason not doing what we expected, and that is okay. That's totally okay. We just have to figure it out. So let's go. Okay. Let me get some water again. Right, and again, guys, I have been streaming for 4 hours and 30 minutes at this point. I am trying to do longer streams for my, Twitch channel and stuff like this. For those who are just coming in, this particular stream is for a lecture that I'll be teaching at MIT, the MIT 18S191 course on computational thinking. I told you the plot might be buggy. Yeah, I don't know for sure. I just feel like, okay, so let's see how we're plotting these rays. Can you do some sort of real-time test where you can move the ray and watch how it bounces? I think it'll be easier to tell what's going wrong. There's no way. There's no way we can do a real-time test. Julia, okay. We could have written this in like Julia OpenGL or OpenCL, but yeah, that's not gonna, that would have taken way more time. Okay. So we are plotting the ray's positions. And we're label ray. Okay, well okay, so we have the rays now, I think. Let's see, rays are going to be equal to that. Okay, so now I want to say rays. Okay, so we have the set of rays. Let's do rays of, so which ray is broken here? I think it is rays 7. Rays of 7 dot positions. Okay, so it starts at 0.1 and then 7 in X. Oh, interesting. So it starts at 0.1 in Y, which is in X here, and then it starts at 7 in Y. So it starts here. Then its first interaction is at 5.4172, 7.0. So that's also here. But then all the subsequent positions are the same. So that's why. So it does definitely stop. There's definitely an issue there. So the question is, why does it stop? And that I'm not really sure. So let's see. It must be in the propagate function. I must have just done something wrong there. And again, guys, I have definitely been, I've definitely been coding this for a long time. I've been looking at this for a long time, so I probably made a bunch of mistakes. And hopefully, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Sorry if it is OT. I don't know what OT stands for, but I wonder if there are particular reasons for using Julia. Yeah, so the reason I'm using Julia is simply because, well, one, I do like Julia as a language. It's expressive and relatively fast. And two, this is for a lecture course that I'm teaching at MIT, and the language that we're teaching that course in is Julia. So again, we're trying to create code. Right now the code's really messy, but I'll eventually cut down the code that will help people learn this material better. One second, I just got a notification from work. Right. Okay, I'll try to figure that out later. Okay. Off topic. Oh, thank you for that. So yeah, are you asking why we're teaching the course in Julia? Or are you asking the same question as Sem asked before? Why Julia to teach computational thinking? There's a lot of reasons, and I personally agree with most of the reasons. Lola Bunny Hop, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. So Julia is a language that provides basically the flexibility that you would expect from Python and the speed that you would expect from C. So you get most of the benefit, basically you get most of the benefit of using Python, and that you're able to easily write code. But also you can also reason about different kind of more complicated topics because it's relatively fast. So we did, for example, seam carving. which was a way in which we could dynamically change the size of images and stuff like that in a relatively fast way in class and stuff like that. So that's a good reason for it. I would never read notifications from work in free time, except if they pay me in my free time. Yeah, so I don't think you understand how my work works. 90% of my important interactions happen outside of work hours. So, you know, like, that's just how it is. There isn't really much I can do about it. And again, today's technically a holiday, but I've been working on this for work for the past at least 5 hours, and it's kind of a pain. Is it possible to implement backend with Julia? In fact, Julia is pretty much only backend. Is easy Python is fast to see? That's cool. Yeah, so again, Julia doesn't really have much front-end stuff right now. And when you say front-end, I'm assuming you mean web stuff. It's not very good with web stuff at all. In fact, I would really not recommend you use Julia for web stuff. However, it's really good for high-performance computing, which is the area that I'm from, doing supercomputing and stuff like that. So, in that respect, it's pretty good. Okay. And also, the promise that it says easy as Python, but as fast as C, that's obviously a bit hard to validate, right? In my opinion, Julia code is easier for me to write than Python code, by a significant margin. Now, does that mean it's easier than Python for most people? No, it just means for me it is. And for other people, it might be harder, right? So that's just something to keep in mind, right? It is kind of subjective. And I'm trying to make sure that it's not super subjective, but you do get pretty good benchmarks with Julia. It's on the order of C. Do you know Eric Domain? I do not. Let me get some water again. I'm super thirsty. Isn't that kind of what the Julia creators described it as? Easy to write, but still performant in parallel? Yeah, that's why I said it, right? This is the promise of Julia. And it lives up to the promise pretty well, in my opinion. Okay. How about Sage? I don't know much about Sage. Sorry about that. Okay. So we're going to say index of refraction inside of intersected objects. So now we have, there was something that I needed to do here, and I forgot what I needed to do. So the refract function, let me go to my previous Julia code that I have here. So we have refract, and there was something I did. I think it's inside of the refract function. No, it's not. Okay, so where did I do this? So there are particular rays that need to reflect, but I need to figure out, so if rays.v is equal to zeros of 2, then we reflect. I'm going to add this in there at the end. So let's see, else if type of intersected object is mirror. So we're going to refract in here, rays of j, and then what I want to do is I want to add this if statement in right here. So if rays.v is equal to 0, then we reflect. Okay, so I don't think that'll fix the problem, but I think it's important to have. So let's do, where are we? Parallel propagate. I want to include parallel propagate. And now let's take a look at the image there. Yeah, it didn't fix the problem. I just wanted to see. Okay. So what are we printing out every time step? We're printing out the ray's velocity and the ray's position. So I guess let's just take a look at what's being printed out. So we know it's element 7 that's having an issue. And that's the ray position here. So that's that ray position at 7.0. Okay, so now, oh, here. Okay, good. So here, it's still at that same position. Okay, so that's good in a way, because that means that for some reason our ray is not finding the next. Okay, I'm not really sure here. I need to think about this. So we have a ray that's coming in and it stops. However, most of the other rays keep going. So this ray keeps going and this ray keeps going, but for some reason this guy right here stops. The question is, why does this person stop? Tower Frida, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Okay, so that's a very good question, and I don't really know the answer to it. So I guess we're just gonna keep going. And by the way, guys, if you do appreciate the stream, feel free to let me know. I realize that it's kind of a weird, kind of begging thing to say, and I don't mean to say that, and I don't mean to say support the stream in any way. I'm just saying, if you like it, if you don't like it, let me know. I'm very interested to hear your guys' opinion on ways in which we can make the stream better. There's a couple things that I know people are going to say. One, use syntax highlighting, and unfortunately, I'm going to say no to that. But if there's something like a topic that you want to cover in the near future, or if there's a way in which I'm making YouTube videos that you want me to do better or something like that, feel free to let me know. Lord Simanic, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. I was having trouble parsing that name for some reason. And also, guys, if you are here for the first time, please feel free to check out Discord. Also, my YouTube channel can be found here. And here is the algorithm archive. Oh, sorry. The Arcane Algorithm Archive, which is where you can find out more information about different algorithms and stuff that we cover on the channel. I'm sorry, I don't mean to like plug this a lot. I just feel I'm going to plug it a bit more because right now I'm not able to make YouTube videos at all, just because I don't have time to make YouTube videos. So I'm not able to use my primary platforms for advertisement right now. So I need something. And I do apologize for doing that on Twitch, but right now it's just what I have to do. Okay. Yeah, so let's try to figure this out. So I guess my question is why this ray is for some reason, well, let me take a look over here as well. It looks like, okay, so it looks like this ray here and this ray here probably have the same problem, right? Because they're both, I think, so this ray is hitting the lens kind of obliquely, like it's hitting the lens and just going straight through. So these are kind of like, one is hitting and going straight through, and then other ones, and then these guys are kind of symmetric on either side, and they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. So I guess let's try to figure that out. Always appreciate the stream. Ah, thanks. Okay. So what I'm going to do next is I'm actually going to take a look at the third entry. So this is 0.543, 0.54177. And so let's take a look at that third entry in here. 1, 2, 3, 0.543. Ah, okay. So this is still at the same point. And then after that, it then for some reason jumps over to 14. Okay. I'm going to do specific checks on those numbers here. So if j is equal to 7, so printing the raised up velocity and the raised position. And then we're going to say they should be intersecting with something. So what do we want to do here? So the object is, so we're going through all the objects and we're saying the intersection point is going to be equal to this. So rays of j and object. So we're going to say if rays of j is equal to 7, sorry about that, I'm just going to do it this way, and in here, we're now going to print line intersect, I guess, or intersection final. Final. Let's do D3D, and let's paste that down here. And let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. Discord streamer mode would get you highlighted with a special role at the top of TFK member list, thanks to brand new Me6Punch. Oh, interesting. Streamer mode. Oh, actually, I think I'm already, I'm in the Discord. I don't have time to, I feel so bad about the Knowledge Fellowship stuff. So first of all, the Knowledge Fellowship, if you guys don't know what the Knowledge Fellowship is, feel free to check it out. It's basically a Discord where a whole bunch of really cool streamers get together who do educational content on Twitch. It's great that we have that. However, I haven't had the time to really dig into that recently. So I joined it, and then I never really had time to like talk about it, to talk to them. So I don't know. I hate that I like being a part of the group, but I haven't really been able to interact with them because I just don't have time. So we're just gonna say 7 intersection point there. Should work. So let's do include again. And now we're going to run parallel propagate. Okay, let's see what we got here. Parallel propagate. Wait, what? I am not seeing this being printed out anywhere. Interesting. Let me just print J. Maybe? Okay, what's happening? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If rates, oh, sorry, if I is equal to 7. If j is equal to 7. I'm just dumb. There we go, perfect. Right, this, now we're going to try include. Parallel propagate, let's see what we got here. So 7 intersection point. So 7 intersection point is going to be 5, 3, 0. 7 intersection point is going to be 0, 0. Okay. So how is it possibly 0, 0? I guess because we're on the lens. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe it just... So maybe the lens is of a certain size. And it's catching the... Like, maybe it's catching the... So, okay. So we get to this point here. Let's color that in another color. Let's just do this. So it's catching this point here. But then because we're on the lens, it's giving us two routes. One that's here and another that's here. And because this one is shorter, it's giving us that route. We know that busy streamers have a hard time being active in multiple servers. Totally normal and not a problem. Just look for ways you can help. We can help you. Knows the algorithm archive since plenty of new members our way. I think that's probably true. I'm not really sure though. Yeah, I haven't really been doing a good job of keeping up with my online content recently. Just because again I'm super busy with work. But I think this is the answer. Okay, good. So I think we found the answer there. Cancel. So let's see how we're doing intersect then. So intersect test. Let me try Gear 1910. Thank you so much for following. Let me try doing something differently. Let's try doing intersection here with a quadratic approach. And then we're going to change this to intersect geometric. Let's move down here. And let's go to that test that we had just a second ago. Where's our test? Our test is here, intersection, and then intersection geometric. Okay, so let's go here and let's do include, and then we're going to do parallel propagate, and let's take a look at, there's a lot of imps there, but that's okay, probably. So let's take a look at the image. Okay, well, right. So that made it worse, but I think I'm pretty confident in saying we know what the problem is now. So that means I just have to fix both of the propagate functions, or both of the intersection functions. So intersection here, and I guess we're going to say if the intersection, and I guess we also want to say, okay, so here we have returned nothing. So, okay, so we have the minimum, it's going to be the minimum of roots. So if the minimum is greater than 0, I think what I want to do is make it so the minimum is greater than some small threshold. So let's do 0.01 or something. And here we're going to do 0.01. Right. So now we're going to do include parallel propagate. And now if we do check.png, now it's working perfectly. Wonderful. Okay. So if we do greater than 0, I think this will still break. So we're going to do include parallel propagate. And now if we do mirage, oh no, that one works fine. Okay. So I'm going to assume the geometric one is also similar. Okay. So closest approach. Okay. So we have to fix the geometric one now, which is great. That's fine. So we found the issue there. Perfect. Relatively happy with that. Okay. Good. That's actually, I'm pretty happy with that. And also, we are about to move into my normal stream time. So now I'm trying to think of what we want to do here. So let's fix the geometric intersection. And then if we fix the geometric intersection, we should be good to go. So let's do that. So this is intersection, then intersection quadratic. All right, I've just got to figure out what line we need to fix in the intersection function here. So intersect will provide if min is greater than 0 includes, yeah, so that's for the quadratic approach. So right, the closest approach is going to be the absolute value of square root of norm relative distance squared. I guess what we want to do, maybe we give it some small kick in some direction, like we just push it slightly along V. So we'll just say lens dot position, and we just move it just slightly. If in lens, else always return an intersection. If in lens, if in lens, oh, I see. You're saying it's here, but I feel like, okay, so, okay, let me think about this. The second interaction is not the problem, right? So I think it's above. So I think the issue is like we're very okay. So let me explain this for everyone just to make sure that people are on the same page. So I think what's happening is the following. So we have a circle here. We're drawing a circle, and we have a ray that's like just barely outside the circle. So just barely outside, right? So we found this interaction point, and we're just right there. It's just a little, I don't know, like a little dot on the edge of the circle, right? And so now the question is, where does the ray go? Well, the ray should go all the way over here, but its first intersection point, because it's just barely on the outside of the circle, is actually here. Let me do that in another color. Actually here. So what I was thinking we could do is we could just give it a small nudge in some direction. So we just give it like a really, really small nudge in the direction of its velocity, and then that will fix it. So if we say lens dot, I could just do lens dot p is going to be dot plus equals lens dot v, actually, sorry, ray dot p is going to be dot plus equals ray dot v times 0.000001. Now if we do include, and we do parallel propagate, and we do this, okay, right, okay, that did not do what I was expecting it to do at all, so yeah, let's let's just go back, DD there. Okay, I thought that would work, but okay, so let's think about it a bit more then. What is this for? It looks cool. Want to learn, try, but I have no clue. So what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to get a simple ray tracing example working for a class I'm teaching on computational thinking at MIT. The class is 18S191 on computational thinking. And yeah, it'll be basically a week from now when I have to give the lecture. So I guess plenty of preparation time, but not as much preparation time as I would have liked. So let's see, what do we have here? So let me change the intersection quadratic. Oh, greater than 0. I think the rays that are emitted in reflect or refract should be nudged forward. Okay. So we have reflect. Oh, well, no, we return the intersection here, which is going to be dot ray dot v, and let's just do instead of the rays being passed to intersect. Okay, well, what if we do, so if we're inside of the lens, we'll do the projected relative distance. What if I just add an offset to these guys? I don't know. I'm just kind of, because I want to, because the Okay, so let's do include parallel propagate. And now we're going to do mirage check.png. Perfect. Okay. So let's just create a threshold in here because we're using a threshold a lot. I'm just going to comment in here. On the other side. The boundary. After intersecting. Okay. And so we want the threshold there. We also want the threshold here. And then I'm just going to define a threshold at the top and say threshold to avoid floating position errors. And here we're just going to say thresh. It's going to be equal to 0.00 or something. Okay, so now you're going to do include. Now we're going to run parallel propagate again. And we take a look at mirage check.png. Okay, wonderful. We have our spherical aberration image. I'm going to commit that. And good. Okay, happy with that. Relatively happy with that. Okay, so let's commit that. Right and quit. Git. Okay, let's do a little bit more really quick. I'm gonna make it so we have multiple mirrors because last time this broke, and I'm gonna see if that still breaks. Okay, so now we're gonna do include parallel propagate, and if we do mirage check.png, seems fine. Great. Super cool. Is this the same one that implements the algorithm for all math equations in the world? I heard it from a YouTuber, but it's not Simuleos. It's probably Leos OS. Let's go here to algorithm archive and here to YouTube. It's me. Yeah, that's me. We're working on it. It's just slow, super slow. Man, it's so slow. I just wish I had more time for it. I just don't have time. Which is why, like I said earlier in stream, I'm very devoted, like very motivated to start working on this project full time because I just have to. It's not going to get anywhere if I don't work on it. And we just need to work on it. Speaking of which, we are moving on to the normal stream time for today. And I might take a step back since we have something that's kind of working for now. So git add 2d.jl, git commit -m, spherical, and just say spherical aberration working. Okay, so I might take a step back and work on some algorithm archive PRs right now, because honestly, I need to do that, and I really want to do it. Vado Capra, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. Get push origin master. Okay, good. So I've been streaming for 5 hours now. This is a relatively long stream for me, but we are moving on to my normal stream time, which is from 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern time. So I think it's a good time to maybe move on to a different topic. Let me get some water here. So again, what we were able to do today, and I know this might seem pretty weird, but what we were able to do today is mirage check.png. We were able to generate this image right here, which is essentially an image of a bunch of rays of light entering a sphere, leaving the sphere with some sort of spherical aberration on the side, a type of focusing on this side. Super cool. I'm glad we were able to do that, which means we have reflection and refraction both kind of working as anticipated. In fact, let me run this one more time. So we're going to give it another interaction here. So we're going to say it's going to bounce 5 times. And now we're going to run mirage check.png. And you see here, it is reflecting off of the mirror on the side here. So it's reflecting and then it's coming back. So I'm relatively happy with how this is turning out. We can see all the rays of light bouncing around, doing their thing. It's pretty good. So we really have a lot of stuff left to do here. So just to explain where we have to go from here, we have to, okay, so we fixed all those issues. Let me just get down a list of things that we have to do. So we've officially knocked off this target of doing spherical aberration with our ray tracing method. So now the next question is, how exactly do we transform this into an image? And how exactly do we do the coloring with different shapes? So I'm going to put those as to-do statements on the top of our 2D.jl. So to do abstract objects with spheres for transmission and reflectivity. And the other thing here is to do rasterize, let's see, rays and stuff like that. On your stream grind, super cool music. I'm glad you like it. All the music is available on for Josh. All the music is available on Josh Woodward's site. He provides his music under Creative Commons. I personally bought the whole library, and we use the instrumental music here. Sometimes I do speed it up, although I haven't done a lot of speeding up recently. I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought there. I know open source projects don't do a lot of advertising, but I think it's a good project to work on. Let's see. They told me yesterday, checked it out. It's great. Okay, good. So I think this is a place to stop for the ray tracing of today. I'm sorry I hit the microphone, which is great because it's 6 o'clock p.m. And honestly, that wraps up the MIT work for today. I'm going to put a cap on the work that I'm doing for MIT right now, 6 o'clock p.m. So I think what I'm going to do next is I'm actually going to take a step back, do some algorithm archive PRs, and I'm going to really try to find a way to get the algorithm archive stuff working. Like I'm going to try to find a way to make some new videos and make some new content there and all that kind of stuff. So if you're here for the ray tracing, I do appreciate it, and I do hope that you learned a lot. We'll be back tomorrow to do more ray tracing. I'm going to now change... Well, actually, I don't know what I'm going to change the stream title to. So I think I'm going to keep it as maybe ray tracing for now. Okay, let's take a look at the algorithm archive and see what PRs we can get through and what we want to do. So let's go here, and then we're going to go to the algorithm archive there. Oh, what was that? Ocean channel. Oh, a different type of channel. I saw channel. I was thinking YouTube channel. Let's go to pull requests. We have 58 open pull requests. A lot of things are available in PowerShell. So let's just see what we can knock out. Flood fill in Python, something we can probably do pretty quickly. So fixing both error of issue 739. What do we have here? Files changed. Okay, so Huffman trees, Huffman tree this, if not trees else that. Okay, so first of all, for those of you guys who may be just coming in and you haven't seen this before, Polymathic Man, thank you so much for following. Right, so the rays here, okay. The velocity vector is a direction vector. I probably should have just said it, I should have just said that it, has a direction vector instead of a velocity vector. But the reason I said it had a velocity vector was because we did a specific time stepping. We did a time stepping method that required the velocity of light to change as it enters different objects. So because of that, we needed to do both the time stepping method with velocity, and then we needed to do a time stepping method without velocity, and I kind of kept the same terms. This channel is gold. Glad I found it. I'm glad you're here. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's keep going. Let's talk about where we're at. I'm going to delete these guys because I don't think we need them anymore. And let's go to algorithmarchive.org. If you haven't been here before, my primary project that I work on here on Twitch is something known as the Algorithm Archive. It is amazing. I love it, and I want to work more on it. I wish I could work more on it, but you know, we only have so many hours in the day, so we can only do so much stuff. What is the Algorithm Archive? Let's go to matrix methods, Gaussian elimination. So Gaussian elimination is a method that you probably learned in high school. Oh, okay, well, I learned it in high school. I don't know when you learned it. You might not have heard it at all. The point is that Gaussian elimination is a way in which you can... oh, hey, a raid. Introducing the raid. Last Miles, how are you? I hope you're having a great day. I'm a ghost. Hello, Korean Food Yum. How are you? I'm glad you're a ghost. Did I care? Well, okay, yes, I did care about you. Visibly twitching. How are you? I hope you're having a great day. I'm having a crap day. I'm sorry about that, man. How was your stream? I apologize. I hope... Okay, so some days are like that, though. Like, some days you have bad days. And I'm hoping that tomorrow will be better, you know? Anonymous Chair, thank you so much for the 3 bits. Trying to compile OpenSSH, and oh no. Oh man, I know that feeling so much, and I'm so sorry about that. So OpenSSH, so for those of you guys who don't know what SSH is, who might have been on my stream, and you don't know, Dennis, How do I put this? SSH, at least I use it as a tool to kind of sign on to other cluster systems. I use it all the time, pretty much every day. But yeah, building from scratch seems like a pain. What were you doing such that you had to build it from scratch? Gauss grunts. But yeah, also, I didn't realize that you were Dennis. Let me check this out. Someone in chat was mentioning this before, so I'm going to give you a follow because I don't know your stream, but people in chat were talking about it, so it's probably pretty good. 1 second. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Good. So what are we doing here? So as you can see from the stream title, we were, in fact, we are in some ways still talking about ray tracing. So let's talk about what we did, where we got, and where we're going to go from here. I have to deal with new 4096-bit keys, and I need more up-to-date SSH client. So wait, are you running like a Linux distribution such that you don't have the ability just to update SSH on your package manager or something like that? Last Mile stream is good when he's sober. Fair enough. 1 second. What to do? Okay, let me just refresh that page over there. Okay. Last Mile stream is good when he's sober. FreeBSD. Oh, FreeBSD. Cool. Yeah. I am naive to the differences between FreeBSD, OpenBSD, and Linux. I run a pile of different systems. Piles. Fair enough. Okay, so we'll talk about what we just did and where we're going. So as of, I guess just a few minutes ago, we were working on ray tracing. So what is ray tracing? I'm going to show it to you here to show what we did and explain why it's interesting. So what we have here is a bunch of rays of light entering a spherical lens, right? So here they are. They all come in here. They enter the spherical lens, and then they exit on this side with some sort of spherical aberration. Now, what exactly is ray tracing? Ray tracing is the act of essentially taking a ray coming from some light source, hitting an object, and then moving into your eye. Now, what we're doing right now is literally just refraction, like what Last Miles just said. However, the essence of this, the act of having light refract through a lens and reflect off the edge over here, like a mirror or something like that, is incredibly important for three-dimensional ray tracing. Now, 3D ray tracing is used in pretty much any animated film, a lot of video games, stuff like that. They use a variation on ray tracing. And so what we were just working on was basically providing a very basic setup, a very basic example for two-dimensional ray tracing, eventually moving on to three-dimensional ray tracing. And then the idea would be that we teach this in a lecture course that I'm teaching at MIT, the 18S191 course on computational thinking. So that was kind of the whole idea. Now, I said we just finished this because for today, I was happy enough getting the spherical aberration example working, and then I wanted to move on to the next topic, which was kind of working on algorithm archive stuff. So let me catch up on chat, and we'll talk about where we're going from here. Looks like you're doing refraction? Yeah, right now it's refraction, and we're moving on to the next thing. Different kernels. FreeBSD is super popular for networking sockets because of KQ, its most efficient multi-threaded socket I/O event system. It warms my demo center heart. Oh, interesting. No focal point yet. There's a focal area, so to speak, or focal volume, to be precise. Yeah, so this is called spherical aberration in some ways. That's what I've been calling it. But yeah, it's not quite a focal area, focal point, because it's a sphere. But if this was a more traditional lens, you get a more traditional focal point. You're using Julia. I remember messing with it a couple years ago, but it was pretty immature back then. I've been seeing it a lot more recently. Yeah, in particular because of the course on computational thinking and a bunch of other things. Julia's been more in the public eye recently. And yeah, I use it all the time. I use it for my work. It's really good for HPC stuff. Is it best for the stuff that you're working on? I don't know. It depends on what you're working on. It's a bit irrelevant. I want to ask, is it reasonable to buy a laptop for deep learning or a good desktop and average laptop to connect to it? That's a good question, and I don't really have a good answer for you. I don't do deep learning. I do a lot of GPU computation, however. And I will say, buying a desktop to do GPU computation, yeah, you can do a decent amount of GPU computation with a relatively good GPU nowadays. Just buy it, sit in your desktop. That's totally fine. Can you do that for deep learning and machine learning? I'm not really sure because I don't know these areas so much. Okay, there's a pile of code in my repo for doing ray trace in 3D with some test objects as closed smooth manifolds. However, I digress. Also, beware of Brewster's angle and material stuff. Oh yeah, total internal reflection. We have to worry about that as well. Get an average laptop and rent a computer server might be a way to go. Yeah, that's so. For example, you can get Amazon EC2 clusters or cluster nodes, which have GPUs inside of them that you could use. So that might be a good way to do it. I do have a laptop over here that I use all the time for connecting into clusters. Yes, you can. 1080 GTX Ti has a good quantity of memory and works well in this space. Yeah, so for the stuff that I do, really the more memory on your card, the better. The main limitation with GPU processing is usually the amount of memory for the type of stuff that I do. But again, I don't know machine learning at all, so I don't really know what you need for that. Can you create a playlist for each project? It's not the easiest to look through. You can do it like comma AI. What do you mean? I'm so sorry. I'm not sure I'm following what you mean. The latest GTX 3090 is also amazing here, but expensive. Oracle Onsen, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Are you talking about a playlist for each of my YouTube videos? What do you mean? Sorry about that. 1080 Ti is 500 USD on eBay. Let's see. Go to Enceladura's stream and ask her. She's quite proficient on machine learning stuff. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, we were on her stream yesterday. She's really cool. Or we rated her stream at the end. Playlist for real-time implementation. I am still lost. I'm sorry, I don't fully understand what you mean. Playlist for real-time implementation of what? So, okay, I mean, I guess I do have a YouTube channel. So on top of Leos OS, which is this YouTube channel here, which has at this point 72,000 subscribers, 71,000 subscribers, something like that. We have a second channel called Simuleos, YouTube, which has most of my streams available. I have been trying my best to keep it up to date, but I am not doing my best at keeping it up to date. So I will be putting a new stream up pretty much every day after stream, and it might not be the appropriate stream, but it will be a stream at the end. That's what I'll look for. Yeah, so it's not like the best playlist, but it will say like day 1, day 2, or something like that. So this is that. Again, I do my best to keep it up to date, but I am not doing a very good job of it. So it's missing a lot of streams. Almost a full year's worth of stream is missing, but most of them are up there. So for example, the very next stream I'll be putting on is a 6-hour stream I did 2 days ago. And then the 7-hour stream I did yesterday will not be up. And then just because there was an issue with yesterday's stream, but then today's stream will be up, not probably tomorrow or something like that. We'll see. Okay. So we just finished ray tracing for the day. I'm just about to change the topic to something else. And so let's talk about the algorithm archive, what we're doing, why it's cool, how you can help if you want to help. And maybe we're going to be going through some PRs and talking about the future of the algorithm archive and stuff like that. So let's go here to Gaussian elimination. So this is what we were doing just before the raid. I was explaining how the algorithm archive works. The idea is we're trying to get a set of every algorithm we can find, all the cool arcane algorithms out there. And what we want to do is provide a language implementation for each of these, such that you can just switch between the language up here. So here's Gaussian elimination. We're going to scroll down a bit, and you'll see at some point we have these blocks of code embedded into the text. And you can switch the blocks of code to be anything you feel you learn best in. If that's JavaScript, Julia, Python, Rust, C, C++, whatever it is, it's all here. And we of course provide all of the code available at the end. And we try to provide like really interesting animations and stuff like that to explain how these things work. So here's an explanation of Gaussian elimination by viewing these different planes moving around in space. And of course it's all available on YouTube as well. So it kind of all works together. Now, what I'm going to be doing now is taking a look at some PRs for the algorithm archive for about the next 30 minutes or so, and just kind of knocking out the ones that we can knock out. And then we're going to be moving on and talking about maybe the next chapter and stuff like that. Is there LU factorization? I wish, I don't have time. LU factorization is one we've done on Twitch, but I haven't yet been able to put it on the algorithm archive. Again, I was speaking about this before, but there's like a list of 40 algorithms we've done on Twitch, but has not yet gone on the algorithm archive. The word you're looking for is VOD, by the way. Yeah, I look it up VOD. I don't think it's the same. So we do also have the VODs available on Twitch if you want to take a look at those. Okay, so let's go to the algorithm archive and let's just knock it out. I'm going to do my best to make this as followable as possible. It might not be super followable, but we'll do what we can. Let's see. Express Mind, thank you so much for following. Oracle Onsen, I think I already said thanks for following. And we'll just go ahead and hop into it. I think I'm going to change the stream info. Instead of saying ray tracing, I think I'm going to change it to like algorithm archive, or maybe just algorithms or something. Just so people don't get the wrong idea and they don't pop on for ray tracing. So, all right, algorithms. And I just do this. Perfect. Okay, so now I've changed the stream title to that. And I guess because we do have just a few seconds before moving on to this topic, I will say that the stream schedule will be such that I will be doing longer streams from now on. You can pretty much always count on me to be available from 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern Time, which is roughly this time. And I'm going to be trying to stream starting at 4 o'clock p.m. from now on. Some days, like Wednesdays, that's not going to work out. So on Wednesdays, I'm doing Writing Wednesdays. Where from 6 to 8 p.m. we're actually going to be doing like creative writing or something on stream, just as something different. I realize not everyone's into it, but if you are into creative writing, you want to write a story and you want me to read it aloud on stream, feel free to go to Discord, where we can, where you can submit whatever you want to submit, and we can talk about it. Basically, the hope is that we help people become better authors and writers. Okay, so let me try to catch up on what we're doing here. This seems like a simple fix. So the first thing I'm going to do, oh, there's a typo here. Let me change this to a suggestion. And let's just fix this line. 1 second. Put that there, and then check whether our tree contains more than one element or not. So we're going to start a review there. Okay, so right now we say, okay, so basically, if you guys know Huffman encoding, basically, if anyone follows, I'm not saying anyone should follow, but maybe someone who's already followed should unfollow and then refollow. There's going to be a notification that appears in the upper left-hand screen. That notification is for Huffman encoding. Now, what is Huffman encoding? Huffman encoding is a way to minimize the number of bits that you're using in a bit string. So if you have a word, hello, the idea is you want to minimize the number of bits to express the word hello. And I'll show you how that works, and I'll explain what the problem is. Journal, new page before. So we have the word H-E-L-O. So hello is the word, right? So there's two L's. 1 second. So there's two L's here. So L, and then the rest, H, E, and O, are all just separate characters with one character each. Tanewa 3, thank you so much for following. So because L is used the most, we give it a probability of being found in this set of characters to be 4 out of 10, so 2/5. Okay, this is 1/5, 1/5, and 1/5. Okay, the idea is basically we take all the characters, we put them into a pot, we jumble them all up, and there's a 2/5% chance that you'll find an L, and then there's a 1/5% chance you're going to find any of the other characters. So what we're going to do here is we're going to connect these two characters, so now it's 2/5, and we're going to connect these two characters, so now it's 4/5, and then we're going to connect these characters here, so now it's, I'm sorry, 3/5. I did math wrong. So it's now 5/5. And then we just go back through. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go back and we're going to say 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. And if we're going to create a code book for this, basically L is always going to be encoded as 0. H will be encoded as 1, 0. E is going to be encoded as 1, 1, 0. And O is going to be encoded as 1, 1, 1. So the word hello is simply 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, and then 1, 1, 1. And that's how you would encode hello. So the reason you do it this way is so that you can create a set of, create a code book over here that's known as prefix free. And it uses the minimal number of bits. And the idea here is that basically H, E, and O don't have L as a prefix. There's no 0 that starts here. And then there's no 1, 0 that starts for these guys underneath it and stuff like that. So what we found is that our implementations of this particular algorithm in the algorithm archive had a particular case that wasn't accounted for, and that case was if there was only a single node available in the Huffman tree. So for example, if we were trying to encode only the letter H, all of our implementations would fail. So we had to fix that implementation set, and that is what we are doing. That's what we're doing in this PR. I think everything else is fine here. So return Huffman tree. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to pull this locally. And then after pulling it locally, I'm going to have to check to make sure that it builds fine and that the algorithm archive looks good when I open up the chapter. And then from there, we need to, let's see, get branch, get checkout, master. From there, we need to just make sure that the code works. So, how long have you been doing this? Well, let me catch up on chat. And if memory serves correct here, this was discovered when a professor at MIT asked his students to solve an unsolved compression. Oh yeah, that's pretty much exactly what happened. Dave Huffman whatever his name is. Huffman's a really interesting person. How long have you been doing this? Chubby Wubby Dub, I've been doing this for, I don't know, a few years now. I'm just really slow. I haven't been doing it, like, it should be much further along than it is. Huffman, H-U-F-F, Huffman. It's Huffman encoding. I've heard of him, David Huffman. Okay, so I did it right. I called him Dave, but my bad. So we're in master. Let's just grab the branch. Okay, so we're here, and now I'm going to go over here. Control D, CD, and the CD projects, algorithm archive, npm run serve, and then we should have the site available that we can check. The way you make it sounds like you have been doing this since you've been 5 weeks old. For the record, I'm 28 years old, and so I have definitely known Huffman encoding, for the past 10 years or something like that. It's a really nifty simulation. I like it. Yeah, so this is what we were doing earlier with ray tracing. So let's go up here, take a look at this, and we have to go to the Huffman encoding chapter. Also, sorry, that was really quick. I went through it quickly. My bad. Isma1, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. So what was I doing? I was doing Huffman encoding. Should it be down here? Perfect. And then we want to take a look at the Python version. And essentially, I just have to make sure all the code lines up appropriately. And it does, because I wrote that chapter in a really stupid fashion. Okay. In that case, this does fix the error. I'm pretty happy with that. And good. Okay, so let's just approve that guy. Well, I guess I do have a change requested. But yeah, we'll approve it. And say there is that small change, but I can commit that suggestion myself. Commit changes, and then we can go ahead and squash and merge that guy once it passes CI. Are you a professor? You have that vibe? Well, I appreciate that I have that vibe, but I'm not necessarily a professor. No, I'm a postdoc. I do have a PhD in, I guess, computational science, in particular computational physics. My PhD is in massively parallel split-step Fourier techniques for simulating quantum systems on graphics processing units. But yeah, no, I'm not a professor. I'm just a postdoc. And I am teaching a course at MIT, but again, it's not as a professor, it's as a lecturer. So that should be fine. Perfect. So that's one PR down. Now we just have 58 more. Okay, so now we can actually look at some code here. I'm not very good at Coconut. I don't know Rust. I don't know Scala. So I can't really do most of these PRs. That's the big problem with the algorithm archive. I can't do like half these PRs. But I can probably look at flood fill in Python. We might be able to get through Rust version of iterative function systems, because I think that will be easy. And then merge sort, unfortunately, this one's going to have to be closed. So let's go here, because I think this guy just did... Oh, he did add a chapter. Okay, he did add a chapter, so I think I'm going to have to go here, and I'm just going to have to mention. Right, thanks for this. It takes me a while to get to new chapters. But this one looks like it's mostly ready to go. But this one looks like, okay, new chapters. But I will try to do it this week. All right, great. Comment. Okay, there's a lot of other chapters that we have to get to as well. Cybermons, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. So let's just do flood fill in Python first. Oh, it looks like someone already got here. Great. This PR finally has a review. There are several little problems that should be addressed, and not least of which use the name tuple for representing your canvas. Overall, I think it's a good addition to the algorithm archive though. Great. This should be a simple statement like this. I would prefer if you used a generator instead of returning a list, but it works well enough for 4 neighbors. The Python style guide recommends that variable names should be in snake case. Also, you should do, yes, all these agree. Yep, Emrys. I'm not sure this is possible at all. An element of tuple should probably be immutable itself if you want to avoid errors. It now looks good enough. I have nothing against it. Great. That means we can take a look at this. So we will grab this PR as well, and then hopefully we can just merge it because all of those guys are outdated. So let's view command line instructions, grab this guy. Again, guys, if you have any comments, questions, concerns, ideas, anything like that, feel free to let me know. I assume what we're going to be doing now is just kind of going through a smorgasbord of different algorithms, fixing what we can, and seeing what we can do for the algorithm archive in the next maybe 10 to 20 minutes. After that, we're going to take stock of what we have and figure out where we need to go, what the next chapter for the algorithm archive will be. And yeah, we'll do some theory crafting after that. Again, I have been streaming for 5 hours and 30 minutes, so if I sound a little bit tired, it's because I am a little bit tired. I do apologize for that. Let's see. Are you a professor? I gotta go to bed already. 0:30 here. Have a nice day. See you, Loco Padre. Thank you so much for all the help. Here's me with my computer science bachelor's. You have probably more computer science education than I do. Being a polyglot programmer, coder of many, master of none. Yeah, I feel that way as well. CD projects, algorithm archive, Alice here. Git status. Let's do git checkout master. And now let's just grab the most recent thingamahoo's it. Okay, CD, okay, that should have been updated, so we should be able to do flood fill in the algorithm archive here. So flood fill should be, where are you? Hello, flood fill, there it is, perfect. So we have flood fill here, and we should be able to switch to the Python version, which it looks like we're on. Okay, so these are all kind of broken, which is fine. So let's fix those lines. Okay, so we're gonna do files changed. Okay, and in particular oh, that's the wrong one. In particular, all of the line numbers that are used in the markdown file are broken. So we've got to fix that. Great. Okay, so let's figure this out. Finding all the neighbors. So let's take a look at the Python code. So we're going to cd into contents, flood fill, ls here, cd into code, python, ls here, vi flood fill.py, and we have a find neighbors function, set number, and that's going to be 13 to 28. So this should be 13 to 28. In the end, the code might look like, oh, let's figure out what we're doing here. Find all neighbors, so possible neighbors. So they said it was from 15 to 30, and I'm saying it should be from 13 to 28. Okay, so let's do suggestion. And yeah, let's do it. So it should be 13 to 28. All right, start review. So basically all of these are going to be broken. Basically the idea is that we want to make sure that the code snippets are aligned appropriately with the text. So that's where we're at. MATLAB PIA true. I don't know what PIA stands for. The only people who think they are masters are noobs. That could be true. If you think you're a master and know everything, you fall prey to the Dunning-Kruger effect. Best to keep humble and open to new ideas. I agree with that philosophy in general. The one thing I know about computers is that I'll never know everything about them. Same with mathematics, etc. Yeah, that's definitely true, especially for open areas of research like mathematics. There's no way you could possibly know everything about mathematics. It's impossible. Okay, so what's the next one? The next code snippet is going to be for depth first node traversal. And they said it was on lines 62 to 70. And I'm arguing it's on lines. Let's go to 62. I think we want recursive fill. So I'm going to argue it's on 58 to 66. Is that right? Let's go to Julia. Yeah, we want recursive fill. So let's go here and let's fix that one. All right. I'm sorry, guys. I know this isn't the most engaging content ever, but it's stuff that needs to be done. What did I say? 58 to 66? 58 to 66. All right, add review comment. Okay, so the next one that's broken is going to be, they said 12 to 13. And I'm going to argue it's on 10 to 11. Let's see, what are we actually doing here? Function color. Define color. Okay, I've actually got a couple questions here. The one thing I know, okay, same with mathematics, consider, how's it going? I have, you, trash talk, you have a nice face, boom, trash talk. What? Wait, does this archive take contributions from anyone? Yeah, feel free to submit a pull request. In fact, if you guys want to help with the algorithm archive, the number one thing that you guys can do to help with the algorithm archive right now is to look at this set of reviews, a set of pull requests, and just do a review. Just make sure, when I say do a review, I can check the algorithm content. What I need people to do is check to make sure the code looks like appropriate code for that language. If it's Python code, it needs to look like Python code. If it's PowerShell, it needs to look like PowerShell. Now, of course, no one really cares about PowerShell, so it's fine if that one's a bit weird. But like, the point is, if you know Rust and you see a Rust PR, if you could just look at it and say, yep, that looks like good Rust code, that's all I need, because then I can check the algorithm to make sure it works, and we're good. That would really help out a lot. Okay, so kind of like what Amaras did with this code here. So my question is, so their color function, I love PowerShell. Cool, then Linux loves PowerShell? This should be 10 to 11 here. So here we're gonna change this, suggestion. And let's go here, suggestion. And it should just be import 10 to 11. However, I do have a question about this. I don't understand how they do their bounds checking. So let's add a review comment. And so come back. Someone remind me before we finish this PR to figure out how they check their bounds. We'll talk about what that means in just a second. Right now, we're just trying to make sure all the line numbers match, and we're going to come back to that in just a second. So the next one is, they said, is from 32 to 43. So let's go to 32. I'm assuming it's actually 30 to 39. Let's do suggestion. Yep, let's go here. So it's probably 30. Oh, to 39. Okay, the next one they said was on line 45, which is going to be, I'm assuming, 41 to 56. Again, suggestion. And let's go down here. What did I say it was? I said it was 41 through 56. All right, add a review comment. Okay, and the last one is just importing the whole file. So this should be fine. Let me go up here to the top, and I need to ask one more question. So they've got this color function in here, which basically sets canvas P equal to new value. However, if we look at the Julia code, this is significantly different, right? We have color, which checks if we're in bounds. So where do they do their bounds checking is my question. Thanks, visibly twitching. I appreciate that. What do we have here? I had a fun thing happen today. Oh, what was the fun thing? Love PowerShell. This doesn't add up. What doesn't add up? Sorry about that. DOS or bust. Are you using VI or Vim? Subtle difference, but people who regularly VI are on another level. Yeah, I'm using VI. In fact, we have a Simul VI. We have an emote for it. Your archive seriously needs some better sorting algorithms. Correct. That's because the algorithm archive is the arcane algorithm archive. The reason I focus on arcane algorithms is because pretty much every algorithm archive in existence, or every algorithm book in existence, talks about sorting and searching. And they always do the same thing. They talk about sorting and searching with respect to complexity notation. That's what they do. And I figure if you really want to learn sorting and searching, go to another place for now. We'll come back to it. We'll do it eventually. It's one of those things that if you're going to do it, you got to do it right. And I haven't had time to do it right yet. Which Linux do you use? I use Arch Linux, and in particular, the Windows Manager is OpenBox. The word man-made in the phrase man-made climate change was flagged by Grammarly as potentially offensive language. What? What? Okay. So, in this case then, I need to ask how they're doing that. So let's take a look at their code. Quit here. Let's open it up again. Let's see, bounds. When are they doing their bounds? If in bounds, def in bounds. So where do they actually use this? Exclude neighbors that, so if in bounds. Okay, so they do it just before the coloring. That's fine. That's fine then. Okay, so let me run this really quick. So we're gonna run Python floodfill.py. Tests pass. Fair enough. In that case, I think we are good to go. Just for now. Okay. So here we're going to say finish review. I'm going to prove it, but also we need to fix those changes, but I can commit them in batch. So this PR looks good. A few line numbers need to be fixed. All right, so let's approve that guy. And then we need to basically commit all these suggestions to batch. Is there a better way to do it? Let's go up here really quick. And let's do files changed. I think there's a way that we can just commit all of them at once. So commit suggestion. Isn't there a way that, oh, add suggestions to batch. Yeah. So that one, that one, that one, that one, and this one. And I think we can, how do we commit those changes? So can we just commit suggestions? Commit changes. Okay, so that should be right. So I'm going to pull this again locally, just to make sure that it actually has the right line numbers and everything lines up. And then we can move on to the next PR. Man, I'm so happy to be working on algorithm archive stuff again. Like, I'm just so excited. I don't know why. I'm just, this is so cool. Okay, so let's do the conversation again. And move down to the bottom. I'm just gonna view command line instructions again. I think I can just use the same line that we did just a second ago. So I think we just run this. And now it should rebuild, and we should be able to go here. Let's see. Arching, maybe if I'm bored, I'll contribute some basic sorts. Right, so the issue is, if you're going to contribute sorting algorithms, you're going to have to commit like an entire chapter as well, and that's kind of rough. I gracefully ignored that flag. Also, I'm done writing something, but I don't think it fits the Wednesday stream that well. That's totally okay. Again, for those of you guys who maybe haven't been here, I've plugged the stream a lot, so probably you've heard it multiple times throughout this stream. I am doing a Writing Wednesday stream from now on, where from 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern on Wednesdays, we'll be doing a creative writing stream where I'll read off things that I've been writing. If you're interested in seeing what I've actually been writing personally, it's actually available on GitHub in the scribbling directory here. So just go to I'll just show you 2020 October. So these are the ones I've written so far. I'm going to be writing another one at the end of stream. I was thinking about contributing text to explain. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, just, I've been very, very slow at, the truth is I've been very, very slow at merging other people's PR when that PR has a full chapter associated with it. And the reason I've been slow is that what typically happens is someone will come in and they'll write a new chapter, and that's great. But the issue is, if they write a new chapter, then I'm the one that has to maintain that chapter. So I have to make sure that that chapter is something I can maintain. And so what I have to do is I have to read the chapter. I then have to rewrite the code in Julia. I have to do all the editing for it. It's just a lot of work. It takes like, I mean, the chapters that I've been reviewing so far have taken at least 20, maybe 10 to 20 hours of work. Just constantly, reading through it, editing it, all this kind of stuff, back and forth with the PR. Like, it's tough. It's really difficult to get a chapter in. But getting code in is not hard. That's what I wanted to say. Twix02, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. I just wish someone would do a tutorial on SVG rendering. I don't really know so much about SVG, but I do know that SVG probably uses, let me go to Python. I feel like SVG, SVG is the, see, the problem with Python is I'm actually kind of a bit worried that, is that the end of that file? So let me go here, floodfill, and let me go to stackfill. Yes, that is the end. Okay, so I think the rest of this is fine. Okay, good. That looks good to me. So add flood fill, happy with that. Let's go ahead and merge that PR as well. All right, there's 2 PRs down. That is pretty good. Pretty happy with that. Yeah, vector graphics. That's what I meant to say, and my train of thought went elsewhere. Alter Turing, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Okay, learning how. So actually, what is the difficulty with SVG rendering? Does learning how to use Arch is learning how to use Arch hard? That depends on who you ask and what your conception of difficulty is. Usually people say that the hard part about Arch Linux is not so much using the operating system, because honestly, I think using Arch, once it's all set up, is actually really nice. The reason I'm using it is because, quite frankly, having a fully set up Arch distribution is just miles ahead of a fully set up Ubuntu distribution or a fully set up Fedora distribution or something like that. Now, everyone has their own favorites. I personally have a preference for Arch, which is why I'm using it. However, I will say that setting Arch up is really difficult. It's really difficult for people who don't know what they're doing. Setting up properly can be difficult for a beginner. Exactly. Now, I will say on that topic that Arch was my first distribution, and I went directly from Windows Vista as a 14-year-old, or maybe 15, 14, 15. It was 14 years ago. And I went straight from like a 14-year-old. I didn't know how to burn a CD. I knew nothing. Like, absolutely nothing. The Arch install taught me basically everything I needed to know about Linux, and that was really nice. It taught me how to use the system, and I personally learned a lot from it. Am I suggesting that everyone should do the Arch install? No, not at all. But what I am saying is that for me personally, and people like me, who tend to like doing things from scratch and learning from the ground up, the Arch install is actually a great experience to go through. Do you have to stick with Arch in the end? No, you can go to Ubuntu. It's just nice to go through the process and learn. I haven't looked at the situation recently, but for a long time, Ubuntu was great when it came down to just starting up the installer and getting it working on the system. Yeah, so I would argue nowadays my suggested distros for people who don't want to go through the Arch install are 1, Manjaro, 2, Mint, and 3, what is my Debian one? So it's not in that order either. Sometimes I'll suggest Mint, sometimes I'll suggest Manjaro, it just depends. I think maybe I do suggest Fedora for the RPM-based one. It depends. It depends on what people want. Pop! OS, I've heard very good things about Pop! OS, and I've considered doing it. The issue with Pop! OS is it's kind of tied a bit to System 76. And don't get me wrong, System 76 is great. I have a System 76 desktop at my old workplace. But I kind of don't like these distributions that are built up by a company. I find it kind of weird. For Stacks and Queues, as of now, just test over. You kind of submit some code with actual blueprint and class setup would look like. Oh, actually, yeah, that'd be great. I was planning to do that anyway. Thank you, bro. You're a nice man. Oh, thanks for saying that. You too. FreeBSD is fun. That's the thing. I don't know anything about FreeBSD. Solus, I don't know anything about Solus either. Simuleos off topic. How do you get Twitch chat text in one of your terminals? The answer is IRSSI. Twitch chat is essentially an IRC client. I use EXWM for FreeBSD on T430. T430 is the ThinkPad, right? Big distributions tend to be more beginner friendly when it comes to figuring out why they have why that funky piece of hardware you have doesn't work. Yeah, so I think that's generally true. I think that's generally true, but also I feel like, I don't know, I feel like the reason I like Arch Linux is you can always find a solution to something in the Arch Wiki or something like that. Because you can't just generate a mesh when you zoom in. It ruins the illusion, so you have to figure out what gets rendered. At least that's my basic understanding. Okay, that's interesting. XWM is a Windows manager that uses Emacs? Oh, I feel like someone that I met at MIT was using that. Okay, so let's scroll up. And let's just see if there's another PR we can tackle right now. Otherwise, we're going to move on to more of a planning stage for what we're going to do for the next algorithm archive chapters. Okay, so right now we have like iterative function systems in Rust. I think this code should be relatively easy to read. So let's see. So we have that. This looks fine. Like, honestly, it looks fine. And I trust Rust, and I trust Lict's code. So what I'm going to do is take a look at this code, compare it to the Julia code, and I might just merge it. We'll see. The code looks good. I mean, that's relatively straightforward. So we'll poke around with it just a bit, see if there's anything else we can say, but otherwise it's fine. Is there a missing code per is there a list of missing code per algorithm? There used to be, but I don't know exactly where that is anymore. We probably should have kept it up to date. Paulos, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Okay, so let's grab this PR as well. And also, let me just quit, cd backer directory, whatever, git pull, upstream, master. Okay, I'm in the wrong branch. Okay, what's the next thing? Git branch. Let me just remove some of my branches. We don't need a lot of these anymore, so we can remove this one, and we can remove, let's see, probably Gathras C, we'll probably remove as well. Computus and Lisp, we can definitely remove. Let's see, Huffman and Scratch, I think we can remove. I think we did that one. HonKit, I think we can remove. Sorry, we're just doing some, you know what we're doing. We're doing some grunt work. That's okay. Sometimes you have to do grunt work, and that's okay. Okay, and now the last one we have to remove is just that one. I realize there's probably a better way to cull branches. You can deal with it. Okay, so now the next thing what we're gonna do, what are we doing? Catching up on chat, and I am going to grab this PR. So go to conversation, view command line instructions, grab this guy. Okay, grab that. Yep. 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 Okay, so cd contents. Oh, iterative function systems, ls here, cd code, ls cd rust. Let me go over here, check the iterative function systems chapter, flood fill. Should be somewhere, iterative function systems in here. So let's scroll down, just make sure all the code snippets are correct. And we need to change that to Rust. Looks good. Use prelude. Okay, so someone in here is going to have to teach me how to run Rust code, and I'm sorry about that. I've done this before, but I always forget. Let's see. So if you want to contribute C# algorithms, pretty sure C# is relatively... Okay, so C# was one of the languages that we had most things filled on. Do you know what's the difference between get switch and get checkout? I don't, actually. That you can still dynamically generate a mesh knowing the current zoom level. Let's see. The trouble, though, is that generating a mesh out of general vector path is potentially as slow as rendering it directly. Rust C, IFS. Okay, thank you. We did this like a month ago. Rust C. Oh, no. Oh, my computer burned. Okay, I remember now. I have to install Rust now. We had it installed, but like, so is there like a Rust C? Dang. Okay. So if I'm looking for just a Rust library, what's the best thing to do here? Cargo, Haskell, Rink, Rust up, Rust toolchain installer. Let me just do Rust Arch. What do I install for Rust on Arch? Rust. We're gonna install to install the latest stable version of Rust. Just install Rust. Perfect. There we go. All right. check out, do you have cargo? Go to Rust. We'll just see. I think Rust C should do it. I'm not going to worry about it too much. Okay, so if we do Rust C, ifs.rs, how do we install the crates? Rust up is not necessary for this. Cargo. So should we do cargo? Right, so use of undeclared type ran. So the issue here is just the ran type, which is fine. I think that's okay to use a crate. There's need for cargo since there's crates involved. So how would I use, how do I do that? Do I do Rust up? So I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to ask someone, what command should I type in here to run the Rust code? Should it be cargo Rust ifs.rs? No, that's not it. hrepl, then selecting Rust is easier. Well, but why not? Okay, but this isn't. Okay, what do I run? Cargo run? There we go. Cargo, could not find cargo.toml in any. Cargo run doesn't sense it's just a file. You need cargo for it. So, okay, did we agree to have the cargo files to run Rust before? I feel like we did. What file are we looking for? A toml file? L is here. Go back a directory. Let me do tree whatever. Tree.txt vi tree.txt, and let's look for toml. When I originally looked into SVG rendering, the only sources I could find were the 2 papers from NVIDIA. Replicate online ID, start coding, and you can code with a dozen languages without installation. It's fine. IDEs confuse the crap out of me. So just do cargo run where the cargo.toml file is located. Right, but I don't think we have a cargo.toml file. So I think the last time I did a Rust PR, I asked the same question as to how do you run it, and I don't remember the answer to that. I think the answer before was that issues. Let's go to Rust. What's this? Regarding general design principles. Rust, let's just search. The easiest is creating a new project with cargo and then moving the Rust.rs to the source main. Okay, so let's look for Rust. Rust. Split operator in Rust. Okay, so what do we have here? So to be clear, you guys would prefer a single chapter on compilation. So split operator in Rust. Instructions globally are fine. We need some part locally as well. For example, some code in the archive uses libraries, such as Rust. It's useful to have some instructions which libraries load locally. In the case of Rust, this is a cargo.toml file. In the case of C, just maybe makefile for JavaScript. Right, so that was the question. I think the easiest is creating a new project. So time to go to work in the morning. Thanks for the stream. It's informative. Thank you so much for being here. Have a wonderful day. Steel Magnum 01, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Emacs. Yeah, I think what Nixie is suggesting is the easiest to check it out. Yeah, so how... The problem is I don't know how to do that exactly. So maybe... Oh, that's pretty good. Okay. Just because... Anyway. So let's see. What do we... Okay. My question is, what do you guys think about having all Rust files have their cargo file available, right? Because right now I don't think we have any cargo new name. We'll create a cargo project with a binary as a target. So if I do, thank you for that, cargo new ifs. Destination cargo.init already exists. ls? Oh, cd ifs. My bad, I was in the wrong directory. cd code Rust. Now let's try it. Okay, ifs package. So cd ifs Okay, cd source, main.rs, cd backup directory, vi cargo.toml. So if I want to add a... Okay, so if I want to add a... So if I want to add the rand package, how do I do that? So I assume I have to move, or cp, ifs.rs into source and then main.rs. And then do I just run cargo run? Okay, so how do I rust c explain? Oh, verbose. Make an entry of rand inside the dependency. So you need to add rand. Okay, thank you. So let's go into vi cargo.toml, I assume. Dependencies. So let's go down here, and we're just gonna add rand is equal to this. There. Right, quit. And now if we do cargo run. Okay. Give it a second. So I suppose what I might do is I might create a PR on the PR. And I might ask. Okay, so this did what? So create IFS should have a snake case name. Okay. Okay, L is here. This should return an out.dat. Okay, now if I run GNU plot, and then we run just plot out.dat, we should get, 1 second. We should get Sierpinski triangle. Whoa! So it worked. That's a warning. You can ignore that. Okay, so maybe what I'll say is I'm just going to comment on this PR and I'm just going to ask. Because I don't think we really came to a conclusion at this with this discussion. So I'm going to go here and let's just ask a question. So a slight discussion. Okay, so firstly, code looks good and runs fine. I am happy to merge it. However, I still have some lingering questions about running code like this from the algorithm archive. I would suggest, so let's just go here to 691. Should we maybe include the cargo.toml file with this? I know it's different than what we did with the other implementations, but I feel it would help. Okay, there we go. I think at least having Rust use cargo for all projects is a good idea, as it's the generally accepted way to run Rust projects. Hey, can you check the PR for Huffman encoding and OCaml? It's my PR and I did a confirmation and it's fine. Oh yeah, I can take a look at that. Okay, so I'm just gonna say, firstly, code looks good, runs fine. I'm happy to merge it. However, I still have some lingering questions about running code like this from the algorithm archive. Should we maybe include the cargo.toml file with this? I know it's different than what we've done with the other implementations for Rust, but I feel it would help. Go here. If you can't do it, so the issue is I don't know OCaml, right? So let me go to pull request here. Are we willing to go through and convert the already submitted? Oh, I mean, okay, if you're willing to do that, let me see what this author says, because I think Licht and also Bergquist are people that have done a lot of the Rust PRs. So, but also I think this is a lot of grunt work that I could probably do as well. So let me see, Huffman encoding and OCaml. OCaml. And Huffman encoding and OCaml. Oh yeah, I see your name. Okay. Oh, right. I remember this. Something wrong with the implementation. It was merged, right? Okay. So let's take a look here what files changed. Okay, so the issue is I don't know OCaml very well. So I'm not the best person to to review this. I don't know if we have anyone that can do OCaml. However, so this is one of the big issues with the algorithm archive, right? Like, I'm not sure what we do with languages we don't have expertise in. And OCaml is one of those languages I don't have expertise in, so I'm not comfortable doing the review for this, which is why I kind of let it sit. I will say the following, though. I will say that, let's go down here, and let's just say, oh, sorry about that. So I think is ready for review. However, I don't have OCaml expertise. So I will leave. So I will leave this for now, and so if someone else could step in, that would be great. Okay. Let's do comment there. Is there a general standard on new line at end of final for algorithm archive? There isn't so much that I'm aware of. So the answer is no. Should there be? What's the... Is there an advantage? So, okay, what... Is the end of line... Is a new line at the end of file a big deal? That's my question, and I'm sorry if that's stupid. That's my question. Why is that a big deal? Let me get some water. Okay. So I'm going to browse through some other pull requests. And then I think we are good to... We're good to go. Contributing to open source? Yeah, if you want to contribute, I'd be more than happy to... Yeah, please. So if you're asking about how to contribute to open source, that's another question entirely. I'm actually, is anybody asking that question? If you guys are wondering how to contribute to open source repositories and stuff like that, I'd be happy to take a second to walk you guys through it. In fact, the algorithm archive here has what I am actually pretty happy with, has one of the best how to contribute guides I've seen for one of these projects. It goes through, explains what Git is, how version control works, and all of that kind of stuff. So I definitely would recommend reading through this. And I think it is worthwhile to take just a second to talk about contributing to open source. So the truth is, most of the open source that I deal with is usually through Git and GitHub. In fact, almost all of the open source stuff that I deal with is through Git and GitHub. So the answer to that is, to contribute to open source, you have to learn Git, and then you have to create a GitHub account, and you have to create a pull request for said GitHub. You know, this article goes through all of that in a pretty detailed way, in my opinion, specifically how to do it for the algorithm archive. So going through and reading that, I think will help with that. Now, how you actually do that is kind of up to you, and I can do this in more like defined detail, but I really do think this article that I just sent you does a good job of that. So for some programs it is, for example, C headers required. However, for just this type of files, it shouldn't matter. Also, for Unix, new lines at end file is the standard as far as I'm aware, as new line is a line terminator and not a line separator. Ah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's totally fair. Okay. So I've been streaming for about 6 hours now. We did a bunch of ray tracing. I'm relatively happy with that. And actually, like, I'm super happy with this past hour when we were able to just like take a step back, do some algorithm archive PRs. It's been ages since we did some algorithm archive PRs, and I'm so happy to do that. What I want to do is take just a second to highlight things that we can do next. Now, I realize that this is kind of vague, but I need to have an open discussion with someone about the direction of not only the algorithm archive right now, like what chapters are necessary and things like that, just to kind of put everything in my head, but also kind of, you know, the YouTube channel and stuff like that. Article's good? It's good? Thanks. It's a good cycle, fork, push, PR, upstream. Lactose intolerable, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. So, without further ado, let's just take a second and talk about the open source project that is the Arcane Algorithm Archive. Right. So there were a couple things that have been mentioned here in the past hour. The first of which, was mentioned by, I don't remember who, but basically he asked the question, or they asked the question. I apologize, I did accidentally assume gender. I should not have done that. They asked the question, what about sorting and searching? The answer is I do not right now have the capacity to put sorting and searching into the algorithm archive. And the reason for that is because in general, if you're going to do sorting and searching, you want to do sorting and searching right because they're done everywhere, right? So you want to make sure that you have a good discussion of complexity notation and all this kind of stuff. Now, the first thing I want to talk about is ways to help. Which I would love to see help if you could. You don't have to. I'm obviously not saying you have to, but ways to help is reviews. / cleanup and stuff like that. So anything you see with the algorithm archive, like any chapters you read or something like that seem off, just let me know and then we can work on that. So that's the number one way to help, and this I think is ordered. The second way to help would be to do reviews of chapters, which are slightly different. But I'm gonna say read chapters. So just read the chapters and let me know where we've fallen short. And in the places where we've fallen short, if you could provide a PR that kind of explains why it's short and maybe help fix it, right? It's one thing to create an issue. It's another to create an issue with some sort of solution to that problem, right? So that's also incredibly helpful. The third way to help is just by being here and talking and stuff like that. So just maybe encouraging or like providing direction, right? So explaining areas that you feel are good to go in the future. Now, when we're talking about arcane algorithms, like again, I just mentioned sorting and searching aren't on my list. But I will say things like dense matrix renormalization group are things that are very poorly covered in like physics or chemistry textbooks, but are essential to understanding those areas. So basically any arcane algorithm, any algorithm that's like used a lot in your field, but like for some reason just doesn't have any good notation for it, those are the algorithms I want to cover, the ones that very few people do well. So that's what I want to talk about with direction here. Okay, so now where are we moving forward, right? So there's a bunch of things that are going on right now. The first of which I'm just going to say, so like future, we're going to say. So number one, I'm working on a rewrite of all of the FFT methods in the algorithm archive. The reason for that is I just did a bad job when I went through it for the first time, and I need to redo all of this. The way we're going to do this is go through convolutions. And then after going through convolutions, we will then explain the convolutional theorem, and by explaining the convolutional theorem, I'm hoping to have a better explanation of FFTs. So things that I want to talk about would be like, for example, the Fourier operator in discrete space, and a bit more discussions about DFTs versus FFTs. So I want to talk a bit about Fourier space and stuff like that. So this is kind of how I want to do this review, or this stuff there. Other things that are definitely on the table that I haven't forgotten about, but I'm nowhere near done with, would be stuff like the fractal flame method. Which we have basically ready to go. It's just not there yet because I don't have convolutions in. And then also things that we're doing right now, like for example, ray tracing. And let's see, what else? So ray tracing. And then other things that we've done on stream, like for example, affinity propagation, or another thing that we did on stream recently, like epidemic models. All right, so this is where I want to ask your advice, right here. This is the whole reason I started this conversation, and I'm really hoping this makes sense to you guys. So Oswaro, thank you so much for following. I apologize if I missed that a minute ago. FFT, yeah, we definitely have to do a lot with the FFT. Group effort, yeah, I agree with that. So let me explain how this whole thing works. You guys know this already. Twitch is kind of my open source. Twitch is where I do things. It's where I interact with you guys, and I try to figure out where I'm going. It's kind of me learning things. YouTube is where I put the intuitive explanations, and the algorithm archive is where I put the gory details, right? That's kind of the idea. Now, what I've been realizing recently is that it doesn't exactly work the right way. That is to say, even though YouTube is kind of my advertising platform, I'm not really using that as effectively as I could. So what I was thinking about doing is combining affinity propagation and epidemic models into something that we did a long time ago, which is basically creating a new YouTube simulator. One second, YouTube simulation. Okay, so the idea here is essentially if you watch a video, that video is put into your video history. And then that video is propagated out to all of the people in your network via an epidemic model, right? Now, the question is, how do you know how connected you are to all of the other elements in your network? Well, you do that with affinity propagation. So the idea is you have a network of people, all of which are watching videos, and all those videos that they're watching are going to be provided to other people, right? And the idea is we're just watching and how videos are sent across the network. And the idea is, and what we were able to do a few years ago, is show that viral videos are just a natural extension of this network that we can create. So if we create a YouTube-like system, viral videos come out as a natural product. So the reason I'm mentioning this, and there are a few other things like this, the reason I'm mentioning this is that I'm thinking about moving away from working specifically on algorithms on YouTube, and instead focusing on algorithms here on Twitch and on the algorithm archive. But on YouTube, instead of explaining affinity propagation on YouTube or epidemic models on YouTube, I spend time talking about the product, which would be something like this, like a viral video application of these two methods. And that way it entices people to go to the other platforms, like in Twitch and algorithm archive, where there's more information available. The reason I'm bringing this up is I'm asking you guys, do you think that model is actually, what do you think of that model? The use case on YouTube? Yeah, so right, I guess maybe some of you guys don't know my YouTube channel. That's actually kind of weird. So this is my YouTube channel right now. It's got basically 72,000 subscribers. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to basically turn my online content into a full-time job. Like, I've been mentioning that a lot. I really want that to happen. And that's something that I think I should be able to do in the next few months. Hopefully by this time next year. But I've just got to find time to focus on it. So to do that, I need to kind of fight my battles. Or choose the battles I'm fighting. And I find that making YouTube videos takes about 30 to 40 hours for about 6 minutes of content. That's roughly how much time it takes for me to make a YouTube video. So what I was thinking was, if I'm spending so much time making YouTube videos, we should make every YouTube video count, because it takes a long time to make. Now the other stuff also takes a long time to make. But the way I see it is, Twitch content is Twitch content. It's okay. You spend hours on Twitch. Everyone loves Twitch people on Twitch. That's totally fine. Algorithm archive content, again, that works perfectly fine with Twitch content. It's just that the YouTube content, these 30 to 40 hours, are usually time spent editing or things like that I can't show on Twitch. So for that reason, I really do feel like I should take a step back and I should focus on getting that quality over quantity and doing as much as I can on Twitch. So that, we do longer streams and stuff like that. And then take all the YouTube stuff and do that kind of as much as I can off the platform and stuff like that. So that's kind of the idea. I just wanted to bring this up because I did want to explain this to everyone as to what I'm doing. So let's talk about scheduling. So I think I'm going to try to make this my next video. Other interesting topics, so let's do journal new page after. So other interesting topics that are kind of like that include the coding a quilt challenge. I actually do want to like actually sew a quilt. I know this sounds really dumb, but it's kind of a mixture of color quantization. So this is a mixture of color quantization, or rather it's an application of color quantization that basically allows you to make a quilt that you can sew up from any image. I think it's kind of cool. And maybe it's not as cool as a YouTube simulation or something like that. And another one would be finding or watching the North Pole, something like this. So basically the idea is watching the lights from the North Pole. So the idea here is I can work with one of my friends who is able to make robots and stuff. And so the idea is we need to figure out like how to keep that camera always pointing at the North Star. It's actually more complicated than you might think. See you, Trash Talk. Thank you so much for coming in. Okay, YouTube often rewards quantity. I don't know if that's actually true. I mean, look at 3 Blue 1 Brown, right? And a lot of other channels. Like, I mean, my channel, for example, I only have 30 videos on my channel, and I've got 72,000 subscribers. I think the reason that's the case is because I do spend a lot of time focusing on quality. Right, I think Korean food, like, that's why, for example, Mark Rober does so well. His videos, he only puts a video out every month, but the videos he puts out are pretty dang good. So I think that's kind of the model I want to start attacking. Like a model where I put out really freakishly good videos, but really infrequently. And then as I start turning this into a full-time job, I put out videos more and more frequently. Because I tried the whole low quality, high volume, and I just didn't like the videos I put out. Like, don't get me wrong, they're good. I liked them, but I didn't like them nearly as much as the older videos I used to put out. So anyway, I've got a bunch of these plans of things that I'm going to try in the next few months. Okay, scheduling. Right, so it is currently October 12th. I have not started on the next video. So the next video, the earliest the next video can be out is like roughly November 15th. That's about as early as I can do. So what I'm probably going to do in the next few weeks and next few months is start focusing on like these kind of large-scale applications and stuff like that. And that's where I'm at. So I just want to let you guys know I just need to talk to someone about it, make sure it's down in videos somewhere. For Algorithm Archive, ways to help reviews, reading chapters, helping with future directions, any type of cool like algorithm content, algorithm implementation, something like that you want to see done, let me know and we can kind of work that in. For future directions, I already have a lot of future directions for what we're doing with the Algorithm Archive. And finally, for YouTube, I wanted to say that I'm trying to do these kind of bigger, larger scale applications. And that's the plan from now on. Retina Elite, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. True self-satisfaction is very important. Okay. Now, I think that was a good end to stream. I do realize I will be ending a bit earlier than I normally end. Juan A. Capero, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. But, I mean, we finished the ray tracing saga we finished the ray tracing segment that we wanted to do. We did some Algorithm Archive PRs, which I'm really happy to do. And now we are finishing up by talking about where we're going in the future. I don't think, because we only have like 30 minutes or 45 minutes till I would normally end stream, I don't think we have enough time to hop into the next topic. But if you guys have any comments, questions, concerns, ideas, anything like that at this point, I'm more than willing to chat, do a little bit of an AMA, anything like that. Although this entire stream is kind of an AMA to some extent. And let's see who's live and who we want to raid at the end of stream. We have Kip Boga, Lana Lux. I feel like we haven't raided Lana in a while. Master Mindo. Yeah, maybe Master Mindo. Anyway, let me know. Monte Carlo in high dimensions would be useful for the archive, applicable to many fields, but rarely covered in classes. So this is my question there. How would Monte Carlo in higher dimensions be any different than Monte Carlo in 2 dimensions? That's my question. Is there a way to add CI to the Algorithm Archive? The answer is yes, there should be. We do already have Travis builds. So we do have CI already in the Algorithm Archive. Again, it's for Travis, so let's go here. So any of the pull requests, let's just go there and let's scroll down. Should have a Travis check. Oh. Is Travis down? Is Travis down? Oh, that's news to me. What happened to our... Oh, wait, no, that was an issue. Let's go to pull requests. What happened to our CI? Okay, well, that's good to know. Okay, thanks for that. All right, thanks for that. Okay, this is fine. Okay, I think we don't need any of that additional context. That should be fine. Yep. Okay, it's very hard to properly sample high-dimensional space using Monte Carlo, whereas in 2D you can just generate random tuples and be reasonably assured that you're going to sample the space. Attempting to use Monte Carlo for an integral in 20 dimensions will often fail. I've done 20-dimensional, well, not 20, but I've done, I guess it was 30-dimensional Monte Carlo, but I've done n-dimensional Monte Carlo before, and I didn't find this to be an issue. I really like the idea of implementing parallel algorithms. A few places cover it. That's something that I do have plans for, but also that's something I can only do, like, that's going to take a huge revamp of the algorithm archive. But that's good. Thank you for that. Let's see. So higher dimensional Monte Carlo. All right, we've got a lot to think about. But yeah, I will be doing more algorithm archive stuff. Yeah, Metropolis Hastings. Yeah, that's another thing. Okay, I think you guys, we have good ideas. We know where we're going. Let's stop now and think about it again later. So I'll be live tomorrow, hopefully at 4:00 p.m. working on ray tracing for a few hours and then onto algorithm archive stuff after that. I'm probably going to work on the YouTube application because honestly, I just want to work on the YouTube application. You guys can deal with it. And yeah, that's where we'll be at. There are techniques like hit and run, Monte Carlo, constraint relaxation, Metropolis Hastings, etc. that are necessary for dealing with small hypervolumes. Okay, this is fair. I agree with you now. I'm on the same page now. Totally understand. You're right. Yeah, this would be good to cover. Okay, so let's see. Who do we want to raid at the end of stream? We could do Kit Boga. I love Kit Boga, but also, like, he's got 4,000 people watching already. We could do Lana Lux. Master Minute. I feel like it has been a long time since we raided Lana's channel. How about we do that? Cedar Price is online? Who is Cedar Prince? Let's see, Cedar Prince. Cedar Prince? I don't know. But yeah, maybe we just raid Lana. Someone in Science and Tech? Yeah, Lana is in Science and Tech. So let's raid around Lana Lux. It's the first one? I thought I did click the first one. I thought I clicked this one. Or is it that one that you were looking for? The second one? No. This one? You should follow him. He does Julia streams. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe. Okay. Let's do Lana. I guess I'll follow. Sure. Okay. So let's do Lana for now. We'll start that raid, and let's do raid Lana Lux. And that is it for today, guys. Thank you guys so much for coming in. Have a wonderful day, night, afternoon, morning, evening, whatever time it happens to be your time. And I will see you guys around next time for the next episode of Simuleos. We're going to do a bit more ray tracing. And then after doing the ray tracing, we're going to hop into algorithm archive work. Pretty excited, actually really excited to get back into algorithm archive work. I was surprised how excited I was to do that. Anyway, thanks, guys. I'll see you next time. Bye, guys.